We can't take him with us, I said. Shoulder pressed against the reinforced bunker door, Jane Finch closed her eyes and muttered the words. A broken, breathy curse that warbled and cracked as she slowly released her grip on her trusty baseball bat. Locked in a bunker with a zombie? No. No way. That's how stupid people die in horror movies. Famous fucking last words. She shook her head and pressed her cheek against the cold metal of the door, wishing the frigid bite could ground her. That the sheer weight of the steel could slam the lid on her worries and make her feel safe. The way it was supposed to, the way it should have, would have. If she hadn't gone and done the exact opposite of what she'd told her dog as they raced up the slopes of West Vancouver's British properties to the salvation of her father's bunker. A damp nose bumped her hand. Hey, Schroddie, you're good. Such a good boy. Knees trembling, she let the bat slide the final distance to the floor. It clattered against the polished cement, as she'd known it would. She still flinched. I'm sorry if I screwed it up for us, she whispered, blindly reaching out and digging her fingers into her dog's familiar scruff. Schrodinger's solid, comforting bulk leaned against her, and she heard the rhythmic thwop of his tail hitting the wall. The short, bristly fur of his neck felt like velvet against her freezing cold hands. He huffed into her side, the warmth of his breath pushing past the chill that gripped her body. God, she didn't deserve this beautiful creature or his trust. If it hadn't been for the Great Dane's unshakable loyalty, she'd never have survived the 3-day journey from the university across downtown to the heights of West Vancouver. Of course, the dog wasn't the only reason she'd survived this long, nor was he the reason she had to keep it together. Her whole body shuddering with each breath, she forced her eyes open and looked straight at the zombie she'd locked inside the bunker with her and her dog. The zombie she'd named Gray and refused to leave to his fate outside, and whose hand was still tight around her arm. His gaze was steady on her face, steady in that unblinking manner of predators the world over. And his fingers felt like a goddamn iron band on her bicep. Outside, he'd been an ally, one she'd been determined to save from the pack of ferals that had chased her and Schroddie up the hill. But locked inside a tiny enclosed space? Yeah, not so much. Her heart beat in her throat and her ears rang. Honestly, her knees would have given out and left her a human puddle on the floor if he, and sheer terror, hadn't held her in place. Why, oh why don't I listen to my own damn advice? She breathed. Because it was the right thing to do. He's saved us. He's never hurt us. She seriously hoped that wasn't about to change. Gray? She lightly tapped his fingers. Ease up. His hand flexed. He leaned closer, gaze intent on her face. Swallowing hard, she forced herself to mirror the action. She'd worked with enough traumatized animals for her response to be almost as natural as breathing. No sudden moves, and no backing down. Anything else could trigger a reaction she really, really did not want. She stared back at him. Hazel. His eyes had been hazel. Once. Now they were slivers of hazel, broken by red and gray veins, as if the irises sat in a pool of smoke-covered spiderwebs. At the bottom of the hill, when he'd pulled that feral off her and gotten her and Schroddie away from the pack that had come swarming out from beneath the overpass, she thought she'd seen something more in those eyes. Some sort of recognition of their shared cause. Some understanding. She'd seen it again when she'd slammed her bat into the ferals outside, driving them off him and giving them both a chance to reach the bunker. Now, however, there was something entirely different in his eyes. Something hungry. Come on, Gray. Her voice broke and his head twitched, lowered, too close, far too close for comfort. Don't scream. Do not scream. She tried to keep her voice steady, but it refused to stop wavering. Please, Please, back up. Oh, for fuck's sake. Pleading with the zombie was a terrible plan. Schroddie shifted from her side, his shoulder moving from her hip as he stuck his head between them, then wriggled his entire giant body in the sliver of space between her and Gray. The dog lifted his head and huffed at the zombie. Jane's heart dropped to her boots. It hadn't been a friendly huff, the sound edged in the beginning of a growl. Schroddie put his rear to Jane, shoving her back with his hindquarters and facing Gray, a protective hunch to his back. Shit. Not good. Her breath tripped over the icy block of fear that solidified in her chest. In all the time Gray had followed them, her dog had never once barked at Gray, hadn't ever reacted to the zombie the way he had to every other feral they'd gotten close to. That alone had given her the confidence to accept Gray's help getting across the bridge, to pick up her bat and go rescue her zombie. And she had. Then she'd brought him inside a bunker, into an enclosed space, and forced a change in their dynamic. Change the environment, change the behavior. All her training, and she hadn't even considered that possibility. Not even when he'd latched onto her arm and not let go. She'd simply been grateful he wasn't fighting her rescue, maybe a little comforted by the insane strength of his grip. Schroddie shoved her another step back. Gray's gaze dropped from her face, head tipped down toward the dog, his eyes narrowed, and the upper edge of his lip twitched. Was that a snarl? Oh, hell no. This zombie was not starting shit with her dog. If it came to it, she'd get her bat back and shove his not-dead ass out of this bunker. Back off, she told him, channeling as much of the voice of command as she could muster. It wasn't her best effort. I mean it. Take charge, Jane. Be the boss of this pack. She sucked in a deep breath and forced her shoulders back. Without taking her eyes off the zombie, she reached for Schroddie's collar and tugged until the Great Dane was once again at her side. Keeping hold of her dog, she waited for Gray to look up. When those shattered eyes once again met hers, she dug deep and made herself stand strong. She'd damned well stare back. Mouth firm, gaze unflinching. Her body language would be his first warning and his last. There would be no contest here. If it came down to a zombie who'd helped her a couple times and the dog she loved more than anything, then that zombie had to go. You back off. She cleared her throat and pushed her face right into his space, close enough for their noses to touch. Her voice lowered, firmed. This is my territory. My dog and I are not food. Schroddie is not food, and he is absolutely the boss of you. Gray blinked once. Was that a good sign? God, she hoped so. Since she was close enough to manage it, she jabbed his stomach with her forefinger from the arm he was still holding. Holy shit, were his abs actual marble? The dude was stupid cut, and she really did not want to have to fight that many steely muscles. Got it? She poked him again, and prayed he'd back off. We are not yours. Now, let go and back. The thick steel of the bunker's door rang with a low bong. Eee! She leaped away from it. Gray released her arm, and it was so unexpected that she staggered backward, suddenly realizing just how much the zombie had been holding her upright. He faced the door. Knees shaking and legs feeling like overcooked spaghetti, she caught herself against a low stamp of countertop that served as an entry table and control panel for the bunker. Schroddie let out a deep, meaningful growl. Happily, that warning was also directed at the door. Unhappily, it could mean only one thing. Jane pushed herself off the counter and staggered over to the door. There wasn't all that much room in the entryway, and she had to stand almost shoulder to shoulder with Gray to peer through the portal window and confirm what she already knew. The ferals had reached them. Shoving her zombie out the door was officially off the table. Muffled cries and thuds echoed from the other side. A mass of hands and teeth filled the tiny portal window, blocking out the thin afternoon light. Holy shit, how were there so many? Gray had been almost unable to move from the cold. Why were the ferals responding so differently? Maybe they were dying and didn't know it? Maybe they're already dead. On that horrifying thought, she slowly turned to regard the zombie beside her. He was focused on the door, hands balled into fists and body shouting its readiness for a fight. This behavior matched the Gray she'd come to know, but who knew how long it would last? She backed away, needing the meager feet offered by a space no larger than an RV's hallway. "Come, Schroddie," she whispered. The dog swung his head in her direction, then returned his focus to the door. With his nose pointed straight at the ferals outside, his black and white body was nearly shoulder to hip with Gray. "With me," she hissed. "Ugh." The big dog flicked his eyebrows and puffed his cheeks at the door before walking around Gray to join her. She took hold of his collar, pulled him close. "Good boy." With Schroddie safe against her side, or as safe as it got in the confines of the bunker, she studied Gray. He appeared entirely focused on the ferals outside. His lips weren't twitching into a snarl, or at least not one aimed at her or her dog, and he looked ready to start shit if those ferals made it through however many inches of steel. The sheer battle readiness of his posture was both comforting and wholly alarming. Would it change when he realized the ferals couldn't get through? What if he turns on us? She and Schroddie could run into the bedroom and lock the door. Only her dad hadn't put locks on anything in the bunker. Apparently locks invited trouble during extended stays. She hadn't paid all that much attention when her dad had given her the tour, as being trapped in a bunker the size of a large RV with her parents for months on end had seemed nightmare enough. Now, of course, she had yet another reason to kick her past self. Way to be wholly unprepared for the apocalypse, Jane. A chill swept across her body. The snow on her jeans had melted into cold water that soaked through her clothes, carrying the cold straight into her bones. Shit. She had to get out of these frozen things, peel her feet out of her borrowed boots, and hope she still had all her toes. And most importantly, check on Schroddie. None of that could wait for some stupid, silent standoff. She couldn't just stand around, waiting to see what the zombie did next. There was more to survival than not being eaten. No time to wait, and no place to do it. Not only was she completely unprepared, she really had nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide from the zombie she'd dragged inside. Which left her with one real option: force the issue. Pushing the dog behind her, she gave him the signal to stay. Then she picked her bat off the floor and sucked in a breath. "Hey!" she yelled. "Hey, Gray!" The zombie's head twitched in her direction. "I said, hey!" She slammed her bat into the door where it rang like a gong. He turned to face her, and his head tipped to the side. "Yeah, I'm questioning myself, too." She swallowed hard and kept going, trying to make herself unavoidable. "What are you gonna do when they're gone or dead or whatever, huh?" Gray's head tipped a little farther. Then his gaze returned to the window. "Oh, come on," she gripped. "I'm yelling at you here." He looked at her, then back at the window. When his gaze landed on her again, she sighed. There was no mistaking the confusion on his face, the furrow between his brows. It sure as shit wasn't aggression or "I'ma eat you" hunger. "They can't get in, Gray," she told him. His gaze swung to the portal window, and the line between his brows seemed to deepen. Schroddie sidled up beside her and wagged. "I promise," she said softly. "We're safe." Gray's eyes flicked to her. She wanted to believe his expression was hopeful, but that was probably the cold and exhaustion talking. Though, come to think of it, he was making an actual expression. Was that progress? Schroddie warbled softly. The big dog stretched his neck out and licked Gray's hand. The zombie's eyebrows flickered upward. He stepped out of tongue range. "Easy," she said, using her most soothing trainer voice. "You're in a safe place." Gaze darting between her and the window, he slowly reached up and slid the covering across the portal window, blocking sight of the ferals beyond. Her jaw dropped. Holy shit, she breathed. That had been actual mechanical manipulation. Gray had not only understood it was a window, but he'd known what to do to close it. That took recognition, cognitive processing, awareness. Do you know who you are? She asked quietly, eyes glued to his face, searching for every hint of understanding. She inched toward him. Her fingers brushed his arm. Do you know where we are? His mouth opened, and he collapsed. 2. There was an unconscious zombie on the floor of Jane's bunker. Well, fuck. She ran her hand slowly over the top of her head and stared at the man sprawled in front of the heavy door. His eyes were closed, his body crumpled like a child's puppet left on the ground, yet the dark veins tracking across rounded muscles still gave her pause. She nudged Gray with her toe. He didn't so much as twitch, which was probably a good thing, but it left her with nothing to respond to and a whole whack of choices that she didn't want to make. Hell. She could barely put one foot in front of the other. How the heck was she going to decide what to do with an unconscious zombie? At least he was still breathing, as she could see the rise and fall of his chest. So that part was good. As for the rest, not so much. A long, shaky breath escaped her lips. So much fuck. She raked her fingers over her hair, laced them behind her head as she continued to stare at Gray. Was he going to wake up and be himself? Or something else? And what was she supposed to do with him between now and that waking? She couldn't just leave him on the floor, could she? What the hell am I going to do? She whispered. Schrodinger nosed her hand and then leaned into her side. A shiver racked his body and seemed to spread into hers. He whimpered and jammed his head in her stomach. Oh, buddy, I know. Crouching down, she wrapped her arms around him. I'm cold, too. Her teeth chattered. The chill from her damp clothing was sinking into her skin, into her bones. Oof. She'd barely stopped running, but the cold hadn't wasted time in making itself known. Melted snow clothing? Not exactly optimal. And while the bunker wasn't freezing, she hadn't exactly figured out how to turn up the heat. She sent a wary glance at the control panel, cursed herself for tuning out all her dad's instructions. Then her gaze shifted to Gray, who seemed to be shivering slightly as well. Guilt tried to grab her by the throat. She forced it back. They were all cold. She was cold. The unconscious zombie was cold. And her dog was cold. Guilt could suck it. That shit wasn't going to get any of them warm. As for what came first, maybe that wasn't so hard after all. She rolled her shoulders and acknowledged the obvious. Her next step was actually really simple, because Schroddie came first. Her dog always came first. All right, buddy, she said, giving his sides a vigorous rub. Let's get you dried off and take a look at that injury of yours. Of course, that meant either examining an injury within reach and easy scent of a hungry zombie, or leaving that zombie unattended while she treated Schroddie in the bedroom, which she could not lock. These choices are bullshit, she muttered. Her eyes narrowed at Gray. It wasn't his fault, but she didn't exactly have anything else to blame, at least besides herself. Just get it done, she ordered herself. Leaving Gray unattended felt dangerous, like walking away from the axe-murdering psychopath in a horror movie, convinced you'd tied him up well enough. The monsters always got away, and the heroes always regretted their decision. But Gray hadn't actually hurt her or Schroddie. Though, for a moment there, he had come close. She chewed on her lip. Cleaning a wound right beside him was probably akin to carving a steak beside a coyote and expecting it not to bite. Don't invite trouble. Don't trigger any instincts. Fingers curled into fists. She sucked in a breath and put her back to Gray. Let's go, Schroddie. Her skin tingled and crawled between her shoulder blades as she walked the short distance to the bunker's bedroom. The sensation grew and grew. Her breath stuttered. caught in her chest. Oh, God. He was behind her. He was right behind her with that blank, predatory gleam in his eyes. She whipped around, raising her fists, fully ready to go down fighting, only to find nothing behind her. He hadn't moved an inch. Get it together, Jane. Patting her hip, she led Schroddie into the bedroom. The space was about the size of a generous RV master, which she knew from many a journey to the RV park with her dad when she was little, with a queen-size bed, compact closet, and a low dresser built into the wall. A flat-screen TV hung over the dresser, and wall sconces that belonged in an outdated motel sat on either side of the headboard. She pointed at the bed. "All right, Schroddie, up." The big dog didn't hesitate. He launched himself onto the bed with a happy roar, and she couldn't help but grin at the pure joy on his furry face. Given everything the dog had been through, she was happy to let him take what comfort he could. Besides, if he could jump onto a bed, then he couldn't be feeling that bad, right? She gave herself a shake. No more putting it off. She had to find out. "Sorry, dude," she murmured as she started to remove the makeshift harness. "This might hurt." First came the jacket she'd tied around his middle, then the life vest she'd used for both protection and harness. She peeled off the vest and started cleaning away the dirt and grass that had dried on his sides. "Sorry, Mom, but I'll clean the bed later." "Oh, Schroddie." The cry escaped her as she pulled off a patch of leaves and revealed a nasty gash running down his side. Bright red and only partly clotted, it carved a jagged line down his right haunch. He whimpered and lowered his head, tail tucked between his legs. "Shoot." She knew better than to let her mad out when tending an injured animal. Swallowing hard, she schooled her voice into a soothing tone. "It's okay, Schroddie. You're a good boy. I'm not mad at you." She rubbed his head to emphasize the point. "You're a good boy. A very good boy." He lifted his head and gave a tentative wag. "Good boy." Tears burned the backs of her eyes. "So very good and brave." He stuck his head in her armpit and quivered. "I know, baby. I know it hurts." She gently traced the cut, relieved to see it wasn't bleeding, or not much. Still, it was angry, and still stuck with bits of dirt and shreds of fabric. Fuck. She bit her lip to hold the swears inside. Her sweet boy had been hurting the whole way up the hill. If those ferals weren't already dead, she'd kill them. "You stay, buddy. You stay right there." Having ordered him to stay on the bed, she hurried into the tiny bathroom and grabbed the first aid kit. Stepping back into the bedroom, she shrugged out of her soggy jacket and glanced down at her borrowed shoes. Peeling off those suckers was going to be slow and painful, so it would wait. "Good boy." She held up her hand, fingers splayed as she returned to Schroddie's side. "Now, stay." His head lowered. "I know." Somehow dogs always sense the presence of medical supplies, or the impending doom of a bath, or, heaven forbid, the vet. It didn't matter that Schroddie had never seen the first aid kit before, or that veterinary supplies looked wholly different. He knew. "You stay." She kept an eye on him while she opened the kit. He whined and aimed tragic brown eyes at her, but he also stayed put. As quickly as she could, she cleaned and disinfected the cut, then finished with a thin layer of antibiotic cream. Good thing the human stuff was safe for use on dogs. Though, if she'd had a cone, she'd have put one on him. She pointed at the cut and then at his face, voice stern. "No lick." His big head swung around to look at the cut, and his tongue darted out, nearly reaching the cut. "No." She gripped his head. "Off." He gazed up at her with the saddest brown eyes in the known universe. Apparently, she was going to hell for denying her dog the ability to lick things that were bad for him. "That's just mean," she told him. With a huff, he flopped onto the bed and scrunched the front of his face into the bedspread, making his gummies wrinkle and pool on the fabric. He might still be staring at her with guilt eyes, but his posture declared he'd do as asked, even if he didn't much like it. "Good boy," she said. "Stay." One down, one to go. Drawing in a deep breath, she faced the main room. Was he still where she'd left him, or was she about to enter the aliens stage of this particular nightmare? 2 steps brought her into the doorway. Chest tight, throat flexing, she searched for Gray. And there he was, on the floor, exactly where she'd left him. Which was a relief, right? So why wouldn't her stomach uncurl and her lungs let her draw in a deep breath? Instead of marching over to him, she stood there in a narrow bedroom doorway, gripping the frame and staring at the zombie. Man? On the polished cement. Bunkers were small. Really small. Even this one, which was surely a luxury model with its 31 feet of well-organized space, felt like a tiny rental cabin. Or maybe a shed one overly excitable owner had decided to post for short-term rentals. The space felt smaller the longer she looked at the man lying in front of the door. How someone could appear so helpless, be so crumpled on the cement floor, and still be so daunting, she couldn't quite understand. But trust Gray to find the exception to every rule out there. Even collapsed and unconscious, those muscles of his were not fucking around. "Come on, Jane," she whispered. "You can't leave him on the floor." She took 3 steps toward him, stopped, winced, and dropped her gaze to her feet. Fuck my life. Her feet were freezing and they hurt. She needed to get out of these damn hiking boots before her feet swelled to the point she couldn't. Only staying dressed around the zombie felt like a good plan. 2 more steps and she dropped onto the couch with a wince. Forget waiting. If these shoes didn't come off now, she was going to gnaw off her feet at the ankles like a coyote in a trap. Besides, she couldn't take care of others if she didn't take care of herself. She untied the laces and tried to ease off the boot glued to her right foot. It felt like she was peeling off a layer of skin along with the leather. Ouch. She sucked in a breath between her teeth. Fuck me. She finally got the first boot off and hissed when the fresh air hit the blisters on her feet. Shit. She really had peeled off skin. And wasn't that the raw wound around a hungry zombie she'd intended to avoid? Face tight, she glanced at Gray. He still hadn't moved. And maybe that complete lack of movement should worry her. Okay, so it did worry her. She simply had no idea what to do about it. When he woke up, would he be the Gray she'd come to know? Or would he be the hungry-eyed zombie who'd refused to let go of her arm? One of those she could handle, or so she thought. The other? She gulped at the thought of being trapped in a bunker with a feral Gray. Hopefully, she wouldn't have to deal with that completely terrifying door number 2. First, second boot. Then, Gray. Fuck balls. She swore while she tackled the second boot, undoing the laces and forcing the leather off her foot. And she carefully averted her eyes when she peeled off the dead sock clinging to her foot. So that felt terrible, but she'd have to take stock of the damage later. Right now, she had a Gray to deal with. Flinching, she got back to her feet and walked over to Gray. She approached as cautiously as she would a feral cat or raccoon trapped in a dumpster. Stepped slow and even, she watched for the slightest hint of movement. When nothing happened, she carefully crouched down to take a better look at him. Oh man, was his skin even paler now? Her heart dropped. Gray? Fingers trembling, she reached out and brushed his arm, then leapt back. He didn't leap after her. He didn't even twitch. And holy shit, his skin was cold. Which made sense, given the man had been dressed in a torn t-shirt and light trousers while trudging up a mountain in a freaking snowstorm. And just like her, the snow had melted on him, soaking through his clothes and leaving them a chilled mess. Not only couldn't she leave him on the floor, she couldn't leave him in those clothes. Fuck me, she whispered. I am so not prepared to strip a zombie. 3. Get him off the floor, then worry about his pants. Jane sucked in a breath and grabbed both of Gray's arms, trying to drag the still unconscious zombie over to the fold-out couch. He might be scary and unconscious, but he was also cold and unconscious. She couldn't leave him on the floor and simply hope for the best. She'd brought him into the bunker and made him her responsibility. So, scary or not, she had to take care of him. Assuming she ever got him off the floor. Grunting, she adjusted her grip and tried again to drag him along the polished floor. She was hoping to move him with his limbs and thus keep some sliver of space between them, just in case he jerked awake and wasn't feeling friendly. His much larger, entirely limp frame didn't seem to have any intention of cooperating. God damn, you're heavy. Her cheeks puffed with frustration. Trying to move him had to be an experience in dealing with a Pinocchio forged entirely of steel, heavy and awkward. If she was going to get him off the floor and somewhere warmer, she was going to have to get closer. She wrapped her arms around his chest, gripping each of his wrists and holding them crosswise across his chest. She thought it was the fireman's pose okay, no, not the fireman, but some kind of named hold she'd learned during a short stint as a lifeguard. The move itself, if not the name, had stuck with her, as it was designed to help smaller people handle larger ones. And she definitely needed all the help she could get when it came to Gray. Oh, God, she grunted as she wrestled him over to the couch. Arms stinging from the effort, and her feet complaining every time the blisters there brushed his legs. She finally got him next to the couch. Only next to wasn't exactly on top of. Why stop now with the awkward, she muttered. Leaving Gray propped against the far side of the couch, she quickly tossed the extra pillows aside and pulled out the bed folded inside the couch. Then she returned to Gray, laid his torso on the ground as carefully as she could, and lifted his legs onto the bed. Which meant part of him was now off the floor, but not nearly enough. Now for the hardest part. Scooting behind him, she regained her hold on his torso and braced her knees against his back. If she did this right, she could slide him onto the mattress while pushing upward, which would offset his weight. If she did it wrong, well, she might end up pinned under a zombie. Lift from the legs, she grunted, shoving upward with all her might. Come on, come on! Her legs burned, her back screamed, and slowly, painfully, he rose off the ground. She scooted under him, using her knees and thighs as much as possible to brace him, and herself, as she kept pushing upward. Effort was starting to combat her cold clothes, and she could swear sweat ran down her spine by the time she got his ass on the edge of the mattress. She shoved upward with all the might she had left, until he sat in an upright position. Her knees gave out, and she lost her grip. No! Half on the bed herself, she reached out. He teetered on the edge, then flopped face first onto the mattress. Panting, muscles trembling, she collapsed beside him. Flat on her back, on the foot of the bed, she tried to catch her breath. Holy mother, fuck, she wheezed. That had been brutal. Every single part of her hurt. On the one hand, the burning in her thighs muffled the wailing of her blistered feet. On the other, everything just fucking hurt. And I'm not done yet. Pushing herself back up, she glared down at Gray, who hadn't so much as twitched during the entire ordeal. Fuck me, she grumbled. She rolled him over. Unobstructed breathing mattered, and considered her options. They weren't great. She had to get him out of his soaked clothes, or what remained of them, and get him warm. She reached out, pulled her hand back, eyed him suspiciously. What if he woke up while she was mid-undress? That would not go over well, and she'd be caught leaning over. Oh, for fuck's sake, she said to herself, get it over with. It wasn't any better if she let him freeze to death or get worse than he already was. So, fine, she'd start at the outside and work her way in. Her gaze dropped to his feet. Shoes. Those were definitely first. It took a few minutes, but his shirt and shoes were easy enough to deal with. For the record, his feet were less horrible than hers, but the pants were another matter. It felt like she was in a standoff with a soggy cotton cobra, and she definitely missed the class on charming snakes. Gross, Jane. Now is not the moment for snake metaphors. Just take a second and get on with it. She stared at those jeans for a long moment, then slowly backed away. No sense in dealing with those pants before she had something ready to put on him, right? She hurried back to the bedroom and grabbed a pair of her dad's PJs. For a moment, she hugged the soft cotton to her chest and breathed in the scent of the lavender discount detergent her mother insisted was the best value. Jane's throat tightened, fingers flexing on the fabric. Her parents weren't in the bunker, so they had to have been evacuated. That meant they were safe. It has to mean that they're safe, she thought, giving the bundle a final squeeze before forcing herself to return to the main room. Was it weird to dress her zombie in her dad's flannel pajamas with cartoon boats on them? Probably. But it's what she had to work with. And happily, this set had a button-on shirt. Win, she said. By rolling him from side to side, she managed to get the shirt on without any real difficulty, which left her back where she'd started, staring at his jeans. How the hell am I supposed to... Gah! She whipped around to find Schroddie had emerged from the bedroom and was regarding her from the doorway. His head was tipped to the side, gummies wrinkled ever so slightly, as if he were an old man watching those darn kids. Go! She pointed at the bedroom. Go settle! He lowered his head and aimed guilty brown eyes at her, but didn't budge. Go! Damn it. Maybe he was guarding her? Maybe he was just here to act as chaperone while she took off an unconscious man's pants? Either way, she wasn't up to the argument. Fine, you stay. Stay right there. He plunked his butt down and continued to watch her. Okay. The rules of training dictated that she force the issue, but Danes weren't your average beasts. They didn't follow rules they didn't agree with, and in this exact moment, she was grateful for that. Her dog wasn't wrong. It was way less scary undressing a zombie with a little help nearby. Just in case. Stay, she ordered him again, then returned her attention to Gray and his extremely daunting pants. Taking a deep breath, she reached over and undid his belt. No point in taking it off. She simply loosened the soaked leather enough to slide the jeans over his hips. Now for the harder part. She took hold of the zipper with one hand and gripped his waistband with the other, then carefully fixed her gaze on the mattress. Undoing a wet, slightly battered zipper without looking wasn't the easiest thing in the world, but she managed it. Once it was undone, her gaze still firmly fixed on the floral mattress cover beside Gray's right leg, she pulled off his pants. Or she tried to. The wet fabric stuck to his hips, and she had to adjust her position to keep peeling them off, which resulted in her getting an eyeful of wet boxers, and the rather notable package beneath. Oh, fuck, I'm such a creeper. She mentally smacked herself and kept forcing the pants off. Sorry, Gray. It didn't matter that he was a zombie. He was cold and unconscious and needed her help, not non-consensual appreciation of his assets. Tricky, given he was built like a comic book superhero and the sodden denim had apparently decided to fight her every inch of the way. Despite her best efforts, she had to look at what she was doing as she inched the jeans down, one leg after the other. With a massive sigh of relief, she pulled them off his feet. Getting the dry pair of oversized pajama pants with their stretchy elastic waist on him wasn't nearly as hard. Thank fuck for small miracles, she grumbled. Breathing hard, she shoved hair from her face. He was finally out of his wet clothes. Well, mostly. No way she was tackling those boxer shorts. And dressed in a dry pair of old man pajamas. He still looked cold, but that would change now that he was dry. There you go. She wrapped a blanket around him for good measure. Good as you're going to get. She shivered, and her teeth clacked together. Oof. Time to get herself warm. She stumbled into the bedroom, diving back into the tiny dresser. This time on her mom's side, she located a pair of pink leggings and an 80s-worthy top. That would do. Stripping out of her gross, wet clothes, she dumped them into the bottom of the bunker shower. She was so tired that her whole body was shaking and the room was starting to do that sad person's disco maneuver, where it flickered whenever she moved her head too quickly. She blinked at her reflection in the mirror. Damn, she was dirty and more tired than she'd ever been in her life. She should shower, properly, but she just didn't have the will. Still, she couldn't just fall onto the bed. She washed her face in the tiny bathroom sink, tried to give her body a quick clean with a damp towel. That'd do for now. Sleep. Sleep first, then shower. Using the wall for support, she staggered over to the bed and face-planted crossways across the mattress. Grabbing for the blanket, she struggled into a proper position and called out, "Schroddie? Come on, buddy. Bedtime." She fought to keep her eyes open while she waited for her dog. Only Schroddie didn't come. "Schroddie! Come on, buddy. Bedtime," she cried, and smacked the mattress with her palm. He loved the bed. Loved it. Any moment she'd hear his toenails clacking across the cement floor. Nothing. What the hell? Oh, God. She had to get up and check on him. The world was mean and cruel and really needed to fuck off. She shoved herself into a sitting position, wincing as what felt like all the muscles in her back told her off, and then forced herself back onto her angry feet. "Ow, ow," she breathed. She lurched into the doorway and froze. Schroddie hadn't come, because he was already on a bed, with Gray. The dog had curled against Gray's side, his long neck draped over the zombie's chest. Too close, way too close to his face. If Gray so much as had a bad dream, he could kill her dog without even meaning to. Sheer alarm squeezed her insides. "No," she whispered. "Schroddie, come." Schroddie merely wagged, tail thumping against the bed. Damn it. She staggered over to the fold-out and took hold of Schroddie's collar. She gave it a meaningful tug. "No, buddy, you're bleeding. You can't stay with him. Leave it. Let's go." He warbled softly. "No." She tried again to pull him away, but the dog wouldn't budge. Instead of leaving, the big dog snuggled even closer to Gray, determined to be a black and white blanket. And Gray? Gray was shivering now, his whole body shaking hard enough to rattle the pull-out's feet against the floor. "Damn it," she breathed. Apparently, Nurse Schroddie was on the case. PJs and a blanket hadn't been enough. It had taken Dane heat to break through the first layer of cold. She wasn't a medical expert or anything, but she'd learned enough from wilderness-based romance novels to know that shivering was better than stillness. Gray was breathing. She'd seen it and confirmed it, but not as fast or as regularly as a normal person. Was this zombie situation also screwing up his body temperature? Maybe he couldn't warm up on his own? And if he didn't warm up, what would happen? Would he simply die? Or would he become a feral? Her heart dropped and her gut clenched. Please, please don't become a feral. She couldn't let that happen. No way her and Schroddie would survive trapped in a bunker with a feral Gray. And, well, it was a pretty dick move to pull someone into a bunker only to let them die of hypothermia. But not letting him die, or go feral, meant getting him warm. She'd already gotten him dry and wrapped him in a blanket, and she didn't know how to turn up the heat in the damned bunker or where the heated blankets were or hot water bottles or anything. No, there's no way. I can't. She looked at Schroddie. The big dog's tail thumped against the mattress, and liquid brown eyes gazed up at her, full of love and the steady certainty of dogs that she'd do the right thing. Balls. She swallowed hard. "This is a terrible idea, buddy," she whispered. "Arrgh." He nosed Gray. Yeah, I got the message." She braced her hands on the far side of the pull-out and tried to calm her racing heart, because damned if her dog wasn't right. Without any alternatives, there was only one way to warm up her zombie: body heat. Her adventure romances had been clear on that point. Damn it. I cannot believe I'm doing this. Fueled by a heady mix of fear and stupid, she marched back to the bedroom and grabbed more blankets and a giant-assed comforter. She also grabbed a fabric mask, which must have been left in her mom's sock drawer back in the pandemic. Returning to the pull-out, she tucked the blanket already on Gray as securely around him as possible. She eyed the mask. God, she wanted something covering his mouth, something that would give her a second's chance if he woke up feeling bitey. But covering his mouth might just freak him out more. And it was probably bad to cover the face and nose of someone with less than optimal breathing. Fuck, she hissed. Fuck, fuck, fuck. With a final, longing look, she put the mask aside. She gingerly sat on the side of the bed and tugged the blanket around Gray higher, so the edge sat above his mouth. Not tight, mind you, but it still felt a little better. She put another blanket over top, covering him and Schroddie. Letting out a long sigh, she scooted onto the bed and put 2 more blankets over herself and Gray. Of course, she wasn't exactly next to him. She bit her lip, studied the good 1.5 feet between her and Gray, who was still shivering hard enough to make the whole fold-out vibrate. She was so gonna regret this. Schroddie warbled at her, watching from the vantage point of Gray's chest, where he'd rested his giant head. His brows flicked at her, apparently judging her unwillingness to snuggle. Fuck, she whispered. She inched toward Gray, poised to flee at the slightest hint of him waking. All he did was shiver, hard. Okay, fine. If she was going to do this, she was going to stop dicking around. Deciding her back was safer than her front, she turned around and wiggled toward him until her back, ass, and legs were pressed against Gray. Grateful for the blanket between them, she fixed the 2 layers over top and tucked one of the extra pillows under her head. Geez, he was cold. Body heat, better work. Shivering a little herself, she pulled her arms in tight to her chest and prayed this gambit worked. She'd simply wait until he stopped shaking, then move into the bedroom. Surely it wouldn't take more than an hour to get him to a reasonable temperature. She just had to stay awake. 4. Beep, beep. Jane grunted at the noise. Refusing to open her eyes, she reached out with an arm and blindly flailed for the source. Even that movement hurt, pulling strained muscles. Stupid alarm. And why did her pillow resemble a frickin' rock? Had she fallen asleep on the floor? Because if so, she was damned well staying there. Everything ached and her mouth felt like it had been lined with fur and she was so not ready to get up. Beep, beep. Ugh, she groaned. Shut up, phone. Why wasn't the auto snooze kicking in? As much as the feature got her in trouble, she loved it way too much to turn it off. Beep. Wait a minute. That wasn't her alarm. She froze as realization sunk in. That noise wasn't her phone at all. She'd set both alarm and ringtone to a gentle chime to avoid scaring her dogs. And this insistent, eardrum-stabbing sound was anything but gentle. Beep. She flinched. This made 0 sense. What the fuck was someone else's phone doing in her apartment? Her eyes popped open. Balls! She squeaked. Oh, balls! Beep. Beep. She wasn't in her apartment at all. Memories clicked back into place, a terrible sequence of events that should have been a dream, a nightmare, but were actually the events of the past 3 days. Her breath caught in her chest. She'd reached the bunker and gotten on the pullout and fallen asleep, which meant the hard object beneath her wasn't a pillow at all. Why, oh why did I have to fall asleep? Her heart juddered as she slowly pushed herself up, shoving layers of blanket aside to stare at the broad chest beneath her. Gray. Of their own accord, her gaze traveled from his chest to his face. His eyes were still closed, breathing steady, if slower than your average large human. Oh, thank fuck for small miracles. A relieved breath rushed out of her. He was still asleep and still breathing and seemed to have avoided becoming a scary feral. Assuming he'd managed to reach a mostly human temperature? Hand trembling, she reached up and touched the bare skin at his throat. Another relieved puff of air escaped her. Warmer, definitely warmer. Nowhere near as warm as her last boyfriend, but hardly the block of undead ice he'd been. He twitched. She snatched her hand back. Urgh. Schroddie lifted his head from Gray's other side and regarded her with those big brown eyes. The dog tipped his head, resting his chin on Gray's chest, and his tail thumped happily against the bed. Well, her dog might be happy getting snugly with a zombie, but Jane didn't exactly share those feels. How the fuck had she gone from being carefully sequestered by blankets to sprawled on a chest? Stupid, necessary sleep. She swallowed hard and tried to inch away. Beep. The noise started up again. Gray grunted, shifted, and Schroddie lifted his head away with a disgruntled huff. Motherfucking phone, she whispered. Why wouldn't it just stop? Phone, she gasped. Oh my God, phone! Her head jerked up and she searched the main area for a blinking light. It wasn't her phone. Someone was calling her through the bunker. That could only mean one thing. Beep, beep. Her gaze landed on a flashing green button in the panel below the television. Leaping off the pullout, she scrambled over to the postage-sized console and hurriedly punched at the buttons there. Her dad had installed some kind of satellite uplink situation to the bunker, so he'd be able to reach whomever he needed in the event of a catastrophe. That's the level of preparation Admiral Finch brought to daily life. And when he'd tried to show her, she'd mumbled and nodded and paid attention to her phone. Ugh, I am such a terrible daughter. How many more times was she going to curse herself for not paying attention when her father had shown her how to operate the bunker's systems? As many days as you're stuck inside it, Jane. Ugh. She deserved so many cursings for her lack of preparation. But who would have thought it'd be this hard? The console had all of 6 buttons and a few switches. She looked for something labeled on and found exactly nothing. Fucking console? Surely the switch above the green light turned shit on? This shouldn't be fucking rocket science. She smacked the square green button with her palm. Come on, come on. Hello? A voice crackled through an overhead speaker. Dad? Hello? Hi, Dad! She searched for the microphone, a place to speak into. Dad, can you hear me? Janie! Another voice answered, one wonderfully familiar. Oh, my Janie! Mom! Emotions swamped Jane, and she caught herself against the end of the kitchen counter, which ended where the console began, before she crumbled to the floor in a tear-ridden heap. Mom! Baby girl! Her mother's sobs carried through the speakers in surround sound. Are you okay? You sound okay. You're okay, right? Tell us you're okay, Janie, her father ordered. The maternal worry and parental orders were so bizarrely normal it seemed to suck the air from her lungs. Pushing back tears, still leaning against the counter, Jane sucked in a breath. I'm okay, I swear. Baby, her mother sobbed. I was so worried. Mom, Jane's voice wavered, broke. In that moment, she'd have given her left leg to be able to hug her mother. All she wanted was to throw her arms around her mom and insist she tell her that everything would be okay. Because, for the first time in days, Jane was starting to think it might be. She lowered herself onto one of the stools, parked beside the postage-stamped kitchen island. Nothing was far away in the bunker. A good thing, as her knees were threatening to give out. Gripping her knees, she bent over her legs and tried to get a grip. The last thing she wanted to do was upset her parents more by having a total breakdown on the phone. Her hands shook, and she dug her fingers into her knees. Not until this very moment had she realized how afraid she'd been, how the entire time she'd been sending them messages, telling them of her journey, promising to reach the bunker. She'd been terrified there'd be no one to receive them. A giant dog head pushed under her arm, and a massive tongue licked the side of her face. Sniffling, she hooked an arm around Schroddie's neck and leaned into his comforting, furry bulk. With him as support, she managed to say, I was so scared I'd never see you guys again. The whole time I was heading to the bunker, Her voice caught again. I was so scared I'd get here and you'd both be gone. Janie, oh my Janie, I didn't want to leave. Pud. Her dad cut into the conversation. Did you get bitten by anything? Any discolored patches of skin? Are you showing any symptoms? Bill, her mother hissed. You will not. No, Mom, Jane said. It's okay. She swallowed hard. I've been out in that whatever the fuck that is. Language, her mother said. Jane snorted, slapped a hand over her mouth to muffle the incomprehensible giggles trying to take over, but laughter bubbled up. Here they were, in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Jane locked in a bunker and her parents who knew where, and her mother was worried about her language. Jane? Did we lose you? She shook her head, remembered her parents couldn't see, and cleared her throat. Yeah, Mom, I'm here. Another giggle escaped, and she wiped the moisture from beneath her eyes. That was just so perfectly regular language. Ha! Oh, Mom, only you. Well, I never... Her mother's obligatory grumble had Jane grinning. I love you both so much. I love you too, baby girl. You know that, right? Her mother asked, a voice so quiet Jane could hear the crackling of the signal. We both love you so very, very much. We're proud of you, her dad added gruffly. Jane wrapped her arms around Schroddie and let the words hug her for a moment. You both taught me so well. You've got that door locked tight, Pud? Yeah, Dad. Did she ever? No chance in hell she'd be opening that fucker anytime soon. Who knew how many partly frozen ferals still roamed on the other side? We're locked up tight. Janie? Her mother drew out her name, a surefire warning she thought something was amiss. Did you say we? Jane paused. Yeah. You brought some stranger into my bunker? Her dad's voice rose, loud enough to make the speaker crackle. Across the main area, the fold-out creaked. Well, Jane's gaze snapped to the bed, where her not-quite-zombie had gone from sleeping to sitting straight up and staring at her. Intently. With that barely blinking style of his. Oh, fucking fuck. Was Gray back to being his usual, mostly helpful self? Or was he about to go all scary on her? Shit. Janie? Who is in there? Her dad demanded. Schroddie warbled loudly, meeting her dad's howl with one of his own. What in the hell is that? That's Schroddie, Dad, Jane stammered. Remember? The Great Dane. Right. I forgot. Your dog. He made it there with you? Her mother asked, voice shifting from concern to relief. How lovely. Oh, Janie, I'm so glad you're not trapped in that bunker alone. No, Mom. Not alone, Jane said. I've got Schroddie with me. And, a zombie I've named Gray and dragged inside who may or may not be planning to eat me. As if he could hear her thoughts, Gray's head tilted. In a startlingly quick move, he got off the pullout, took a step toward her. Holding up both hands at him, she motioned desperately for him to stop. She blinked in surprise, as he actually did. Okay. Responding to hand signals. That had to be a good sign, right? It counted when training dogs, and it was her personal belief that humans weren't all that different. Right now, Gray didn't seem as aware as he had in that brief moment before he collapsed, but neither was he trying to eat her. Ah, the dog. Good, her dad said. Yeah, Jane swallowed hard. Good. You sit tight, Pud. Her dad's tone shifted from loving parent to serious admiral. You just sit tight and keep that door closed, no matter what. We're getting a few things in hand at the temporary field base. Then we'll be sending out retrieval teams. Someone will be coming to get you. And Schroddie, Jane added, gaze still locked on Gray. We'll see, Pud. The teams, Dad, I love you. But I won't see. He's my dog. She'd seen too many accounts of all the animals left behind in earthquakes and floods and hurricanes, even as their owners were rescued. No way would Jane add her Schrodinger to that list. There's no way in hell I'm leaving here without Schroddie. Gray took another step toward her, and she motioned for him to hold. Head tipping from one side to the other like a confused greyhound, he took another step and then obliged. Closer now, She swore she could see confusion in his broken blue eyes. "Janie, be reasonable," her dad said. "I can't ask the teams to give a seat to—"
"Bill!"
Her mother made the name a curse.
"You can and you will."
"Thanks, Mom," Jane said softly. "I wouldn't have made it without Schroddie. Or without Gray. I can't abandon him." His gaze flickered from her to Schroddie to the space beyond, as if searching for the unfamiliar voice. If she kept talking to her parents much longer, Gray was going to make himself known. And she had no idea what she'd do about it. "Dad?" Jane asked. "I just got up and I haven't showered in days."
"Of course you want to shower. You can call us back, Janie," her mother said. "Any time. You just call."
"And get the camera working," her dad barked. Jane tore her gaze away from Gray to look blankly at the panel of lights and switches. Why couldn't it just be helpful and have things labeled camera and heat? About the camera and screen and... He sighed. "Knew you weren't listening. The instruction manual is hanging on the wall beside the console." "There's no way. I'd totally have seen..." Crap. There it was. A set of laminated sheets, hanging from a plastic hook by a knit cord of pink and purple wool, her mother's handiwork, of course. "So I'm blind, and now I've found it. Yay, instructions and heating. Let me get myself cleaned up, and then I'll turn on the camera and screen for a proper hello."
"That sounds perfect, Janie," her mother whispered. "Talk soon."
"You bet, Mom." She smiled, even knowing her parents couldn't see it. "I'm so glad you're both okay. Love you." "We love you too, Pud." The signal crackled, and the green light went out. Jane let out a shaky breath and slowly turned to face Gray, finding the zombie had closed the distance between them yet again. He stood almost within arm's reach, brows slightly pulled together, eyes darting. She somehow knew he was trying to figure out what was happening. So was she. Because when it came right down to it, Schroddie wasn't the only lumbering, nonverbal male that Jane wouldn't leave behind. If only she knew how to break that news to her parents. Or how on earth she'd get a rescue team to agree to bring a dog and a zombie back to the base.
5. Gray. Water blasted him in the face. He snarled at the offending liquid, tried to shove it away from him, but it just kept coming. Fucking water. Where was he, and why was he being sprayed down? He tried to take stock of his situation. Tricky. The world wobbled and warped, curving around his gaze and forcing everything into the tiny portal of his vision, which was small and edged and dusty. It hurt to look through that portal, hurt to hold his gaze on anything for longer than a heartbeat. Yet he could tell enough. He'd been shoved into a narrow cage. The space was all glass and white, with water beating on his head. Bracing his arms on the walls, he closed his eyes and struggled to find his balance. If he could just get a grip on his vision, get the ground to steady under his feet, then he could... Something abrasive ran down his back. He spun around, growled at it. A voice yelled incomprehensibly at him, and a spiky, rough surface pushed at his chest, shoving him squarely beneath the flow of water. Fuck that. One arm braced on the wall, he flailed out with the other, had it battered back by that surface. Shit. He must have been captured by enemy forces. But who? Squinting carefully, he tried to study his captor, to figure out who they worked for, what they wanted, but the light overhead lashed at his eyes, forcing them closed again. Damned interrogation lights. Always the worst. Still, they'd gotten awfully close with that rough prod, too close for their own good. He could use this. Putting weight on his heels, he readied himself to act. He'd drop into a crouch, strike out with a kick, knock his captor back, and his feet slipped on the wet floor. Stumbling sideways, he hit the white wall with his shoulder, making a dull thud as he connected. That sound indicated a hollow surface, or something thin enough to bow outward from his body weight alone. Thin walls? A poor design for a cage. His captor had made some bad choices, including this holding cell. A weird, shiny white box with flimsy walls. He pressed his palm against the side, pushed just a little, to test the give. It bowed beneath his touch. Hot damn. How many bets he could punch through that side with one strike? He balled his fingers into a fist, drew back. Don't! Something smacked his arm. Behave! Voice modulator. How amateur. Still, he retreated. There was no point in telegraphing his impending escape to his captors. Better to wait, to study, plan out an optimal strategy, and make his move when they dropped their guard. Who knew? Maybe he'd even figure out who they were and what they wanted with him. A mournful howl echoed from an adjoining cell. He snorted. He remembered now how before he'd been taken into the cell, he'd overheard the preceding interrogation. He'd never stand for leaving people behind. But shit, that guy had given up way too easily, crying and moaning the whole time he'd been in the interrogation box, only to be let out in a soggy white and black rush. Must have sung like a bird to get freedom in those threads. He wouldn't go that easy. The plaintive cry echoed in the white, almost battering him with its misery. He bared his teeth. Shut up. Stop telling them whatever they want to know. What that information was, he had no idea, but it never helped to feed your enemies. That was the trick to staying alive long enough to get rescued, keeping what you needed close, forcing your foe to take their time. Still, he wished he could understand his captor, or even his colleague singing for the world from the adjoining cell, but he couldn't. He knew sounds were happening, that those sounds were supposed to be words, except they didn't penetrate. Most of the noises simply bounced off his skin, rolling like the water from his back into an incomprehensible mess that swirled in the drain. Must not speak their language. Well, that narrowed things down, though not hugely. You didn't need to be in a foreign country for people to speak a different language. But it was the best lead he had, and he'd better take it. Keeping his eyes closed, he tried to focus on his other senses. Head bowed to protect his nose, he sniffed. Interesting. Even for a water-based cage, it smelled good. Too good to be a cell in Afghanistan, or Russia, or Brazil. Hell, none of the top-secret locations he had infiltrated had jails that smelled like this. Those places reeked of urine and despair, of gruel 2 weeks rotten, and the rats who decided they didn't care. Those cells were all cement and damp and dirt. Angry shouts and beatings in a dirty yard. And they sure as shit didn't have floors so clean they slipped and slid beneath his feet. "Stop protesting and scrub!" his captor ordered. Bristles jabbed him in the side. He sucked in a sharp breath at the contact. Fuck. It shouldn't have hurt. The strike packed the punch of a 5-year-old with a plastic sword, but it did. His skin felt rough and raw, like he'd kissed the edge of an explosion and rolled, not walked, away. Stop showing weakness. Seriously, when did he flinch because things hurt a little? He'd taken all kinds of injuries, and just because he couldn't remember any of them right now, it didn't make it less real. Squaring his shoulders, he scrubbed as ordered. And honestly, it wasn't that bad, once he got over the tenderness of his skin. The cloth he'd been given was soft, and the water determinedly pelting him from above was warm enough. Warm. He frowned. What the actual fuck was up with the warm water? If this was his captor's attempt at waterboarding, they were doing it all wrong. And what kind of interrogation used soap? He took another sniff of the soapy substance lathered over the cloth in his hand. Coconut. The fuck kind of holding cell used coconut anything? And when was scrubbing yourself clean under lukewarm water part of the torture? The cloth was knocked from his hand. Rinse! He grunted, but complied, too confused by his captor's bizarre behavior to do anything else. 3 turns underneath the flow, and the water stopped. He frowned, risking a glance between one slitted eye to see if the barrels of guns were pointing at him from behind the wet cell. All he could make out was a hand beckoning him forward. Body tense, he eased past the glass door. A warm object was flung over him, covering his face. He threw up his arms, desperate to keep enough space around his face to maintain airflow until he could fight back, only to realize it was a towel. What the actual fuck was going on? He pulled himself free of the towel and glared around the space, trying to see past the bright. Darkness circled his vision like crows above a dead rat. He shook his head, and the world tilted on its axis. He staggered sideways, caught himself on a wall, and put his back to it, pressing his palms to his eyes. Terrible, foolish, showing weakness before an enemy. But he couldn't seem to stop, couldn't seem to figure out who they were or what they wanted from him. It hurt to think, to try to reason it out. Iron spikes in his brain, jabbing and digging for something he couldn't understand, like he'd been plunged into a nightmare or forced to take a mind-bending psychedelic. Drugs. Of course. His captors must have pumped him full of something, hoping it would break his control, shake loose whatever they wanted. Tough shit for them. He'd play along for now, pretend to be broken, follow their directions, and keep his mouth shut. Then, when they least expected it, he'd show them what he was made of. Flannel pajamas didn't belong in any interrogator's playbook. Studying the fresh, bizarrely clean-smelling shirt he'd been ordered to put on, he rubbed a fold of soft fabric between his thumb and forefinger, searching for the trick. But all he found were cartoon creatures. Strangest interrogation tactic he'd ever encountered, and he was certain he'd run into more than a few oddities, the details of which he'd remember as soon as the drugs he'd been given wore off. "Let's go!" His captor directed him to another bright space. They put their back to him, and he smiled, on the inside. Clearly, they thought they'd broken him, or turned him. Whatever. They wouldn't be ready when he made his move. As directed, he followed, only to find himself staring into a row of violent lights above a counter. A grunt of discomfort escaped him, and he threw up a forearm to shield his vision. Damn it! He'd done it again. Shown weakness. But the physical barrier did break up the glare, giving him a chance to survey his newest location. A slightly larger cell, dressed up as a fake kitchen. Fucking weird. What kind of interrogation happened in a novelty-sized kitchen? Had he ended up in North Korea? Because at this point, K-pop and people dressed as furry creatures seemed on point, especially given the black and white creature in the corner. The creature warbled incoherently. The beast wasn't real, he knew that. Just a figment of his drug-addled brain picturing his captured colleague as a beast. Friend or foe? He couldn't be sure. Had they turned, or were they playing the same game? Or had the tiny kitchen truly broken them? Perhaps he needed to give his captor more credit. Still shielding his eyes, he closed the distance between them. Not entirely, but enough to take better stock. And his captor smelled wonderful. He caught himself leaning toward them and intentionally pulled away, putting another foot of distance between them. But he couldn't have stopped himself from trailing after them, following them around a tiny outjet of fake counter to the middle of the fake kitchen. Follow. He needed to follow. Stop it. Except, was that right? Allowing himself to brace one hand on the fake counter, he watched them. Free from the water and the towel and the lesser bright of the larger cell, he could better study his captor. What he found was familiar. Colors, gold and pink and blue, bold enough to punch through the smoke clouding his vision. His brows drew together. He knew this person. They were saying something to him, lips moving and sound emerging, warmth and bold gestures just like his target. Holy shit. This was his target, wasn't it? Had it always been his target, or had a switch happened and he'd missed it? Her lips moved again, eyes fixed on him. Talking. She was definitely talking, saying something to him that he probably needed to know. Why couldn't he hear her? Was it a trick? Or had his hearing been shot in the explosion? Because there must have been an explosion. He hurt too much, skin too raw for anything else. His gaze dropped to her hands. She was holding a long stick with a bristled end. His head snapped back in shock. That was the bristles they'd used to hold him under the water. Had they made her torture him? Or it was a trap, and she'd been his enemy the whole time? No. Maybe? No. There was logic in there, but it felt wrong. False. He couldn't believe it, couldn't picture her as an enemy, working against him while he'd extracted her from the situation. Whatever it was they'd been caught in. Fuck. Why couldn't he remember the mission? He gripped the fake counter with both hands, holding on while his thoughts made the ground tremble. Focus. Remember. Flashes of a bizarre landscape, frozen jungles and jackals rocked through him. Clawing hands and twisted faces and a searing cold, broken by a slice of sunlight so fierce it forced the life into him. The gold and pink and blue that was his target had made him stand. Fuck. He'd fallen. He had fallen to the jackals, and his target had gone back for him. Targets shouldn't do that. She'd been free and clear, and she'd come back for him. So she couldn't be their captor. He couldn't believe it. Did that mean they were trapped in this strange cell together? Sucking in a breath, he focused on her face, determined to figure out what she was saying. Hungry? She held his gaze, and the sounds slowly coalesced into word shapes in his head. Was he hungry? Hunger. His whole body tensed, fingers dug into the counter, muscles coiled in readiness. The waterboarding had distracted him from his other needs, but yes, food. Yes, he wanted food, needed food. Yes. He leaned toward her, searching for a sign of food, for a scent. Oof, right. Her throat worked. A rush of air escaped her lips. I'm going to take that body language as a hard yes. She produced a cylinder, sent him a look. I need you to keep it together, okay? Keep it together? Obviously, he was a professional. Why wouldn't he? The scent of meat hit. Shadow flooded his vision, and he stepped toward her, unwilling to lose the sight of her or the scent. Back off! Bristles hit his chest, shoved him away from the meat. I mean it, Buster. No. Food. Hungry. As a wash of black smoke claimed his eyes, he lunged. He awoke to find himself face down on the floor. Pushing himself upright, he squinted at the empty tins circling him, and then at his hands, which were covered in a sticky substance. What the fuck had hit him? He groaned, gripped his head. Shit, even moaning hurt. And why was his mouth pulsing like he'd offered his face for boxing practice? Forcing himself into a half-sit, he felt around his lips with his free hand, winced as he found an object sticking out of his mouth. He yanked it out, stared at the long splinter of wood in his grip. How had that gotten in his face? Pushing himself onto his knees, he pulled another splinter from his mouth and squinted at his surroundings. Cream linoleum floor. Oak cabinets. A kitchen? Brows pulled together, he reached out, tested a door. It swung open at his prompting, revealing a stack of steel pots, a giant pasta colander, and a few jars of who knew what. Yup, it was a kitchen all right. But how had he ended up on the floor of a strange... His eyes widened as his memories trickled back. The water torture. His target. The black and white beast wailing in the corner. They'd been trapped together in a cell that looked like a kitchen, only it was actually a kitchen. And she'd asked if he was hungry, opened a tin, and his entire world had gone dark. A terrible lump formed in his stomach. His gaze shifted, landing on the broken end of a broom. The broom he'd broken. He pulled another sliver of wood from his lips. Correction, that he'd bitten in half. Oh, fuck. Fuck. He bent over, resting his forehead on knees and trying to catch his breath. He'd been so hungry, so terribly, horribly, insanely hungry. It had swept over him without warning. The need so intense it had shoved everything else that was him into the dark. And while his mind had been in that shadowed place, his body had done things. I lost control. A sickening cocktail of shame and fear gripped him by the throat. Air wheezed out of him in a shaky rush. Despite all his training, he'd let the drugs get to him, let them drive him to do things, maybe to even strike out at his target. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He couldn't bear the thought of losing a target at his own hands. He wanted to lie down among the tins and simply wait for punishment, but he couldn't. Get up, figure it out. He forced himself to his feet. His leg trembled as he stood, knees weak and threatening to give out, and he braced himself on the counter. Holding on, waiting for his body to steady, he searched for a body and let out a relieved sigh when he found nothing on the other side of the small island. Hopefully, that meant his target had gotten away. But gotten away from him or from everything? Shit. Standing in the kitchen now, the rectangular living space seemed so harmless and real. What if it is real? No, surely not. He staggered sideways over to the sink and turned on the faucet, and blinked in surprise as water emerged. Real water. No funny smell or discoloration, just proper, fresh-looking water. Well then, He slowly washed the sticky mess from his hands and his face, trying to put it all together. Nothing made sense, but there had to be something here to hold on to. He puffed out his cheeks, considered his options. So he was in a real kitchen, a small one, attached to an equally small rectangular living space, capped by a massive steel door. Okay, the door. That seemed like the most logical place to start, and the most obvious piece of holding apparatus he could find. Trusting his legs to hold him, keeping one arm on the wall for support, he crossed to the door. Reaching up with a trembling hand, he slid the viewing panel aside and stared at the world beyond, at a glaring white marked by bodies. Twisted bodies, features frozen in expressions of blind rage. The jackals, the frozen jungle. They were real and not what he'd thought. Beyond them was a house, a regular suburban home, with a pool and a pair of pink plastic flamingos. His gaze slid sideways to the hand holding the panel. Dark marks traced his veins, following the pattern along his flesh and turning it into a terrible lace. His guts tightened. Chest shuddering, he slid the viewing panel closed and walked slowly to the black screen in the middle of the room. It was off, but that didn't matter. In fact, it helped. And hurt. Because he didn't recognize the face reflected back at him. Didn't understand the shattered eyes or the black veins lining those eyes. The terrible, stomach-churning lattice marking the skin. Heart hammering, he spun away. No way. This couldn't be what he thought. That was impossible. Insane. He was on a mission, and he'd been given some kind of psychedelic drug. That was the only thing that made sense. Please let that be it. He'd been separated from his target, and he needed to find her. Then figure out how to escape this place without encountering more of the monsters that lay dead outside the door. But where was she? Not in sight. And not on the fold-out couch in the middle of the room, the one that had been made into a bed and clearly been slept in, with tousled blankets and pillows all askew. He'd been on that bed. He remembered now. He'd been frozen, chest held so tight in ice he couldn't draw breath, and then warmth had closed in around him. Warmth. Target. Forcing himself away from the bed, he went the only way he could, down a tiny hall to where one door sat closed. He put his hand on it, hesitated, then pushed it open. And there she was, his target, huddled on the bed, her arms around the black and white beast, both of them very much alive. Relief swept through him in the confirmation he hadn't killed her in some drug-induced rage, only to chill, to twist into worry as the details of her appearance penetrated his brain. Not killed, no, but hurt. She'd been hurt, and he didn't want to know how, but he couldn't turn away. She lifted her face from the beast's side, and he clocked the bruise forming across her cheek, skin puffy and stained from what had to be tears. Her eyes met his, and the truth in those searing blue eyes struck with the force of a concussion grenade. It wasn't drugs. It was him. I'm the monster.
6. Gray filled the doorway to the tiny bunker bedroom. From her position on the bed beside Schroddie, Jane sucked in a sharp breath and wrapped an arm around her dog. The Great Dane's muscles tensed beneath her grip, and she prayed he didn't force the issue. Shit. She'd barely managed to keep the giant dog and zombie apart when she'd escaped the kitchen. Gray had pounced on that open tin of soup with the ferocity of a fucking cougar, and with noises to match. And Schroddie had barreled into the tiny space, determined to defend her. The last thing she needed was a battle royale in the bunker, especially when she wasn't sure her dog would win. Ruh! Schroddie's cheeks puffed, inflating like a black and white balloon as he gave the single warning. Not aggression, just a clear, doggy promise that he'd eviscerate anyone who messed with her. Love and fear tangled in her chest. Easy, she wanted to say to her dog, but she couldn't manage to make a sound, couldn't manage to tear her gaze away from Gray. He stared back at her, those shattered eyes of his boring into her damn soul. Could he see what she was thinking? Did he know she'd been sitting in this room trying to convince herself to put him down? That she'd retrieved her bat and gone through her dad's safe and been on the brink of marching into that kitchen and getting it over with? His head twitched to the side. Hidden beneath the comforter, her grip tightened on the metal handle. Then something flashed in his gaze, his features contorted. What had once been the whites of his eyes grew round. The next thing she knew, he'd disappeared back down the hall. Phew. Letting out the breath she'd been holding, she watched the opening, waiting to see if he'd return. If this was a prelude to an attack. Nothing. Nothing except the memory of his face. Leaning into Schroddie's solid body, she forced herself to put the fear aside. To think. The moment before Gray vanished from view, something had changed. His expression, that wide-eyed, slack-jawed horror, lingered in her mind. Despite the panic tearing at her throat, the defeat clouding her heart, there'd been nothing predatory, nothing feral in his face. Instead, there'd been something, a painful, naked sort of knowing. Holy shit. She released her grip on the handle beneath the blanket and faced her dog. Do you know what that means, dude? Schroddie licked the tip of her nose. Yeah, me too. Arm still tight around the dog, she glanced at the hallway. Gray hadn't reappeared, and no sounds emerged from the main room. Yet even without a second look, she knew she was right. What had just happened was more than the spark of awareness she'd seen on the bridge, more than that flicker of understanding during their first moments inside the bunker. No, this had been a raw awareness that screamed louder than gale-force winds through Vancouver's streets. He knew what he was. She'd bet anything. A smart person would leave it alone and just be glad he wasn't trying to eat her, but a smart person wouldn't bring a zombie into a bunker to begin with, let alone snuggle him overnight, scrub him down, and try to feed him. She guessed that left her with the desperate, probably deluded options. She gave a jerky shrug. Come too far to go back now, huh, Schroed? The dog butted his head into her chest. Yeah, it's not smart, but it's what I've got. Giving his side a quick rub, she got to her knees and retrieved the gun from beneath the comforter. Why use a bat when your dad had a gun in the bunker safe? The compact Beretta wasn't what you'd want against a bear, so it might have limited use against Gray. But it sure felt like a better bet than her bat. Especially if I'm wrong. Tucking it between the waistband of her borrowed leggings and the small of her back, she got off the bed. She took a breath and kissed Schroddie on the nose. You stay, buddy. Stay. He whimpered, but she refused to rescind the command. Not that any command would stop the dog from doing what he felt was best. Great Danes didn't work that way, but it would hopefully buy her just enough time to confirm Gray's state. Enough time to put him down if she was wrong. Knees trembling, she kept one hand on the wall for support and headed into the main room. The journey down the miniature hallway took all of 5 seconds. It felt like an hour. Heart pounding, palms slick with sweat, and one hand gripping the gun at her back, she stepped through the opening and found Gray standing on the far side of the main room, by the door, looking out the view panel. So I'm not wrong. Not in the least. He'd gone from foaming at the mouth over tin suit to performing the complex series of actions needed to release the steel panel and slide it sideways. Not only that, he appeared to understand what he was seeing. Damn, she muttered. Talk about going from 0 to 60. Gray's head snapped around, eyebrows lifting in obvious surprise. What? Almost giddy with relief, she released her grip on the gun and offered him a lopsided smile. 1 minute you're salivating over soup, the next you've figured out the door? It's quite the feat. His jaw worked, corner flexing. The smile fell from her mouth. Yeah, guess that isn't so awesome for you. But it's still an improvement. He gripped the handle, knuckles whitening. She let out a breath. That was the difference between humans and dogs. Dogs could only ever understand so much. Oh, they understood a lot. A hell of a lot. But she'd never looked a dog in the eye and found fear of itself shining back at her. Not like she was right now with Gray. He's terrified of himself. The sheer anguish twisting his features made her heart ache. Yes, he'd terrified her in that kitchen, but she couldn't imagine being in his shoes. Waking up to discover she was the monster in the movie. Schroddie bumped the back of her arm with his nose. Guess he'd decided that's all the time she got. Good thing it was enough. Not only was Gray aware of his current state, it was eating him alive. She wouldn't solve that with a gun. At least, not the way she wanted it solved. A series of shots was how you dealt with an out-of-control zombie, not a man wrestling with being a zombie, or whatever the heck Gray was. Without looking, she reached out a hand and let Schroddie lick her fingertips. Good boy, she whispered. You stay. He nudged her palm and whimpered. Stay, Schroddie. I'll be fine. Probably. Giving a firm gesture, hand flat, fingers splayed to reinforce the command, she hoped the Great Dane would give her a few minutes before joining the mix. Dogs were excellent for therapy, especially dogs as sweet as Schroddie, but she didn't think Gray was quite ready for that. Easy, Gray. I just want to talk. She approached the door. Those broken eyes widened, and he yanked on the handle. She stopped in her tracks. Abandoning the handle, he spun around and faced the panel on the wall beside the door, where the release button sat in its painfully obvious red glory. He shot her a look. He's going to open the door. Don't! She lunged forward, arms outstretched as if she could somehow stop him from hitting that button. His whole body jerked, coiling like a cat about to leap into a tree. Her training kicked in, and she stopped beside the pullout. Please, wait. We don't know what's out there. His face clearly said, but we know what's in here. Well, shit. He wasn't exactly wrong, and she didn't have a good argument. Just wait? Yikes, that weak-sauced nonsense was not going to cut it with self-aware Gray. She parked her fist on her hips, studying the razor-edged understanding on his face. He'd gone straight from a barely communicative canine level of visible intellect to a keen-eyed awareness she associated with her dad's top operatives, completely skipping regular, emotionally constipated dude bro. Wow. Talk about taking a cognitive leap in the past 24 hours. Or was that a cognitive hurdle? Lunar landing? Whatever. He appeared to have a complete understanding of his situation, and since she got ridiculously tongue-tied around the few keen-eyed operatives she'd encountered, she had exactly zero experience to lean on. Dogs she could handle. Men, not so much. He put his hand over the release button. Forget leaving it alone. A smart person would let him leave the damn bunker and be glad it hadn't come to blows. It's my fault. His brows winged up, and he shook his head. It is. Careful to keep her tone level, movement steady, she took a step toward him. I know better. And in painful retrospect, she did. She'd taken the equivalent of a starving, reactive dog right into a kitchen with her, stuck a tin of food under its nose, and expected it not to bite. Hell, it was a miracle he hadn't actually bitten her. When she'd been training as a behaviorist, she'd taken her fair share of bites, courtesy of everything from a Chihuahua to a German Shepherd. The vast majority of dogs gave a lot of warning before a bite, but those recovering from abuse or neglect weren't always as adept. Given she'd been told to plan for it, had been trained to deal with it, to ease those animals out of their protective habits with a gentle heart and firm touch, she'd earned those bites. Because she'd forgotten the creature gazing adoringly at her had instincts it didn't know how to turn off. A shiver snuck through her as she remembered the rush of air over her skin when he'd lunged. She rubbed her arms. So fucking fast. A second longer, and he could have gotten her. She frowned. No, scratch that. He should have gotten her. She'd been far too close and had the kitchen counter at her back. She'd seen his speed when he'd faced the ferals. If he'd wanted to bite her, he could have. But Gray's teeth hadn't actually connected. Holy shit, she gaped at him. You weren't going to bite me at all. That snap was a warning. He snorted, pointed at her face. Yeah, she touched the bruise on her cheek. That. His mouth opened. She held her breath, waiting to see if his lunar landing included a brand new vocabulary. Nothing emerged but an airy, warbling cry. His jaw snapped shut. Giving a low growl, his fist connected with the wall. Easy. Hands in front of her, she took another step toward him. Take it easy on yourself and the wall. His gaze snapped to her, eyes narrowing. She gulped, heart giving a shudder. Apparently having decided he'd waited long enough, Schroddie pressed into her side, tilted big, worried brown eyes upward. I know, buddy. She ran her fingers through the soft folds of his scruff, drawing comfort from his steady presence at her side. Schroddie wasn't growling at Gray, wasn't barking. It confirmed what she already knew. That anger on her not-quite-a-zombie's face wasn't at her or her dog. It was fully aimed at himself. You're still healing from whatever happened to you, she said, risking another step as his face twisted with self-loathing. Now a mere few feet separated them. If she reached out, she could brush his arms with her fingertips. You are. Do you know how far you've come in 4 days? 4 freaking days! And you've gone from being my blank-faced stalker to someone I can talk to. She sucked in a breath and touched her cheek. As for this, she didn't want to get into some twisted excuse spiral, but neither would she blame an animal for a behavior she could have avoided. This is from the countertop. Turns out I do not dodge gracefully. With a grunt, Gray inched away from her, back flat against the door. One hand remained steadily over the release button. Fuck. How the hell was she supposed to convince a zombie it was safer for him to stay inside the bunker? And why do I want him to? Schrodinger left her to sidle up to Gray. Leaning his full doggy weight against the man's leg, Schrodie's tail thumped happily against the steel door, causing a dull, rhythmic gong. Gray shot her a look. Even with those shattered irises, the message was clear. You're a fool for wanting me to stay."
"I know."
Jane let out a shaky breath. "It's crazy, except I don't want you to leave, and I don't know why." Throat tight, she crossed to the viewing panel and stared out into her parents' backyard. A space she'd known her whole life, now covered in snow and the twisted bodies of the ferals that had chased her up the mountain. The combination of familiar and obscene fought her eyes, as if the world outside were a seeing-eye puzzle that needed a half-formed gaze to make sense of it. Only there wasn't any sense. Just a surreal wasteland overlaying a regular backyard, where bodies lay beside the pool and crumpled over brightly colored lawn chairs. So many bodies. She braced herself against the door, palms flat on the cool steel, as if it could somehow protect her from the wash of fear clawing at her insides. What place did a body like that have next to her mother's cheerful clay planters? None, that's what. But there they were, and here I am. Tearing her gaze away from view, she regarded Gray. It's a mess outside. There's a fucking battalion of those things outside my parents' house, and we don't know if they're dead or hibernating or whatever it is those freaking ferals do. And her voice fractured, and she sucked in a gulp of air. Gray turned away. She put a hand on his arm and waited until he faced her, until she could hold his gaze. "They'd have killed me," she said softly. "Schroddie and I would be dead if it hadn't been for you." His mouth worked. He tugged his arm away, gestured at himself with a furious sweep of his free hand. "What about me?" the motion screamed. "Won't I kill you?" Maybe. It seemed like a terrible answer. Still, that's what she had, and it had gotten her through so far. She held her ground, close enough to feel the faint heat of his body and cling to the hope that came with it. "I don't know what comes next," she whispered, forcing the words through a chest that felt like a giant vice had clamped around her ribcage. "On a good day, I understand dogs and maybe the odd cat. Not men. I'm sure as shit not trained for sorta zombies or delivering post-chemical warfare therapy." He slanted a glance at her. She lifted her shoulders and his brows pulled together. "I don't know what comes next," she repeated. "But what I do know is Schroddie and I wouldn't be here without you, and you wouldn't be here without us. I nearly died so many times, nearly gave up." She sucked in through her teeth and forced herself to voice the unvarnished truth. "Yes, what's happened to you is scary. I don't understand it, and it scares me, and I can see it scares you. That fear is probably fucking smart on both our parts. But do you know what scares me more?" His whole body had become a statue, frozen with one palm an inch away from the release, but his eyes watched her. "Having to face whatever's next without you." Those broken blue eyes widened. He reached for her, yanking his hand back just before he touched her arm and pointing instead at the view panel. The ferals. Right. He gestured again at himself. "Yeah, I wouldn't want to become one of those either." She swallowed hard. Apparently it was time to put all her cards on the table. And how strange that felt, going from having a zombie who followed her around like a faithful, if slightly unhinged hound, to having a fully aware man silently weighing her choices. Well, if he could weigh them, then he could understand them. Maybe better than me. She believed with every fiber of her being that Gray had been in the military, that he'd seen combat. Which was excellent, because until 4 days ago, she sure as shit hadn't. She pulled the handgun from its spot in her waistband and showed it to him, muzzle pointed at the far corner and safety on. No way the only daughter of General Finch was allowed to fail at gun safety. She slid out the clip, let him look at the row of bullets neatly stacked inside. "I know how to use this," she told him, slamming the clip back into place. "And I swear to God, or the goddess, or simply by my dog, I will put you down if you start becoming one of those things." He let out a breath. "If you hurt me again," she said, "I won't hesitate." Slowly, as if it hurt, he tapped 2 fingers to his right pectoral. Her lips quirked into a rueful smile and she nodded. "Cross my heart, and hope neither of us die. 7. Jane stared up at the zombie. Correction, man, standing before her. Though standing seemed too weak a word for their current position, clustered together beside the release button, the line of his shoulders filling the space above her nose. The heat of his body, less than that of a normal person, but still all too noticeable, surrounded her. How the hell could something the temperature of forgotten tea suck all the air out of the room? She called bullshit on that entire situation. Get it together, Jane. Squaring her shoulders, she lifted her chin and met his gaze. Steely blue-gray irises, crackled through with charcoal veins, returned her regard. Those steady, unflinching eyes a reminder that the danger posed by Gray's more volatile instincts might have passed, but so too had the relative simplicity of their situation. She was officially locked in a bunker with a fully aware man. One who had to have some measure of military training, and who'd absolutely have a say in what happened next. Whatever that was. Fuck me, I am so not prepared for this. Yeah. She swallowed hard, forced her lips upward into what she prayed was a reassuring smile. Ready or not, the time had come to shift their relationship from trainer and wounded animal to person who trains dogs and recovering military operative. She stuck out her hand. Hi, I'm Jane. He reached for her, then froze. His eyebrow flicked upward. Don't worry, I won't call you Tarzan, she said with a smile. Unless that's a life goal of yours? An amused huff escaped him. Lips twitching upward, he gave a single shake of his head, a clear statement of no Tarzan dreams for this zombie. Then his larger hand enveloped hers and gave a shake firm enough to remind her of all that unnatural strength packed into his body. She cleared her throat. Do you know your name? Another head shake. His hand dropped, fingers beating a tattoo against his thigh. Okay, no problem. She kept her tone gentle and eased back a step, giving him room. Even though his expression remained placid, that finger tap revealed stress. It was crucial she did what she could to make sure he didn't feel crowded physically. We'll take it one step at a time. She kept her arms loose at her sides, did her best to project a confident calmness, exactly as she would with a reactive dog. Okay, step 1. Schrodinger wiggled between them, tipped his big black and white head back, and gave Gray a tongue-lolling grin. Tail wagging, he licked Gray's hand, and a tiny thrill of victory ran through her at the sight of her not a zombie, laying a hand on the dog's back and giving a tentative stroke. More progress. Which was awesome to see, even if it didn't offer any particular guidance. She couldn't exactly wiggle up against his side and invite pats. She gave her head a shake. Focus, Jane. Jeez. Where exactly was step 1 with Gray? He had no words and no personal memories. Not yet. Though he seemed to know what Tarzan was, so clearly some cultural memories existed, or were surfacing. Either way, he couldn't exactly write down a contact. That both limited her options and made her immediate future a little less complicated. No phone calls to coordinate, no desperate family to try and reassure. And no answers. Schroddie leaned into her, tail thumping against the wall. Well, when in doubt, start with the basics. That's what her father had always told her. She let out a breath. Do you mind if I keep calling you Gray? His lips quirked upward into a lopsided smile. He laid a hand over his pec, gave a Tarzan-worthy thump. She snorted. I take it that's a vote for Gray? He grinned, and her stomach did an unruly cartwheel. Stop it. Focus. She pressed a hand to her middle, cleared her throat. Do you remember anything about beep? Her gaze snapped to the television console in the main room. A green light flashed on the top of the black plastic rectangle. Shit, her father was calling. And she'd promised she'd answer with video. Balls, she hissed, staring at the box as if it were an escaped cobra. I'm so not prepared for this. A finger tapped her shoulder. Her head snapped around to find Gray regarding her, a quizzical expression on his face. Beep. He pointed at the console, curled his hand into a fist. "Oh, no, no threat. You don't need to punch it," she said, putting her hands on his arm and applying some gentle pressure, a silent request to stand down. "It's not a threat. It's my family. He grunted, gestured again at the console. I know. She lifted her hands, palms up, fingers spread. "Just stay here for a moment, okay?" Beep. His head tipped to the side. Wow, way to scold without saying a single word. "I know, I'm sorry. Please?" Cheeks burning, she sent him an apologetic grin that ended up as more of a grimace. "I'm not ashamed of you. It's just you're not what my parents are expecting. I need a chance to let them see I'm fine, figure out how to introduce you." Mouth scrunched to the side, Gray gave a slow nod. "Rrrr." Schroddie dropped his head, low enough his gummies nearly brushed the cement floor, and stared up at her with tragic brown eyes. Oof. Talk about guilt. If the world became a place where ads full of sad, lost zombies circulated on the internet, Sarah McLachlan would be singing a sad song while watching footage of the terrible humans that shunned them. Jane's mugshot was so getting featured. On the shame side. "I'm sorry," she called over her shoulder as she scurried over to the console and swiped her thumb to receive the call. Hands shaking, she turned on the screen and waited for the connection to load. Fuck. What am I going to say? "Mom, Dad, I made it to the bunker with my dog and my zombie." "Janie! Oh, baby girl, it's so good to see you." Her father and mother's faces filled the bunker's television, leaning so close to the camera that their foreheads loomed large and their chins dipped out of view. Their awkward video call posture was so normal, so completely Finch family, that it sucked the strength from Jane's knees. She dropped onto the couch, making the folded springs wheeze. "It's so good to see you too," she whispered. She hadn't realized how afraid she'd been of never seeing their faces again until they appeared on the screen. "Janie, I've been so worried." Her mother's eyes were puffy. She eased back from the camera, far enough for Jane to see the death grip on her father's hand. "I know you said you were fine, but I needed to see it." "I know." Jane's lip wobbled. She forced it steady. "Sorry about earlier. I was covered in dirt and just needed to clean up before worrying your parents, huh, Pud?" Her dad chuckled. "I'd prefer to worry about dirt," her mother grumbled. "Of course you would." Jane covered her face and laughed. "But it really was a lot of dirt." "Seriously though, Pud, you're okay? No symptoms?"
"Bill," her mother hissed. "We are having a nice visit before you start."
"I'm sure." Jane lowered her hands and aimed the most reassuring smile she possibly could at the screen. "And I'm checking, trust me. I'm betting I'd also notice a change in Schroddie's behavior. Not that infection had stopped her dog from buddying up to Gray. Gray. Who I still don't know how to talk about." She gripped her knees and mentally flailed for something, anything to talk about while she figured out how to introduce the undead elephant in the room. "Dad, tell me about mission control. What's happening at the base? What do we know about the attack?" Her dad let out a breath. "That's a lot of ground, Pud." "I know," she said with a sigh, "but I need to buy some time. I need to figure out what to do before—" Her head jerked up. "The rescue team!" She whipped around, staring at the door. "Pulling people out of town is slow going," her father said. "You're safe in that bunker. The priority has to be people who aren't." Breath rushed out of her. Thank goodness. "Janie?" Her mother sounded baffled, which was fair. "Don't you want to get out of there?" Returning her gaze to the screen, she gave a rueful smile. "I do want to get out, but also—" "She's safe in there, Mary." Her father wrapped an arm around her mother. "I know, Bill," her mother grumbled, "but she's not here." "I know." He kissed her forehead. Shit. When had her parents become a glowing example of a supporting, loving relationship? And how is it she'd managed to avoid recognizing that for her entire 27 years of life? "Mom, Dad, I want to join you, but it's not easy living on a mobile emergency base," her dad said. "Let me tell you what I can about the situation, Pud." "Okay," Jane whispered. Then I really have to tell you about my situation. Her gaze flickered over to where Gray stood by the door, one hand resting on Schroddie's back. Both of them were staring at her. Fuckers. We're in an evolving situation. There's still too much we don't know about the attack. Attack? Her attention snapped back to her dad as he started talking. Yes, attack. This was no accident. You understand what I'm telling you is sensitive, he said, giving her a long look beneath his eyebrows. But you're in the zone, and as a consulting admiral, I've been given leave to offer information on a need to know. Standard rules, Pud. Her lips quirked. She laid a hand over her heart. No internet, no rumors, all respect. Good. He nodded. We know there were targeted locations around town, all coffee shops, we think, and that somehow the chemical agent was released into cups at the same time. Whoa, it had been in the coffee? Well, if you were going to attack Vancouver, that sure would be a guaranteed way to affect a massive swath of the population. The agent is one we've never seen before, and it moved so fast we lost nearly 2/3 of our locally stationed leadership, hence why I was called up from retirement to advise, and why Mary and I were taken to the base. We've been working to shore up our research, and Jane tried to focus on the information. She wanted to know everything, she did, but she couldn't stop her father's words from becoming a blur of temporary field stations and desperate calls for additional troops. Couldn't pick out her mother's additions, hear the details of how Mary Finch was managing food supplies, but she couldn't hear, because all she could do was see. Her dad, the person who'd watched cartoons with her and given her the most ridiculous nickname imaginable. Suddenly, he wasn't just her goofy, overprotective father. He was a commanding officer. Admiral Douglas William Finch, who opted to go by his middle name and subsequent nickname, and Mary Finch. Two of the most regular humans on the planet, spearheading freaking World War Z. They hadn't wanted to leave the bunker before she'd reached it, but they had, because in her family, you did the right thing, even when it was hard. She glanced at Gray. He'd abandoned his unflinching stare, his eyes now darting between her and the screen. His brow was furrowed, as if he was struggling to make out the picture, or possibly the information being delivered. His understanding and awareness had skyrocketed, even if he clearly had a ways to go. Still, he had to represent hope, a chance for the infected, something her parents hadn't yet encountered. She couldn't leave them in the dark. Telling the powers that be about Gray was clearly the right thing to do. They needed to know if people who'd been infected could be helped, but it was also hard, terrifying, because she didn't know if she'd be signing Gray's death warrant. Would some overeager scientist insist on cutting him up and— Janie! Yes? Her gaze whipped back to the screen, where she couldn't escape the worry painted on her parents' faces. Shoot. They must have been trying to get her attention for a while. Sorry, she said. I have to tell you both something and— Oh my God, her mother gasped. You've been exposed. Mom, I'm fine. Jane flexed her hands, laid them on her thighs. I mean, yes, I have been exposed. Technically more than once, but I'm not showing any symptoms. I'm fine, really. She hated the fear that rippled across her mother's face, the way her skin visibly paled on the video chat. But she'd been taught from a young age to always lead with the truth in a crisis. More than once? Her mother's voice wavered. Jane wanted to curl inward at the fear in that inflection. How much worse was she about to make things for her mother when she told them about Gray? When she showed them? She cleared her throat. Yeah, Schroddie trotted over, licked the side of her head, and plunked his butt onto the couch, sitting beside her like a person. His brows flickered toward the screen, and he huffed into her hair. Good boy, Schrode. She wrapped an arm around his and leaned into the dog's comforting bulk. Face half buried in his short fur, she whispered, Thanks, buddy. That's a fine-looking boy you've got there, Janie. Her dad's mouth formed a hard line. But first things first. She let out a breath. Right, my exposures. Holding on to Schroddie, She quickly listed off the times she'd come into contact, starting with the university campus, even though she hadn't touched anything, because that incident now seemed like ground zero. Wading through the human kelp, being attacked by the ferals, all the times there'd been actual contact, and ending with the fight to enter the bunker. And that's where things get interesting. Her father's brows wing upwards, those long, curled gray wings reaching for his receding hairline. Interesting? Another puff of air escaped her. Yeah, interesting. She sent another look at Gray. Standing where she'd left him beside the door, he was almost as still as he'd been when they'd first met less than a week ago. A lifetime ago. Except this time, she could see the trust in his broken eyes. The effort to understand. Fuck, I hope I'm not consigning him to a shitty life as a lab rat. But what else could she do? Her father had taught her that every detail mattered in a crisis. It was why she'd been so careful to document everything she could about her and Schroddie's journey across town. Gray didn't fit anything else she'd seen, anything her dad had talked about, and he needed to know. Schroddie and I aren't alone in here, Dad. The words exploded out of her in a rush. We have— What? Her mother looked ready to leap through the screen and fight whoever had imposed on her baby. By choice, Mom, Jane said softly. My choice. Without him, Schroddie and I wouldn't have made it to the bunker. We probably wouldn't have made it out of downtown, and we definitely wouldn't have gotten through Park Royal. He saved our lives. She bit her lip, then added, so I had to save his. Rising from the couch, she went over to where he stood and took his arm, gave it a squeeze, more for her comfort than his, and drew him over to the couch. Mom, Dad, she faced the camera. Meet Gray. Holding her breath, she braced herself. Her mother's mouth fell open, but no sound escaped. Well, I'll be damned. Instead of appearing full of fatherly rage over her choice to endanger herself, a rueful expression danced over her father's face. He rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. Actually chuckled. The bastard went and finished the job. What the fuck? Jane's jaw dropped. What the— Bill! Her mother slapped a hand into his chest. Explain! Her father shrugged, pointed at the screen. I hired that poor bastard to retrieve our daughter from campus and get her home. You— Mouth hanging open, Jane stared at Gray. You were sent to protect me? His head tipped to the side, gaze searching the screen as if he couldn't quite piece together the images or the sounds coming from it, but somehow she knew both were familiar to him. And judging by the rapid tapping of his fingers against his leg, his inability to place it frustrated the hell out of him. Couldn't have spoken to him more than 10 minutes before all hell broke loose. Figured the— Dad, stop. She lifted a hand. Bud? She glanced again at Gray's fingers, then at the screen. She desperately wanted to know Gray's name, who he was, but her training insisted otherwise. He doesn't remember everything, yet. I think it matters that he's able to recall personal details in his own time, okay? Her dad regarded her for a long moment. Okay, Bud. You're the expert. She blinked at him. I am? Of course you are, Janie. Her mother sounded almost impatient. None of the researchers on the base have had any success connecting with the infected they're studying. No scientist or official researcher has gotten anywhere close to what you have, baby girl. Dogs, her father chuckled. My Pud, saving the world with dog training. Maybe she should have asked if her parents were showing symptoms? But you don't like my profession. You think I'm wasting my life working with dogs and not— I was wrong, Janie, her dad said quietly. Baby girl, this is huge! Her mother gripped her necklace, a golden St. Christopher's medallion that had come from Jane's grandmother. It is! They've been trying so hard to reach the fallen. And here our girl is, figuring it out in our bunker. Her dad shook his head. Huh. Jane glanced at Gray. He gave a tiny shrug as if to say, I'm as baffled as you are. You sit tight, Janie. We're gonna have to move up your retrieval. Get you and Gray to the base ASAP.
As she gaped at the screen, her dad pulled out a phone, slid on a pair of reading glasses. He glanced at the camera over the wired frames.
I'm not in charge here, Janie. I've been called up in an advisory capacity to fill the gaps, not take charge. The command structure is complicated. I can't go into more detail. Just know this will take time.
Oh. She swallowed hard. Okay. If her dad wasn't in charge, if his advisory role was a source of friction, which it sure as shit sounded like, then she couldn't take any chances with whoever was making things harder. Hell, she wouldn't take any chances. She squared her shoulders and stared hard at the camera. If you're not calling the shots, then you can give whoever is my terms. Either they guarantee the safety of both Gray and Schroddie, or I'm not opening that door. Gray was going to save the world, and Jane was going to help, apparently. Please pay attention, Ms. Finch. The base's lead researcher peered at her across the screen, his thin lips pinched at the corners. It's crucial that we prepare for your retrieval tomorrow. She resisted the urge to stick her tongue out at him, barely. The narrow-faced man might have been dedicated to the task at hand, but he also had the emotional spectrum of astringent. A vinegar and sage solution made an excellent cleanser for dogs with mild abrasions or skin conditions. Less so when it came to unpacking the mental state of an infected former soldier turned contractor. Information she hadn't been able to prevent being shared, as said researcher decided it was vital she understand the full scope of the situation. As if she wasn't already intimately aware of the situation. Here, let me use my mildly acidic properties to exfoliate your memories and secure cooperation. She snorted. Ms. Finch. She inwardly flailed for patience. From her spot beside Gray on the couch, she could practically feel the tension rising in his body. It had taken her father just over an hour to get back to her, and 5 minutes into that conversation, the vaunted vinegar specialist had shoved himself on screen and demanded her cooperation, demanded evidence of her control over the subject. Gray's tension had been palpably gradually increasing ever since. She didn't blame him. The doctor's tone introduced a whole new low to the world of bad bedside manners. He'd barged in front of her father, and even now she could catch glimpses of her father in the background, face a mix of apology and fury. Gray was picking up on all of this. The last thing they needed was for her to add her temper to the mix. More importantly, she needed to shut this down before he snapped. I know it's important, Doctor, she said, careful to keep her tone even and soothing. It's also important you understand that Gray isn't some performing monkey. He's a person, one who is recovering from trauma. Yes. Dr. Coe waved a hand. Now tell him to fetch you a mug. Beside her, Gray twitched. His fingers balled into a fist, and she lightly touched his arm. Easy. Time is of the essence, Ms. From her other side, Schroddie unleashed a low growl at the screen. No doubt about it, Schroddie was picking up on Gray's tension and was entirely clear about the cause. That would be our 5-minute warning, Doctor, she said calmly. It should probably have been a 5-second warning. But for all his shitty qualities, he wasn't wrong. Time was of the essence. Fingers tightened around hers, flexed. She blinked, surprised to discover that her hand had somehow found its way into Gray's. Out of sight of the camera, their linked fingers offered a welcome sense of solidarity. She squeezed back, grateful her not a zombie was a hell of a lot more tolerant than she'd have been in his position. Ms. Finch, I know this is critical. She cut him off before he could begin another lecture on subject transportation, otherwise known as a list of things Jane was opposed to in every possible way. Just as you know that my methods have offered the only recorded success in reaching victims. She waited until the doctor gave a grudging nod. Your approaches haven't worked.
We don't know what will work. All we can do is our best, building on what we have so far.
Which leaves us precisely where, Ms. Finch?
Fuck if I know. She gripped Gray's hand and struggled to put her thoughts together. In an hour, she'd gone from fearing Gray would be shot on sight to ensuring he reached the temporary base as quickly as possible. I'm working on it, she ground out, trying not to glare at the doctor. She'd promised her father, and Dr. Walking Facial Cleanser, that she'd do what she could to prep Gray for transport by helicopter. A fair request. Necessary, even, given how their recent meal had involved a barricaded door and a soup can pushed forward on a stick. As mentally steady as he'd become, his instincts were still all over the place. What she didn't have was the solution to managing that. The doctor's tasks might be a no-fly zone, but what could she offer in return? A key rule of her craft was understanding how greatly environment affected behavior. Chill in a stable, static bunker Gray equated with safety? No problem. Remaining calm and coherent in a flying metal tube packed full of military types with guns? Tricky. We know he trusts Schroddie and myself. We know he reacts swiftly to any perceived threat to us. And we know his food reactivity remains an issue. She sucked in a breath, kept going before the doctor could get a word in. So, no open food, no operatives with open wounds or aggressive demeanors. A female team might be ideal if that's an option. The doctor gave her a long, assessing glance.
It would be better if we could train him to respond appropriately.
I bet it would. She couldn't keep the sarcasm from her voice. You just deliver that training helicopter and I'll get back to you in 1 to 6 months, assuming Gray's timeline exceeds that of the best-seeing eye dogs, which is unlikely, as people recovering from trauma don't have set emotional schedules. The pinches at the corners of the doctor's mouth deepened.
I see.
I hope so. Schroddie echoed her warning with a low rumble.
I assume our operatives should also be comfortable with dogs? The doctor asked.
Or is that— Of course that's a damn requirement, her father snapped from out of view. Your 5 minutes are up. Doctor, Jane eyed Coe through the screen, wishing she could see all of him instead of just his head and the top of his shoulders. Only then could she know if this attitude was him trying to be brave or if he was simply an asshole. If Gray truly offers us some cure, some means to bring people back, then you'll damned well treat him with dignity. Slipping her hand from Gray's, she rose from the couch and reached for the controls. Until tomorrow. As the screen went dark, she let out a breath. Now all she had to do was kill another 24 hours in the bunker and somehow prep Gray for the stress of helicopter travel. Okay, I can do this. At least this time she knew where to start. Bring the stress down. Way down. Let's take a break, she said softly. No practice, no training. Just you, me, Schroddie, and whatever terrible movies my dad stocked. Still sitting stiff as a board on the couch, Gray inclined his head in agreement. All right then, she rejoined him, flicked the screen over to the TV setting, and scrolled for movies. Help me choose. Chill out with a movie and forget the apocalypse for a few? They could do that. The next day, at precisely 1700, known to regular people as 5 p.m., Jane stood by the bunker door. Her bag was packed, and she was ready to brave the extraction team. Only, no one had arrived. She frowned through the viewing panel, searching the slice of yard beyond for any sign of their rescuers. But there was nothing. Just sunshine and an incomprehensible smattering of fresh flowers poking through the ground. Fuck. It looked so warm and pleasant a spring day that she could practically hear the birds chirping. Where are they? She murmured. Something tapped her shoulder, and she glanced back to find Gray looming behind her. His eyebrow lifted in question. Yeah, I know, she said. I'm worried too. Running late isn't exactly the military's M.O. He tapped her arm, gestured at the console. Good point. She let out a breath. For all they'd managed to communicate, she still found herself underestimating his level of comprehension. Okay, you keep watch for our rescuers. I'm going to call my dad. She punched in the code she'd been given, and the beep-boop-beep of the video chat trying to connect filled the narrow room. The line crackled to life and her father's face appeared, brows drawn together in a severe V. Janie, what are you doing? Is something wrong? You should be boarding a helicopter right now. The rescue team hasn't turned up, Dad. What do you mean? He let out a frustrated huff. As if I don't have enough to deal with right now, with the damned Americans. That team knows your extraction is a priority. They were scheduled to have arrived there 3 minutes ago. Hold on, I'm calling their commander and a cracking thud, like a door slamming open, sounded. Oh my God! Her mother's cry echoed from somewhere off-screen. What is the meaning of this? A pair of officers clad in military fatigues, faces hidden by short-brimmed caps, appeared in view. Admiral Finch, Mrs. Finch, we have to leave, now. They took hold of her father, pulled him away from the screen. Now, sir, there's been a breach in lab containment. Breach? Her heart dropped to her knees. Dad! Mom! Jane cried, grabbing onto the screen with both hands as if she could somehow yank her parents to safety through it. Let them go! What's going on? What breach? That's my baby! Her mother's voice disappeared. Janie! Her dad ducked out of the officer's grip and lunged for the screen, mirroring her grip. We've got to go, Janie, and so do you. Her body started shaking. Dad? What? Get out of Vancouver, Janie. He shook off the officer trying to pull him away. The Americans are threatening to nuke the whole damned city. Your gray was our ticket to stopping that bullshit. Holy shit. A nuke? No, they wouldn't, sir. We have to go. The officer got a hold of her father's arm, yanked him away from the screen. Now. Wait. Her dad brought his elbow back, striking the officer grappling with him in the stomach. Janie, the Americans are in turmoil. They got hit too. Our top brass can hold them off for another day, maybe 2. But if that team doesn't get you out, doesn't get Gray to this base, and they make good on their threats, then any cure he has to offer might not. The line went dead. Mom? She whispered. Dad? Breach. Bombs. Get out. The room spun. Then somehow her hands were clasped over her mouth, her body slumped on the ground. Short, shallow breaths racked her body. A soft huff ruffled her hair, and she latched onto Schroddie's steady form like someone drowning would a life preserver. She had to keep it together, but she couldn't hold back the fear and grief. Lab subjects had escaped, and the Americans were threatening to nuke her city. It should have been a joke, but it was all too real. Was that the last time she'd see her parents? Oh my God. Tears burned her eyes. Mom! Arms wrapping around the dog's middle, she buried her face in his side and sobbed her heart out. She stayed that way until the cement bit into her legs. A hand gripped her shoulder, gave it a firm squeeze. Slowly, body jerking with tear-induced hiccups, she peeled herself off her dog's side and looked up at Gray. He pointed at the door. She sniffled, noticed with an odd sort of detachment that the light outside, visible through the narrow viewing pane, had faded into dusk. The rescue team didn't come, she said flatly. Did they? He gave a single shake of his head, then pointed again at the door. She gulped in air, gave a jerky nod. Yes. If the base couldn't come to her and Gray, then they'd simply have to go to the base. She met his gaze. It's time for us to go.
8. Gray. He faced a serious tactical disadvantage. Pacing in front of the door, he flexed his hands, studied the strange new patterns tracing along the skin, rippling from his knuckles and painting his veins in charcoal hues. How the fuck could he know those markings were new and not know his own name? Yet he did. And that wasn't even the problem. Not knowing his name, a challenge to be sure, wasn't the most alarming element. Nope. That prize belonged to the harsh recognition painted on the face speaking to his target, to Jane. That knowing sent a chill through his altered body. Because he had no memory of that face on the screen. And he should, damn it. Especially if that gray-haired man spoke truth and had been the one who'd assigned him to watch over Jane. How much more could he have done to protect her if he'd been able to remember? Worse, how much better would he be able to keep her safe from what was to come? A frustrated puff of air escaped his lips. He'd understood most of her exchange with the screen, but not all of it. They had to leave base camp because a threat was coming. More, the forces needed his help. All good points, and hardly the full picture. Fuck's sake. You couldn't run an operation in enemy territory with flawed intel. His teeth clenched. Come on, brain. Get it together. He needed to figure out what else he was missing before... Gray? Jane's voice had him stopping mid-pace. You okay? Waving a hand to indicate, yeah, I'm good, he glanced at her, clocked the frazzled wisps of blonde hair in front of her eyes and the furrow between her brows. Damn. He might not know his name, but he sure as shit knew that expression. While he'd been worrying, she'd been plotting. No real surprise there. The woman had the dedication of a 4-star general. Give her a problem, and she wouldn't rest until she'd figured a path through it. He respected the hell out of her for it, and needed to keep an eye on her. His gaze dropped to her feet. Found a bag propped there, surrounded by a pile of tins, folded fabric, and other items. He lifted an eyebrow. And what's this? Right, that. Her lips flicked upward. I'm packing. Logical. They did need to break camp. We, have to go. My parents... Her voice broke, and she shoved a handful of things into the pack. We have to go now. He frowned at her. Yes, they had to leave, but this moment... He turned to look through the narrow viewing pane in the metal door, considered the fading light beyond. It wasn't night, but the sun had passed its zenith, and instinct told him never to begin an op into unknown enemy territory without the full day's light ahead. How to explain that to Jane? He rubbed the back of his neck and tried to think of a way to signal that to Jane. Maybe he should motion for her to stop packing. He looked at her, frowned. Were her eyes wet? He leaned in closer to confirm. Yes, they were wet, which meant tears? Yep, that was the word. Tears. Wait, did that mean Jane was crying? Fuck. Inching back a step, he stared at her in horror. He glanced at the black and white beast and held out his hands in a clear request for support, but the fickle thing just dropped its head off the couch. Pointing sternly at the monster, he gestured again to Jane. Arrgh. The beast warbled sadly, brows angling upward. Well, if that thing didn't know what to do with crying, Gray sure didn't stand a chance. Sorry, she sniffled loudly, scrubbed at her face with the back of her hand. It's okay, Schroddie. Her blue eyes met Gray's. Packing stresses him out, and this is making it worse. Ignore me. Never. Creeping closer, he tentatively touched her shoulder. She sniffled again. Thanks, Gray. I'm just so worried about my parents. That video. Her voice broke. Oh, God, that video. Family. Ah, the screen people who knew him. Right. The ending of that message had been full of enemy noises. They might have fallen into enemy hands, and other enemies might take that moment to strike. The word bomb bounced around in his head. Images of searing orange heat and ruined homes flashed behind his eyes. No wonder she was worried. He pressed a hand to his heart and held her gaze. He'd make sure their mission proved successful. I know, she said softly. Thanks. She seemed to welcome his proximity, which filled his chest with warmth. Deciding she needed something else to focus on, he hunkered down beside her, balancing on the balls of his feet, and touched the watch on her wrist. "How long will it take?" she asked. He held his hands together, then stretched them out as far apart as his arms could reach. "Oh!" A soft puff of air escaped her. "How far?" He nodded. When preparing for an op, it was crucial to know all information possible before leaving the relative safety of base. She bit her lip, eyes lifting to the ceiling in contemplation. "We're going to Squamish. The drive takes about 45 minutes, but that's on a highway, and, I don't always drive the speed limit." Her lips kicked into a sideways smile, even as she wiped away a tear. "I don't know what that means for distance. I always think about it in time. I guess that would make it maybe 50, 60 kilometers?" A relieved breath rushed between his lips. He understood those terms, minutes and kilometers and even speed limits, which made knowing this Squamish irrelevant. An hour's drive on a friendly highway could take days, even weeks, when that territory became a war zone. And he'd no doubt that what they'd be walking into was a war zone of some description. If they were lucky, it would only be wreckage that slowed them down. Considering he was now an altered monster with half memories, he wasn't inclined to bank on luck. He tipped his head toward the door, pictured the world beyond. They'd need enough supplies to see them through the worst-case scenario, and ideally some form of transportation. And daylight. Maybe an altered monster shouldn't be so worried about traveling in full light, but he was. A soundless warning rang in his ears about leaving unprepared, and he saw no reason to question that instinct. His body demanded morning? Then morning was when they'd leave. Now, to explain this to Jane. He reached out and gently tapped the back of her hand. Then he pointed at the door. "Are you planning?" she asked. "Wow, I hadn't..." He sighed. Yes, it's a surprise." His memories of their journey to the bunker were fractured slivers of strange faces and a distant Jane on a swirling road. Clearly he'd been less than present, often less than useful. How could he have helped her from so fucking far away? Altered or not, that rookie-level shit was just embarrassing. But that time of being a mindless deadweight had come to an end. "I didn't mean..." Her fingertips brushed his arm. "Sorry. It's great, really. I'm just getting used to it, is all." "Me too." Repeating his earlier action, he pressed his forefinger to her wrist, then pointed decisively at the door. Hoping she understood that point referenced that door, he returned to her wrist, marking a circle across her fingers before reaching his starting point. Rocking back on his heels, he waited to see if she'd understood. Her brows pulled together and she slowly retraced his path on her skin. "You want to go out and then come back?" He nodded and patted the bag beside her. "Because we need to get supplies." He grinned in confirmation. Lifting one finger, he pointed at the bag. Then he added a second finger and pointed at her and him. "One bag, 2 people. Duh." She nudged his arm, tipped her head toward the beast on the couch. 3. We have to count Schroddie." "Of course." Though that giant crybaby was still recovering from an injury, it couldn't be trusted to carry a heavy load. Besides, they needed more than supplies for all 3 of them, though supplies were certainly crucial. If that threat of a bombing was correct, speed was also a factor. They'd need to get out of the immediate area as quickly as possible. Speed required transportation. Transportation meant a vehicle. Ha! Suck it, mind-altering bullshit. Catching Jane's attention with a quick wave of his hand, he mimed holding a steering wheel. "A car?" Her nose wrinkled, mouth pulling into a sideways button. "Huh, yeah, that would be easier. But it depends on the roads, right? Things were a total mess in downtown." "Yes, but they'd left Ground Zero behind. If they got a versatile enough vehicle, they could maneuver around blockages or through enemies. He held 2 fingers before her eyes and pointed them toward the door. They wouldn't know whether transportation would work until they looked. Might as well do that now. Right. She blew out her breath. You're right. I want to get going, but we need to be smart. My 3-hour trip from campus to here took 3 freaking days. We can't help anyone if we know. Her voice crackled with emotion, and he gripped her shoulder, squeezed as firmly as he dared. It will be okay. She laid her hand on his, sucked in a shaky gulp of air. Part of him wanted to stay that way, beside her on the floor, but that part needed to shut up. The mission came first, and daylight was fading. Getting to his feet, he helped her up and took them both over to the door. Motherfucker, she muttered, staring out the panel. That's a lot of dead bodies on my parents' lawn. She glanced over her shoulder at him. Think they're actually dead? He shrugged. Right. She puffed out her cheeks. That's why we're doing this. Exactly. He gave a thumbs up. With Jane on board, things moved quickly. In a matter of moments, he watched the door roll out of the way. Fresh air washed over him, heavy with the smells of spring flowers and decaying bodies. The metal piece in Jane's hand clicked into readiness. She stepped forward. Let's go. His arm shot out, blocking her passage from the bunker. Gray? He shook his head, sending her a stern glance. He motioned for her and the beast to stay in the doorway. He damned well checked the immediate area, ensure all the fallen enemies scattered around the space were truly dead, before he let her out into the open. If trouble arrived, she could shut that door. Fine. She huffed the word, jackass. Lips twitching at the insult, he eased out of the doorway and into the space beyond, the yard, careful to search the landscape for active threats. 7 bodies were in immediate view. He'd have to do a full circuit around the pond to confirm all of them. Body tense, ready to react at the first hint of opposition, he paced toward the first corpse, a few feet away on the bright green grass. Any hint of the frozen waste they'd experienced on the way inside had disappeared. The only reminder, the bodies that cold had hopefully left behind. Sheer awareness flooded through him. He paused halfway to the first body as sights and sounds sprang to life inside him, as if someone had cranked up the sound on his internal screen. What the fuck was happening? Red light flickered above him. His head jerked up, arms lifting to block a strike. Only none came, because he wasn't looking at enemy fire. He was looking at birds? Tiny blips of heat seemed to dance throughout the treetops surrounding the yard, the movements perfectly matching the sounds of birdsong. His eyes widened. Holy shit. Could he see the low-level hum of life? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to slowly scan the area, to focus on the flickers. Sure enough, more birds were behind them. Farther away, almost out of view, other, larger shapes shimmered through the trees. Okay. Weird. But helpful. He'd work with it. Closing the distance to the body, he caught himself searching for a hint of life-light, found nothing. But more than that, he was smelling for it? Listening for a hint of breath? Both, it seemed. His brow furrowed, and he bent closer to the body, more to test his own senses than out of concern he'd missed something. No shallow heartbeat, no scent of anything other than decay. The weird lifelights disappeared from his vision, but he'd seen enough. Confirmed dead. Continue to the next target. Movements sure and steady, he crept almost soundlessly to the next corpse, which was draped over a brightly colored seat. Also dead. The pair of bodies toppled beside the chair were the same. Good. The next corpse lay further away. If trouble came, he might not be able to reach the bunker before Jane would need to shut the door, assuming she saw reason and didn't rush into the open after him. Unlikely. He realized his head had lifted, nostrils flaring as he searched the air for incoming threats. Being altered was fucking strange shit. Still, he couldn't complain as his fickle brain built a hazy picture of the immediate area. It was like wearing goggles, only without the weight and limited field of vision. A bit confusing, yeah, but also useful as fuck, especially as he focused in on the scattering of low-level flickers remaining. One of those pulses emanated from the ground ahead. He circled the pond, approached the bodies. Dead, dead, dead now. He removed his heel from the last body's throat and moved into the covered area beside the building, ears tuned for the slightest hint of movement from inside or the street beyond. Something skittered along his awareness, but he couldn't put his finger on the source. Might be birds, might be something else. Not enough to stop the mission. Shoulders tense, he reluctantly motioned for Jane to join him. Better to keep her with him than risk her running into battle to help. At least if she was with him, he had some control over the situation. Across the short stretch of grass, face notably pale, she nodded once and the heavy door rolled shut behind her, and the black and white creature. He shook his head. Why the beast was joining them was beyond him. It should have been left behind to guard the base. But apparently being left would make it sad, and when he'd started to point out how ridiculous that concern was, the damn thing had aimed those tragic brown eyes at him. Arrgh! A cold nose jabbed his arm. Yeah, you won. He gave the beast a quick pat. Then he pointed to the street beyond, moving his finger to indicate they'd circle the house before going inside. Okay, Jane whispered. She and the beast kept close behind him as they made their way around the structure to study the street. No blockages within view, or at least none they couldn't avoid. So a vehicle should be... Awareness tugged. His arm shot out. She stumbled to a halt, midsection colliding with his hand. Keeping his fingers splayed across her middle, he might need to shove her out of the way. He searched for the source. His eyes narrowed at a dense clump of bushes a few structures down. The black and white beast behind him grumbled. A low rumble seemed to answer from the bushes. Leaves rustled, and a massive black form lumbered into view. A corpse's leg tight in its jaws, the body dragging along behind. Bright black eyes collided with Gray's. Understanding flickered. Predator. Food. No threat. That creature had already claimed its meal and gave no indication of wanting another. Honestly, the thing had done Gray a favor. There was one corpse he didn't need to check. He gave the beast a nod. The big black head bobbed, as if in reply, and it continued down the road, taking its dinner with it. So now you speak black bear, Jane muttered. Bully for you. He rolled his shoulders. It was probably a good thing he couldn't tell her how he'd simply known that beast, the bear, had seen him as an equal, had shown him respect from one predator to another. Especially since he couldn't explain how he knew that, or why it felt so impossibly right. Unwilling to show his discomfort, he led the way into the house. He had chosen to enter through the glass doors that faced the yard, as it gave him the best view of the interior and any threats that might emerge from behind. Conveniently, the doors had been left partly open, and no shards of glass littered the ground. Keeping in front of Jane and the beast, he searched for the source of his unease, found nothing concrete, just a soft scratch in the back of his mind, like mice had gotten into a distant attic. Who the fuck knew? Maybe there were mice in the home, happily eating away in the rafters, or maybe his new senses were freaking out. It's not like his altered state came with directions, or that he'd been able to read them, even if it had. Jaw tight, he kept his stands wide and his ears tuned. They made their way through the kitchen and into something Jane called a mud room, which had a selection of backpacks and outdoor gear. Perfect. If it came to it, they'd be well equipped to travel across country. Back in the kitchen, she loaded items into the packs.
"Oh, Mom," she whispered into a cabinet. "You remember the dog food?"
The soft shudder of her breaths announced her worries for her family, as did the rattle of objects when her hands shook. Unsure of what else to do, he kept watch.
"Okay, that's the essentials." She plunked the pack by the door. "Guess we'd better head to the gun safe."
He nodded and stepped into the hall ahead of her. They passed rows of pictures. So many pictures of the one who'd recognized him, smiling alongside Jane and the other woman from the screen.
Please be okay."
She stopped by a large image framed in gold, palm resting in the middle of the picture. Her other hand covered her mouth, muffling a tiny, pained cry.
"Oh, God, please."
He closed the gap between them, gently touched her shoulder.
"I know."
She sucked in a lungful of air.
"I know, but—"
A low growl emerged from the black and white beast. Gray's attention jerked toward the hallway, senses suddenly screaming in his ears. Thump, 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 thump. A heartbeat, movement, danger. Shoving Jane behind him, he pivoted toward a nearby doorway, just as a figure barreled out of a room. Wide, wild eyes met his. Teeth bared in challenge, it charged. He stepped directly into its path, bringing his arm up so that his bicep collided with the thing's throat. Letting momentum snap his arm close around the neck, he gripped tight and brought his shoulders up in a sharp motion. Snap. He dropped the limp figure to the ground, kicked it once in the side to be certain. Yup, dead. Good. Stupid thing. Bears had better manners. Holy motherfucking shitballs! He turned, finding Jane was still sitting on the floor, mouth hanging open as she stared at him. His head tilted in question. Had he done something wrong?
"I'd forgotten how fast you can kill things," she said, splaying her fingers in apology. "Not complaining, just... damn."
He rolled his shoulders. The black and white beast nudged her with its nose. She wrapped an arm around its side, then got to her feet. "Good boy, Schroddie. Good warning." The sad-faced beast might spend its days looking tragic, but it had indeed given Gray the warning he'd needed. He'd been all distracted by Jane, the beast had not. Guess he had to give the creature credit. He nodded at the black and white creature. Its tail swung behind it in a happy arc, snout splitting into a tongue-lolling grin. Excellent. They'd reached an accord. Nodding again, he returned his attention to the task at hand, keeping careful watch as they gathered clothing and weapons, and confirmed her family's vehicle remained parked and ready. First thing in the morning, they'd pile everything into that car and get as far as they could, as fast as they could. No other threats emerged, but he didn't relax his guard until the bunker door rolled shut behind him. Whew! Jane let out a long breath. He glanced at her, lifted a brow. She held his gaze, some indecipherable mix of worry and relief churring in those blue irises.
"As much as I want to leave now, I know you're right. That was a reminder that we're not out of the woods, and I can't just race us over to Squamish."
Her lips trembled, then steadied. One corner of her mouth lifted into a sliver of a smile.
"Which leaves me thinking we should cover all bases."
She handed him a smooth metal piece. A gun. He'd fought with those before he'd been altered, hadn't he? Taking it from her, he slid the object into his palm and waited for the thrill of recognition. Except none came. His fingers felt too long for the mechanisms, his hand too large. He scrunched his face at it. Had he really won combat with these tiny things? Guess we'll leave those for now. Jane took it from him, returned it to one of the packs. She bit her lip, eyes darting between him and anywhere else. Dinner and then rest? He nodded. Great, good, yeah. She didn't sound entirely certain. Just, keep cool over dinner, okay there, Speedy? He lifted 2 thumbs up, though he shared her doubts. With all his senses swirling into focus, food would be tricky. He was careful to keep his movements slow and controlled as all 3 of them ate their meals. Jane and the beast from the main room, Gray from the bathroom with his food pushed past the door on a stick. Fucking humiliating. Even the black and white beast could control itself when eating. Gray seriously needed to get a handle on feeding. While she and the beast curled up in the bed, he tried to get comfy on the couch. Rest whenever possible was a critical part of any operation, yet sleep proved fitful. He kept snapping away. Thoughts of what he'd felt outside whipped through around his insides, tightening his gut and heightening his senses. Would knowing his name make managing the strange sensations better or worse? He considered that for a moment. Worse, he decided. No point of reference meant no panicking over what had been lost. Right now, Jane's worries were twisting her up inside. Concern for her family and what had been lost, taking her attention away from the task at hand. She knew better than to rush into a war zone, yet she'd been prepared to do it. It was easier for him. Not knowing who he was, or what he'd left behind, kept things nice and simple. He might not have all the information, but neither did he have personal concerns distracting him from their mission. Besides, she'd given him a good name, Gray. It worked. He'd been altered, had become something different, a predator who understood other predators, something that saw flashes of life and sensed enemies before they were upon them. If he'd known who he'd been, that would have scared him. This way, he could use every drop of his newfound awareness to be a force that struck before it was seen, to see their mission through. Best of all, he'd be the shadow of fucking death to anything that even looked at Jane funny.
9. Get to Squamish, save the world. Avoid incineration. Jane gripped the steering wheel of her borrowed car and struggled to breathe. Houses and trees and scattered vehicles flashed by as she drove away from the bunker. Her insides twisted with every turn. Gratitude for the surprisingly passable roads, warring with fear over leaving that bunker faster than she'd expected, leaving the only safety she'd found in this new world for the open road. Again, only this time, she had much further to travel. Stepping out of that bunker had felt like ripping a giant Band-Aid off her body, well before the cut had healed. The air felt too fresh against her skin, the world too big, but she had to do it. Even if there are still ferals out here. As much as she tried to keep her eyes on the road, her gaze kept sliding into shadowed garages and beneath sweeping firs, searching for movement. Yet so far, all she'd found was spring. All traces of winter's last hurrah had vanished. She, Gray, and Schroddie had emerged into the cool air of pre-dawn. She'd expected to freeze, but the cold had no bite. Instead, she could feel the soft edge of warmth already rising with the sun as she procured their vehicle and loaded her 2 favorite creatures inside. Now all she had to do was reach her parents in time. She took the next corner as fast as she dared. The cherry blossom petals that should have been floating gently through the air whipped over the windshield like pink snow. She swallowed hard and glanced to the right, taking comfort in the man strapped into the passenger seat beside her, and the Great Dane sprawled across the leather back seats. Gray caught her eye and lifted an eyebrow in question. She forced a smile. Here we go, huh? He tipped his chin forward. Right, road, watching. She bit her lip and rounded the next corner, trying to strike that balance between impending nuke speed and caution for whatever lay around the next blind corner. They had to be getting close to the spot on Stevens Drive where Gray had dismantled the first rush of their pursuers, and the moment she'd known she'd have to bring him inside. The sign announcing the golf course gave way to the next stretch, and sure enough, a pile of suspicious-looking lumps lay dead ahead, the bodies of the ferals he'd taken down. She really hadn't needed that reminder. Thanks, universe, and she had no room to swerve. Already dead, already dead. She winced as the car bumped over them. Gah. Arrgh. Schroddie warbled from the back. Gray patted her knee. Geez, thanks, she muttered. So glad you're good with that. She didn't need to look at him to know he was wearing that half-smile he'd discovered, the one where he seemed to fully appreciate his situation and find the funny side of it. Bully for him. Her not-a-zombie had been oddly cheerful since relocating the badass commando lurking not far beneath the surface of his altered body. Going through her parents' house and finding that feral had freaked her out, but Gray had felt more settled since snapping that neck like a dry twig. He might not have found his words, but that no longer stood in the way of him giving orders. As for her, well, she couldn't complain about the badass, or even the orders. It was a relief to share some of the decision-making in this new world. But his steady certainty couldn't settle her insides. She punched the accelerator. The car swung onto Taylor Way with a squeal of tires against damp pavement, and she numbly registered the cherry blossom-lined boulevard as it flashed by in a blur. The peach-hued dawn light seemed to make the flowers glow. Hopefully that glow would stay pretty and not be transformed into a toxic death cloud. At least there aren't that many bodies. That was good, as was the speed. Speed was very good. After a second's hesitation, she aimed the car under the overpass and carefully didn't search the shadows for ferals. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the off-ramp, figuring the opposite direction would give her the clearest stretch of road. The vehicle rolled up the ramp, and she let out a tiny cheer. Free and clear. As long as she kept her gaze on the road and not searching the sky for an incoming nuke, they could make good time. Hold on, Mom and Dad. We're coming. Her dad had said the military had set up camp outside Squamish, so that's where she was going. The base had suffered something. A breach in containment, the soldiers had said, before whisking her parents away. Surely the base was prepared to handle that and she'd hear from her parents soon? Unless she didn't. What if she got there and found out they hadn't made it? A wet nose pressed against her elbow. Schroddie slid his head onto the armrest between the front seats like a backseat leviathan emerging from a cave for ear scratches. Good boy, she whispered, giving his head a rub. She let out a shuddering breath. Her dog wasn't wrong. Worrying about what she'd find at the base wouldn't do any good, but neither would sitting in a bunker with the one person who might have the key to solving their zombie epidemic. They were doing the right thing by leaving and making their way to Squamish. She had to get Gray to the base and let the scientists do their shit. Assuming they were still alive. Don't think that way. A hand patted her arm, followed by a brief squeeze. Thanks. She flashed Gray a quick smile, then steered around an abandoned bus and dodged a series of SUVs stacked together on the shoulder. She couldn't help but marvel at the handling, the way the vehicle sliced through the openings. Phew, she gave a short laugh. I gotta say, driving a borrowed Maserati down an abandoned highway sure has its perks. He squeezed her forearm again. Yeah, I know I'm talking to distract myself from gut-churning terror, but you can't talk and Schroddie's conversation is limited to ruse, so this is what I've got. Work with me, okay? Another squeeze, followed by a brief brush of fingertips across the back of her hand. Breath caught in her chest at the sensation, and she barely resisted the urge to lace her fingers through his. Schroddie licked her arm. Thanks, Kais, she whispered, sinking her fingers into her dog's scruff. Gray tapped her shoulder, motioned to the road ahead. "I'm watching," she grumbled. "I've barely taken my eyes off." He huffed and tapped the car's center console, where a less than detailed GPS map was displayed in shades of green and gray. The car might be sweet, but the owners clearly hadn't updated their maps. He traced the blocky shape of the road ahead, then gestured once again at the windshield. "Oh, right." Her cheeks burned. "Let's distract Jane by getting her to give a summary of what's ahead." Smart. His lips quirked to the side, and he tapped his temple. Yeah, clever zombie guy." She stuck her tongue out of the corner of her mouth at him. He sprawled back in the padded leather seat, his far arm propped in the open window, hand resting on the top of the roof. Sweet Christmas. The man had biceps for fucking days. "Focus on the road, Jane." Her stomach clenched, and she swerved around a pink smart car. In fairness to the basic parts of her brain, Gray's muscles were way more enjoyable to contemplate than nuclear bombs or destroyed military bases. She forced herself to take a breath. "So," she said, "we're heading to Squamish. Probably just outside. My dad didn't get a chance to tell me, but I'm guessing the base is before the town, where the margin between cliff and sea is narrow." She glanced at Gray. "Don't know if you remember anything about the sea to sky?" He shook his head. "No problem." She couldn't help but grin at the way he'd leaned part of the way out of the window, and Schroddie had followed suit, the big dog's head just below Gray's, both of them scenting the air outside. The wind tugged on her hair, and she took solace in proof of their speed. The sea to sky is one of the most deadly highways going, at least by North American standards. Every year, there are a bunch of fatal crashes because people who don't know dick about driving or mountain roads think they should take themselves to Whistler at speed. She huffed. That usually ends badly. The road runs from Horseshoe Bay all the way to Whistler, and it hugs the edge of the cliff for most of that journey. There are lots of natural barriers, places where it should have been easy to blockade. They should have been fine. Her voice faltered. Gray didn't shift out of the window, but a moment later, a warmish hand covered hers. Hell with it. She gripped his hand for all she was worth. "When we get there, you can meet my parents, and my best friend, Keely, and her adorable baby Maeve. You'll love them. Keely is the best, and Maeve is the cutest. Husband leaves a bit to be desired, but whatever." She sighed at the thought of Keely's dick of a spouse. Though she didn't have to be a fan of Chris to want him with her bestie, helping them all stay safe. They're in the town proper, so they should be behind the military line. Thank God. "We'll get there soon," she whispered. "Right?" Gray squeezed her hand, but it wasn't the confirmation she'd sought. They'd made huge strides, but they were hardly out of the woods yet. Not that she could complain. Given what they'd gone through to reach the bunker, the journey so far had been alarmingly smooth. She kept eyeing the skyline, waiting to catch the jet trail of a missile. In truth, she'd expected the highway would be too blocked for driving, just like they'd been throughout town, but it seemed the apocalypse hadn't hit the North Shore the same way. Sure, there were vehicles scattered everywhere, but she could thread the needle well enough to get through. And she sure as shit needed the speed. Not that the entire journey was easy. Whenever blockages forced her to slow their pace to a crawl, Gray and Schroddie would visibly tense. She'd try to keep her focus on the road, all the while catching flashes of movement from within the shadows of the cliffs and around the crunched shells of cars. Oh yeah, there were still ferals out there. Fuck. Just past Caulfield, she was forced to stop the Maserati. There was no way they'd make it around the toppled husk of a gasoline tanker and the crispy remains of cars surrounding it. Guess we're walking for a bit? Gray nodded. All too quickly, they'd exited the vehicle, shouldered their gear, and started picking their way through blackened vehicle bones, the steel frames reaching for the sky like the bones of a chicken carcass on a plate. The scent of week-old charred concrete and burned rubber permeated the area. "Bye, Maserati," she whispered at the golden vehicle. "You served us well." Feeling exposed, she kept close to Schroddie, her fingertips brushing his shoulder, and let Gray take the lead. So far they hadn't run into anything dangerous, but Gray stopped her with a hand in front. She froze, heart pounding. Schroddie rumbled. She gripped his collar, determined to keep him safe. Over the rush of blood in her ears, she caught the sound of distant cries, but nothing close, or nothing chose to get closer. Gray cocked his head, then signaled for them to keep moving. She thought about the way the bear had looked at him. Shrugged. As far as she was concerned, the advantages to Gray's company just kept climbing. If she had the scarier predator guarding her back, then so much the better. She'd rather those ferals think twice, or 3 times, whatever it took to keep from facing one of those gaping mouths again. Shuddering, she gripped her backpack straps and pushed on. As soon as they cleared the worst of the debris, she was able to swipe another car. This one, a green van with Star Wars stickers on the back window. Her insides twisted, and tried not to think of anything beyond the convenience of a vehicle sitting ready on the road with the keys still in the ignition. Not that the empty child seat in the back made it easy. She barely choked down a granola bar and a bottle of water when they stopped for a break in a bare patch of road. Still, every kilometer covered saw less destruction and more signs of escape. Whatever had happened, her dad's information was correct. It had hit downtown and Point Grey the worst. The spread must have been slowed by the bridges in the distance. Maybe even the elevation? Even though a pileup outside of Horseshoe Bay forced them to abandon the van and walk up the curving stretch of pavement that joined the upper levels highway with the winding bends of the sea to sky, hope of reaching Squamish sparked. They'd made it onto the sea to sky, and no bombs had lit the sky. That had to mean there was still time, that she could get to the base before it was too late. She pushed forward, trying to pick up the pace. It's not even noon. She glanced at Gray. We've made good time, huh? He lifted a shoulder. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming, she muttered. His lips quirked, and he swept his arm at the road ahead. Yeah, I know we've got a ways to go. Just as she knew she should keep her anticipation in check. Even with the gentle spring weather, it was a hell of a walk to Squamish. Her legs were already burning from the heavy pack, and she was dreading the climb into Lions Bay. But what if it's actually possible to reach the mobile base tonight? Schroddie bumped his head against her thigh. Thanks, bud. She rubbed his neck, but kept her gaze on Gray. It's nice to have some support. Gray rolled his eyes skyward. Geez, you're just rediscovering all the expressions. He grinned, then froze and snapped his arm out in front of her. She jerked to a stop and rapidly scanned the area. One hand dropped to the baseball bat she'd hooked onto the outside of her pack, and she cursed herself for not defaulting to the gun. Ferals? Where? He shook his head, pointed to the next bend. Shifting her grip from bat to the handle of the gun she'd tucked into a makeshift holster under her arm, she followed the line of his arm to where something glinted just past a row of trees. Her eyes widened. Is that a car? He inclined his head. She smacked the back of her hand into his chest. What are we waiting for? Let's go! They hurried around the bend and found a handful of vehicles left on the roadside pullout, a smattering of cars, a fancy SUV, and one busted-ass truck. She let out a squeal of delight. Ah, she cringed and looked over at Gray. He lifted his brows at her. Okay, I'm not happy people had to leave their cars. That would be terrible. She brushed her hair out of her face and struggled to find her better self. I hope they're all right and got a military pickup or something. But a ride? If we can get another ride, we can make it. She ducked over to the first car, grumbled at the lack of keys. 3 cars and the fancy SUV later, all she had left was the busted truck. Listing to the side, due to a donut in place of the front right tire, and painted in shades of faded blue and rust, it was the best, maybe only, chance she had of reaching the mobile base that night. She opened the door. Please, please, please have keys. Yes! So what if a 2-seater truck wasn't optimal? It beat walking. I'm taking to my life of crime with apparent ease, though I'm regretting not taking those hot wiring classes at university. She poked Gray in the shoulder.
Things to work on once we're at the base, huh? They dumped their supplies in the open truck bed and piled into the cab. 2 humans, one of the large male variety, and a giant dog. So we've stolen a clown car. We'll make it work. She patted the middle of the bench and eyed her dog. You sit, buddy. Sit. From past the Great Dane's head, Gray snorted. He was right. While she clutched the wheel and fought with a gear shift that had no intention of going into anything other than second, her dog made himself comfortable. It took no time at all for Schroddie to go from sitting neatly in the middle of the bench seat to flopping across Gray. A black and white tail slapped happily against her forearm, while his bony ass pushed her hips against the door. Face scrunched with discomfort, she glanced at Gray. His lips twitched. The fucker. Catching herself smiling back, she forced her eyes back onto the road. Stay on target, Jane. You watch out for ferals, Buster. I'm going to wrangle this beast into line and make it get us to the base. She held tight to the steering wheel of the borrowed truck and prayed that the stupid little temporary donut of a tire held. The sea-to-sky highway was a big, bad bitch of a road at the best of times, and even in the bright afternoon sunlight, these were not the best. Beyond the occasional pile of abandoned vehicles, there were blind corners, sharp turns, sheer cliffs dropping to the ocean below. You seriously did not want to fuck up a drive on this winding stretch of pavement, and their truck didn't seem to have much of a will to live. Neither did it have the will to accelerate, or stop without great protest. It kicked beneath her grip, and a black cloud erupted in their wake. She quickly figured out that anything over 40 kilometers per hour was a recipe for trouble, but if she kept the beast steady, she had time to deal. And it was still faster than walking. Her throat tightened with anticipation and with dread. Since they were on a relatively straight portion of road, she risked a glance at Gray. Do you think we're far enough away from town to be safe if the Americans drop that bomb? His hands spread, fingers tipping back and forth in a maybe gesture. That's not helpful, she grumbled. He made a so sorry I'm keeping it real gesture. Yeah. She chewed her lip and checked the cracked rearview mirror for the umpteenth time. I think we're far enough? We should be. And there's mountains in between us now and shit. He reached around Schroddie and patted her forearm. Thanks. She shot him a look. He flicked a brow, then his gaze seemed to settle on the road ahead, and his expression fell grim. It's gonna be okay, she said quietly. That one doctor might be a dick, but there will be a bunch of experts at the base. They'll help you, and you'll help them. I promise. He opted not to reply, in his way, and she focused on driving. Afternoon started to slide inextricably into evening. At their pace, it was slow going, and even though there were less obstacles on the road, more than once she had to coax the truck between objects at a crawl. Yet, they passed Porto and then Furry Creek, and finally, Britannia Beach. She let her gaze flick between the road ahead and rows of fancy new housing lining the ridge above the road. It was impossible to tell how many people were still hunkered in their homes and how many had left for the safety of the military line, or how many hadn't made it at all. A cold sea breeze snuck through the open window, and she shivered. She clutched as they passed Britannia Beach and up the final incline before Squamish. The truck groaned and wailed, ejecting more smoke than should have been mechanically possible, but it kept chugging. They crested a rise and a long run between trees. She swore she caught glimpses of silver temporary buildings past the tree line. She slapped on the wheel with her palm. Ha! Oh my God, we're gonna make it! She risked a quick grin at Gray. We're going to get to the base tonight! He didn't smile back at her. Mouth a grim line, he signaled her to pull over. No, she swatted his hand away. We're almost there. I'm not stopping now. If it was me, I'd put the first line of defense at the top of the hill. We'll get there. The guards will radio ahead and... He gripped her wrist. Damn it. The truck shuddered to a crawl, and she glared at him. What is your problem? We're almost... He caught her chin and turned her face forward.
The vehicle crept around a final corner and stopped with an angry clunk. But Jane couldn't care about her dying borrowed truck. There, beyond the pedestrian overpass, was the base, a row of silver-colored blocks positioned past temporary fencing and signs warning those who approached to be ready for testing. Only the signs were broken, toppled. And even from this far away, she could see the tendrils of smoke curling upward from the buildings, see the blackened marks along the sides of the buildings, smell the horrible, undeniable scent of a recent blaze. No figures moved between the buildings. No one stood watch. Nothing moved except for the smoke. "No," she whispered. "Oh, no." They'd reached the base all right, or what was left of it. 10. Jane's heart dropped to her stomach. No, no, no! She punched the gas, aiming the truck between the abandoned cars lining the road. The vehicle lurched forward, heading straight for the looming base wall ahead. Her parents were in there? She clutched the wheel for dear life, eyes glued to the streaks of black creeping up that wall. The truck bucked beneath her. A massive bang sounded, and the engine died. She started rolling backward, down the hill. Fuck, shit, damn! She pumped the brakes. Thank fuck they still worked, and stopped the vehicle long enough to shove it into park and hit on the parking brake. Fucking piece of junk. Screw it. She shouldered open the driver's side door and launched herself out. Mom! She was running as soon as her shoes hit pavement. In a matter of seconds, she'd halved the distance to the stack of abandoned cars. She had to get inside that base, had to see if her parents were still in there, trapped by flames or zombies or backwoods extremists. Oof. A steely arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her straight off the ground. No! She kicked backward, heels connecting with a rock-hard thigh. I've got to see them. Another arm joined the first, pinning her against a solid chest. Let me go! She punctuated the yell with another kick. His face appeared in her peripheral vision, that broken gaze steady and far too knowing for her comfort. He shook his head. She sucked in a breath, preparing to tear a strip off his not undead hide, only to have a pair of massive black and white paws land on her shoulders. The saddest brown eyes in the world gazed into hers. Arrrr. Schroddie licked the tip of her nose. Fuck. She sagged in Gray's grip. Arrrr. Schroddie dropped back to all fours and faced the base, fur standing in a line down his back. A waft of smoke-thick air washed over her, tinged with a sickly sweet rot she didn't want to process. Just past Schroddie, she could make out the marks scouring the base walls. Her non-verbal males had a point. Sorry. She tapped Gray's arm and felt him giving her a hard look. Then he carefully returned her feet to the ground and stepped away. Sorry, she said again, eyes locked on Gray, even while she gave Schroddie a rub. He inclined his head, understanding in his gaze. With a gesture to the fading sun, he pointed back the way they'd come and tipped his hands together, forming a triangle with his fingers. She frowned at him. House? He nodded. No, Gray, we can't. She swallowed hard. I know night is coming and bad shit just went down here. And the smart thing is to take shelter. I do. But I can't. What if they're... Her voice broke. What if my parents are in there? Turning away, she tried to hold back the tears gathering in her eyes. Wrapping her arms around her middle, she refused to cry. She had to figure out what to do. Finding shelter made sense. But what if the base wasn't as bad as it looked? What if her parents were in there or trapped? A firm hand gripped her shoulder. Sniffling loudly, she glanced at Gray. I don't know what to... He squeezed her shoulder and pointed at the smoking base with his free hand. Giving a slow nod, he released her and walked back to the truck. She stood there, frozen, unable to make herself walk away. Arrgh. Schroddie leaned into her, big body shoving her away from the base. Since the start of this nightmare, she'd never doubted the big dog's judgment. Honestly, she didn't doubt it now. She simply couldn't oblige it. "I'm sorry, buddy," she said, crouching down to cup the soft fur of his face. "I know it's dangerous in there, but I have to look." He whined and licked her chin. "Thanks, buddy. I'm going to get Gray to look after you. Make sure you'll be safe while I look." Straightening, she turned to tell Gray she'd go ahead without him, only to find him standing before her, all their supplies somehow slung across his body or stacked in his arms. "Gray?" He put the pile down, fished out her pack, and handed it to her. "Does this—" She clutched the pack to her chest and gaped at him. "Does this mean you're helping me search?" He lifted a brow at her as if to say, "Duh." "Thanks," she whispered. One side of his lips kicked up. He pointed at her, Schroddie and himself in turn, then curled his fingers into a fist and pressed them to his heart. Pure warmth lit her insides. "Yeah," she said quietly. "We are a unit." They quickly donned their packs, making sure everything was secure, in the all-too-likely event they'd have to run for their lives. She debated for a brief moment, then pulled out the leash and clipped Schroddie to her belt. They might be risking a search in fading light, but she'd be damned if she took any further chances when it came to her dog. Besides, she wanted him close. At least until they knew what they were dealing with. She drew her gun, checked the safety, and nodded at Gray. He inclined his head and took the lead. She was more than happy for him to have it. Keeping the safety on and the gun pointed down and away from Schroddie, she followed. He led them toward the base wall. As they drew closer, she realized that it wasn't the base. What they were facing was some kind of initial barricade, made of stacked cement breakers and corrugated steel, positioned one behind the other, with an overlap that forced anyone approaching into a narrow, blind corridor. "Phew," she glanced at Gray. "Sorry for kicking you." He rolled his shoulders and spread his hands as if to say, "What kick, puny human?" Her lips curved into a smile, one that died as they entered the corridor. Their feet crunched over the remains of abandoned snacks and broken phones littering the pavement. Bags and books and broken suitcases covered the stretch, a terrible marker of what she'd almost found. A lot of people had been here. Recently. Now there was nothing but garbage and smoke-filled air. Throat tight, skin crawling, she reached for Schroddie's collar with her free hand and pulled him close against her. Ahead of her, Gray exited the corridor and stopped. Heart pounding, she froze. She strained her ears, listening for the cries of approaching ferals or the shouts of armed forces. Her eyes widened. Gray. Any watching soldiers wouldn't know her zombie was a friendly. She lunged out of the corridor. A still, terrible chaos greeted her on the other side. There were no soldiers, no guards, nothing alive at all. The only movement was the drift of ash on the breeze, the only sound a soft crackle of fires burning themselves out. She grabbed for Gray's arm, holding onto it for dear life. Oh my God! Her stomach lurched. She jerked her shirt over her mouth, anything to block out the sudden onslaught of smell, the stench of burning bodies. Schroddie warbled and pressed against her side. Easy, buddy, she gasped. With me. Thank goodness the big dog didn't want to investigate or leave his position at her thigh. Forcing herself to let go of Gray, she dug around in her pockets with her free hand, searching for the mask she'd gotten used to carrying during the pandemic. Locating the scrap of layered cotton, she fixed it over her mouth. Then she held her gun with both hands. Holy shit, she whispered, looking at Gray. He nodded, expression grim. The three of them stood in a tight group at the mouth of destruction. Everything in sight was collapsed fencing, abandoned possessions, fire-scarred siding, and bodies. So many bodies. She forced herself to look at them, hating the number of bullet wounds she found. The tattered remains of a tent wavered in the breeze, obscuring her view of the rest of what had been, at one time, some kind of checkpoint. Do you hear anything? She asked Gray quietly. He gave a slight nod. Motioning for quiet, he led the way past that tent and some scraps of fencing still standing. She couldn't stop a terrified hiss from escaping her lips as the rest of the area came into view. More bodies. A charred corral. And a broken chain-link fence with figures standing inside the rough pen it had once formed. People? She took a hurried step toward them, only to stop short as her brain kicked in. Not people. Repeaters. Infected people living the final moments over and over again. Unlike the ones she'd seen in downtown, these repeaters were oddly in sync. They circled the tiny patch of pavement in a coordinated shamble, fingers flexing and faces moving as if they'd typed on devices or held conversations. One by one, they froze and turned toward the scorched pen, faces twisting into expressions of shock and horror. Then the horror washed away, and the cycle began again. Oh, fuck. She pressed a fist to her stomach. Something had come out of that burned husk of a pen, something terrible enough to permanently mark each of those repeaters. Something none of them escaped. Her guts churned as she forced herself to study the face of every repeater in that pen, to make sure her parents weren't among them. Schroddie warbled and pressed into her side. I know, buddy. She took hold of his collar. Tearing her gaze away from the pen, she found Gray waiting for her before a line of busted prefabs. From where she stood, it was like the fencing and huts had been pushed outward, like she stood at the center of some kind of explosion, one of the human kind. Picking her way forward, she confirmed the first line of huts appeared to have been trampled. Fuck. There'd been some kind of human stampede. She wished she had to wonder what had caused it, but she didn't. The pattern of bodies, those repeaters, the charred section, it all painted a horrible picture. She didn't want to know that it had happened fast, but she did. There were too many armed forces among the dead. Too many signs of sudden, cataclysmic turmoil. She glanced at Gray, found his mouth set in a grim line. Still, he signaled for them to continue, leading them into the buildings. She kept as close as possible, one hand still tight on Schroddie's collar, the other on her gun. As they worked their way into the structures still standing, she tried to look at each body, to check for any signs of her parents. Sometimes she just couldn't. Most of the structures were half burned or partly crushed, the better part of one or two walls keeping everything standing. It didn't take long to search those. Yet the ones at the back seemed to be larger. Maybe they'd been set up for temporary living quarters? At this point, Jane was hoping she wouldn't find any trace of her parents. Please don't be here. Don't be dead. In the fading light, it was both easier to look and infinitely worse. Like walking through a slowly growing nightmare, with shapes teetering on the edge of disappearing into shadow. Surrounded by marks on the walls, signs of too many desperate people, she could almost hear their cries. She shivered. Schroddie nosed her side, and she clung to the dog's steady support. She and Schroddie had just followed Gray into the largest of the remaining structures when her dog stopped. Gray simultaneously lifted his hand. Jane froze. Almost afraid to breathe, she strained her ears and could just make out a scuffing sound, and was that someone muttering? She inched over to Gray and lifted her brow in silent question. He nodded, motioned for her to stay behind him, and moved slowly down what remained of the hallway. The only benefit to searching mostly destroyed buildings? Enough of the fading daylight filtered through cracked and broken walls to make flashlights unnecessary. She turned away from a pair of bodies, grateful to not see those faces illuminated by her mag light. They weren't her parents. That was enough. She'd mourn the loss of all the lives she hadn't known later. Her chest shuddered. Schroddie whimpered and she rubbed his neck. Ahead of her, Gray paused, then signaled to continue. The scuffling sound increased in volume as they crept down the hall, as did the murmur, until they rounded the next corner. Sudden, too fast. Some poor soul, wearing the remains of a white lab coat, maybe a doctor or paramedic, shuffled around the trashed remains of a field office. It was the first time she'd encountered a repeater making sound, let alone actual words. She glanced at Gray, confirmed he wasn't worried, and crept closer. "What happened?" she asked the person. "Containment breach." Their attention seemed to flicker in her direction. Then they returned to looking at something only they could see. Their path around the space didn't deviate. Sudden, too fast." She fought the urge to touch the person's arm. Sudden containment breach? But they didn't respond. Didn't offer anything new. Gray gripped her shoulder. "I know," she whispered. "We've got to go." They emerged from the prefabs into an open stretch of road that seemed to have been turned into some kind of operational courtyard. Here, beyond any shadow of a doubt, she found proof of how many people had gotten away from whatever happened at the front, or how many ferals had made it into town. Debris, bodies, and the fiery remains of destruction stretched out of sight down the road, trailing towards central Squamish. "Shit," she hissed. Any hopes of finding the line of armed forces had fallen back a little ways, but were still protecting the town, fled. Though for all the bodies and destruction they'd seen, some of the armed forces had definitely got away. A row of giant, white-painted circles marked a long section of pavement. In the middle lay the smoldering remains of a helicopter, surrounded by bodies. She sucked in a breath between her teeth. Only one helicopter lying broken on the ground was probably good. Hopefully it meant the rest had gotten away. But who had been caught inside when that one copter crashed? Stomach roiling, she stared at the pile. If her parents' bodies were in there, would she have the nerve to dig for them? With the shreds of daylight vanishing, she'd have to use her maglite, check each face. She took a step toward the pile. Stopped. Pressing a hand to her stomach, she turned toward Gray. "I can't do it. I can't look there." He moved to her side, rested his hand on her shoulder. She tipped her face up toward him. He shook his head. Grrr. Schroddie let out a low growl. Both her and Gray jerked. He pushed her behind him and turned toward the helicopter. Past him, she caught sight of movement. She grabbed Gray's arm. Could it be? The bone-chilling cry of a feral sounded moments before a haunched pair of figures scuttled away from the pile of bodies. There was enough light left to see the remains of a leg clamped in one's jaws. Her fingers tightened on Gray. Schroddie unleashed the low growl. The pair of ferals took a few paces toward them and seemed to stare at Gray. Their heads twitched from one side to the other, making the foot swing from that leg in a gut-churning way. With that cry, they turned and disappeared into the shadows. Damn. Jane let out the breath she'd been holding. Talk about the benefits of traveling with an apex predator. Gray shot her a look. She offered him a lopsided smile. "Okay," she whispered. "No one is alive, or at least alive and uninfected, at this base. I have to believe my parents were on one of the helicopters that got away, so they're not here." He nodded. "Okay," she said again, the word shuddering on her lips. She glanced behind them at the broken prefabs. "That means we have to go back in there. Find some message on where they went or a way to contact." A strong hand gripped her arm. Gray shook his head. But he shook his head again, more fervently. He gestured at the sky, where the last rays of the sun were fading, then at the makeshift courtyard and its outward wave of destruction. "Fuck," she hissed. But he was right. Her dad had called it a containment breach before the call had gone dead, and she'd seen for herself the signs of some kind of feral infection hitting the front of the barricade and tearing right through it. There was no telling how many ferals were now in the city, or how many regular people had been caught in the flood. Schroddie pressed a wet nose into her palm. She leaned into his solid bulk. "Good boy, buddy." He wagged at her, but his hackles were standing half-mast along his back, and his warble had more than a touch of growl at the edges. Trouble was coming, probably their way. Somewhere in the distance, Feral cries lifted to the skies. Fuck, fuck, fuck! She looked at Gray. We can't keep searching, can we? He signaled no. Ugh. For a silent message, that gesture sure made an authoritative statement. He tipped his hands together, forming a rough house. Yeah, we need to find shelter. She gave a reluctant nod of agreement. In the fading light, with an unknown number of ferals in the area, they needed a place to hunker down until daylight. And I know just where to go. 11. Darkness had claimed Squamish by the time Jane stood outside her best friend's house. The home wasn't far from the military's abandoned barricade, with the house being perched in the development above the hospital, the road upward veering off before reaching that building, sparing her the sight of whatever had happened, yet the world had shifted. Gone was the relative comfort of the drive and the safety of daylight. Gone, too, was the numbing horror of the destroyed base. In its place was a landscape both familiar and utterly foreign. Bright pink begonias bloomed in pots, marching up the front steps, and Keeley's "Those with wine be welcome" sign still hung from the door. Yet feral cries filled the night sky, and no lights shone within. Schroddie pushed his big head under her arm and gazed up at her, brown eyes full of confusion, with a dash of hope for a comfy couch. He wiggled and pointed his nose at the door. I know, bud. She rubbed his head. It's weird to stare at a door. But I don't know what else to do. She let out a sharp breath and glanced at Gray. He lifted his brows in question and moved close enough for their shoulders to brush. She clung to his and Schroddie's support, tried to get her bearings. When she'd beelined for the only place she knew in the area, she'd only been thinking about a safe place, the place she knew. She hadn't considered the challenge of introducing her zombie to her best friend. Or not finding her friend at all. That forest green door got more menacing the longer she stared at it. She wrapped a hand around her throat. What if... Her voice was a rough whisper. What if she's dead? Or worse? Gray touched the small of her back. She swallowed hard. He nudged her forward, a gentle pressure, easy enough to ignore if she'd chosen. Part of her wanted to ignore the prompt, especially if what lay behind that door was a feral wearing her best friend's face. She had no idea if she could repeat what had happened with Gray, if she could reach Keeley. But no matter what, she'd damned well try. A chorus of eerie howls echoed off the mountainside. Oh, Schroddie rumbled, and she felt the hair on his back lifting beneath her hand. Gray nudged harder, inching her toward the steps. Shit, she muttered. Company was coming. Sucking in a deep breath, she looked up at Gray. If we get inside that house and there's a feral in there, you can't kill her. His brows lowered. I mean it, she said. This is my best friend's house and... His lips tightened, but sympathy flickered in his gaze. He inclined his head and briefly tightened his grip on her waist. The message was clear. I don't like this, but I'll support you. Thank God. She needed all the support she could get. Time to move. Okay. Taking hold of Schroddie's collar, she walked up the short rise of 3 stairs and knocked on the front door. Keeley, she said in her best staged whisper. It's Jane. Are you there? No answer. Okay, no real surprise there. Still, she knocked and called out again, just to be sure. Again, nothing but silence replied. She propped an ear against the door and listened, searching for any hint of a feral inside. But there was no scratching, no cries from inside the house, and neither Schroddie or Gray were reacting. She met Gray's gaze. Guess it's safe to go in? He nodded, tapping her shoulder, gestured to the lock, and then punched his palm. She snorted. No, you don't need to bust the lock with your bare hands. I know where the spare key is. Shoulders tight, she crossed the porch and picked up the fake rock from its spot by the top begonia planter. A quick twist and the key dropped into her palm. Keeley's dick of a husband had hated her knowing about that key, but even he had seen the value of having someone trustworthy who could get in. Just in case, she whispered, and slid the key into the lock. The door swung open, and she held her breath. Gray stepped in front of her, body braced. Yet nothing rushed out from the hallway. In fact, nothing moved at all. The house remained a still, shadowed box, with a hall leading past an office to the kitchen and living room, and a set of stairs tucked along the left wall, heading to the bedrooms on the second floor. He shifted to the side, and his posture relaxed into something almost casual. He motioned for her and Schroddie to enter. The Great Dane pranced inside and leaned against her. "We should check the house," she whispered to Gray as she locked the door behind them, "in case they're hiding." He shot her a look. "I know, but—" she pleaded silently with her eyes. He lifted a single shoulder. Clearly her doubt of his super zombie senses had offended him. Still, he went through every room with her, keeping watch while Schroddie sniffed and explored beside her, and searching under every piece of furniture and in every closet beside her. They didn't find anything, which wasn't exactly surprising at this point. Nor did they find any sign of a struggle. No broken glass or destroyed rooms, no blood spatter or any reason to assume something terrible had happened to her friend. Nothing except a shit ton of zombies outside. She paused beside a display of wedding photos, the same ones she'd passed dozens of times, and narrowed her eyes at Chris's smug grin, his arm slung around Keely's slender form, almost dragging her close to him by the neck. His way of making up for their disagreement earlier that day, more accurately, when he'd called Keely a stupid cow because it rained, leaving the ground too soggy to place the chairs on the preferred stretch of green. Her best friend had nearly called off the wedding. Jane had nearly punched the asshole in the nuts. No one who made her bestie cry on her wedding day deserved a Keely in their life. To this day, it took Jane every ounce of will not to sack Chris every time she saw him, which he knew, and was no doubt why he did everything possible to discourage her visits. Gray tapped her shoulder. She gave herself a shake and glanced at him. "Sorry, getting all twisted up." He nodded. "It's just, Cupping her elbow with one hand, he pointed to a picture hanging on the wall with the other. A simple black and white shot, sitting within a thin silver frame. Her face, smiling alongside Keely and her baby, looked impossibly young for an image taken less than a month ago. She reached out, ran a fingertip down the smooth frame. She framed it. Schroddie tipped his head back to regard her through soulful eyes. "I know, buddy. I'm sad. Or worried." She rubbed his ears. He leaned into her, licked her arm. "Good boy." She gulped back tears and glanced at Gray, all too aware of the understanding in his gaze. "Yeah, I hadn't let myself think about it back in the town. Then we were in the bunker and there were too many other things to focus on. It kept the worries away. But now we're in her house and she's not here, and if something has happened to her and Maeve..." He stepped closer, took hold of her other arm, and held them. A breath shuddered out of her. Her chest constricted, and her whole body strained toward him, driven by a desperate need to have him hold all of her, to have that steady strength circle her, surround her, pull the pieces of herself back together, ease the fear crushing her chest, and help her face the next day. Lips trembling, she moved into him. He kept her at arm's length. For once, she couldn't read his expression, couldn't interpret the myriad of somethings that flashed through his broken blue eyes. His mouth worked, as if trying to form words, but no sound emerged. She studied his face, trying to puzzle it out. "Gray?" He stepped back, releasing his grip on her. His hands lifted, fingers curling into a series of shapes, ones she didn't recognize. One hand dropped over his heart, then slid away to trace the veins marking his forearm, which meant, what? Did his chest hurt? Had the charcoal marks of his infection shifted? The dark lines looked the same to her, unlike the gestures that followed, his fingers forming a bunch of shapes she couldn't begin to parse. His movements flashed between them, almost as if he was connecting that blackened veining to her, or warning her? Which, no, that didn't make any sense. Eyes intent on her face, Chest rising and falling as if he'd run a marathon, he stopped and watched her. She lifted her shoulders. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying." With a frustrated huff, he glared at his hands. She reached out. "Are you okay?" He dodged her touch, flashed a thumbs up that was in no way convincing. Her brows pulled together. Avoiding wasn't Gray's way. She needed to figure this out. "Try telling me again. Just slower. I'll get there." He shot her a long, incomprehensible look, somehow edged in longing and loss, like it was his best friend who'd gone missing. Heart aching, she tried again. "Seriously, tell me." He shook his head. "Gray, we need to—" An arm wrapped around her waist, and he herded her down the upstairs hallway toward the master bedroom. Her attention shifted, and she stared at the open doorway to the room, empty crib in full view. She balked. "I can't take Keely's room." He shrugged and spun them around, sweeping her into the guest room at the opposite end of the hall. That queen-sized bed and single bedside dresser seemed like an unnecessary amount of space when she stayed overnight by herself. With 2 adults and a giant dog crammed inside? Okay, it was a little tight. Arrgh! Schroddie wiggled from his head to his tail with pure glee and launched himself onto the bed. Gray nudged her, and she let herself join Schroddie. The Dane covered her in happy kisses, tail thumping against the mattress with the joy only a dog committed to comfort could muster. He wriggled into her lap and shoved, a clear request to lie down so he could flop on her. "Oof, not yet, buddy." She rubbed the dog's sides and regarded Gray over the black and white bulk. "Are we in trouble?" He shook his head and motioned for her to stay in the room. Fine. With exhaustion creeping through her limbs, she didn't have the oomph or the desire to push back. There were too many ferals in the area to risk cooking food or enjoying a fire. And what would she see in the flames but the burned-out husk of the checkpoint? He slipped out of the room. She debated her boots, then kicked them off and eased back against the headboard. Schroddie curled up beside her with a contented sigh. Moments later, Gray appeared with their supplies in his arms. All the supplies, as if that pile weighed nothing more than a box of foam peanuts. He didn't look at her. Instead, he arranged everything and prepared a bowl of food and water for Schroddie. The dog immediately abandoned the bed for kibble. Over the sounds of slobbery crunching, Gray handed her a sandwich and a bottle of water. "Thanks," she said softly. He nodded without making eye contact, and they ate together in silence. Every so often, she caught him studying the back of his hands, the corner of his jaw flexing and mouth pulling into a flat line. Had he been worried about eating in a small room after everything they'd gone through that day? If he had, it wasn't an issue. He barely seemed to acknowledge her existence, completing his meal with almost ruthless efficiency. She finished off her water and used the connecting bathroom to rinse off her face. When she came out, he'd positioned himself by the window, his back to the rest of the room. Right. Okay, then. Her not a zombie did not want to explain whatever was going on. Which was fine. He had a right to privacy. It's not like he owed her a deep dive into his soul or an essay in hand signals. Even if she wanted that essay more than she cared to admit. "All right," she whispered. "Guess we'll call it a night." Another hollow thumbs up. Fucking fantastic. My zombie's in a mood, my best friend is missing, and our entire plan literally just went up in flames. She shifted into the middle of the bed, making room for Schroddie to stretch out alongside her. Running a hand along his side, she willed herself to get some sleep. Instead, she listened to the cries from outside. How the wails of the ferals seemed to rise and fall with the wind. God damn it. How was she supposed to deal with all this? They'd already lost too much. The base, her friends, their way out. Now they were facing some feral infection that spread faster than anyone had planned for, assuming she believed that repeater. And a fucking nuke might still be coming their way. And they still didn't know where the next checkpoint was. Sure, they had a plan to figure it out, which involved returning to that destroyed base and searching until they found a record of the fallback location. Or better yet, a freaking radio. But still, It was all too damn much. These huge things just stacking themselves into a monolithic to-do list that towered over her like an evil game of Jenga. One wrong move, and it would come crashing down. Rolling over, she stared at Gray, an unmoving silhouette standing before the window, backlit by the moonlight. She should leave him alone. No doubt he had things to work through, and who knew what seeing that base had triggered. She should let him sort through whatever he needed to chew on. Are you mad at me? Damn it. His outline jerked. She cringed. Sorry, I didn't mean to... He shifted away from the window, just far enough for her to read the quick, adamant shake of his head. She swallowed hard. Then, what is going on? Her stomach dropped to her toes as a terrible thought occurred to her. Are you feeling called to whatever is happening outside? Another headshake, this one more adamant than the first. A clear, fuck no. Phew. She let out a breath. And we're okay? He sat gingerly on the edge of the bed and signaled confirmation. At this angle, she could see his brows pull together. He glared at his hands for a moment, then gestured up and down his body. Her head tilted. Are you saying it's you? He nodded. Well, shit. You know, her mouth scrunched to the side. I don't know if I should be offended that I've gotten another "it's not you, it's me" from a man in my life, or happy, because that has to mark some kind of progress. A bark of laughter escaped him. Shaking his head, he caught her hands and squeezed. Then he released her to hold his hands out, fingers splayed. You don't know how to explain it? He touched the tip of her nose. Oh, she let out a breath. Okay, that I can handle. His lips quirked into a rueful half-smile. What? She poked his stomach. Things are monumentally fucked and I cannot lose one more person I care about. The truth of that reverberated through her core. In 24 hours, everything had fallen apart. Right now, she needed to hold on to what she did have. Would you... She bit her lip and studied his face. Would you mind staying on the bed for a bit, even if you don't sleep? It might be a lot to ask, but everything's going so wrong and I just... He squeezed her arm. A moment later, his solid frame settled onto the bed beside her, shoulders against the headboard, face still turned toward the window. He'd still keep watch, but he'd be closer while doing it. A knot she hadn't known existed in her stomach eased. She'd have to figure out that knot, and what Gray had been trying to say, in the morning. For now, she needed to get some rest. Bracketed by him and her dog, she managed to close her eyes. As long as the three of them stayed together, she had to believe everything would be okay. 12. Jane drifted into wakefulness, gradually becoming aware of a hard surface beneath her cheek and a fur-covered bone crammed against the back of her neck. Her shoulder decided to protest its angle, and she grunted. Face scrunched against bright light, she levered herself up. She cracked an eye open and found herself looking down at Gray, the steely muscles of his chest, to be precise. Exactly where her face had been planted a moment earlier. Behind her, Schroddie snored happily, his ass propped on her pillow. That bony butt had been digging into her neck. Figured. Danes had zero sense of personal space. Lips quirking, she started to extract herself from the pair of them, not wanting to wake either of them before... Wait, Gray was asleep? She froze, unwilling to disturb him. Since that first night in the bunker, he'd barely slept, more dozing for short stints than actual sleep. She'd tried to talk to him about it, and he'd simply shrugged. It seemed his body didn't need as much rest as a non-infected human's. But right now, his eyes were closed, face relaxed, softer, somehow more human than when alert, despite the presence of those blackened veins. She fought the urge to trail her finger along his jaw. Not that she had the right. Or did she? At some point, the line between allies and more had blurred, creating a place where she needed him beside her. where he could let down his guard and rest, even if only for a short period of time. A unit. That's what he'd called the three of them. And that's what they'd become. A trio able to survive whatever came their way. A steady kind of certainty. The likes of which she'd never experienced with anyone before. Her heart clenched with longing? Something more? Don't get ahead of yourself. Her track record with men was beyond terrible, and it's not like she could just lean in and kiss the zombie. Not that Gray was really a zombie. He was breathing and had a body temperature and definitely wasn't dead. None of which should be my top criteria for men. She snorted softly. His eyes opened. Confusion flickered in those shattered depths for a moment. Then he quirked a brow at her in question. "Sorry," she said softly. "I woke up and thought kissing might be a great way to start the day." No way. She wasn't messing up their unit with ridiculous attempts at romantic relationships. Dogs, she could handle. Relationships with actual men? Not so much. Just because Gray was built like a Greek god and seemed to communicate better than any verbal male she'd ever known, not to mention protected her with diligence only a dog could rival, that didn't mean she should go and confuse things. He propped himself up on his elbows, which brought him almost nose to nose with her. Their eyes locked. Something sparked in his gaze. She couldn't look away. Her mouth went dry. Should she ask if this charged something between them was what he'd meant to communicate last night, or make some kind of excuse to break the tension? "Gray," she licked her lips. "Is this what you wanted to tell?" The roar of an engine cut through the room. 1, 2 more growled onto the street. Gray leaped up, moved to the window. "Ruh!" Schroddie's head jerked upright, his gummies scrunched to the side from the way he'd been sleeping. He aimed his nose at the window, and his chest rumbled with a low growl. "Easy, buddy," Jane whispered, her gaze darting between Gray and the window. Holding on to her dog's collar, she tried to keep him quiet until they knew what they were dealing with. Trucks meant people, which should be good news. But the tense line of Gray's body said otherwise. "Is it the military?" she asked quietly. A quick shake of his head quashed any hopes she'd had of rescue. Holding out his arm, he motioned for her to stay back. He stood to the side of the window, just behind the open curtain and carefully out of sight of the street. The engine stopped or dropped to a quiet idle, letting voices reach her. Loud, grating male voices, the kind she'd have gone out of her way to avoid in a parking lot. A series of bellowed comments, followed by laughter that had an aggressive bite, as if it were a contest to see who could be jolly the most harshly, had her heartbeat tripping and warning. Not the military, but a group with powerful vehicles. Locals. Not necessarily of the friendly variety. They all sounded similar. There had to be at least 3 of them, probably more, judging from the way voices overlapped in conversation. She kept her eyes on Gray, waiting for a cue to approach the window and see if she recognized anyone. Maybe the group sounded harsh, but were there to help? The hackles standing in a line down Schroddie's back declared that unlikely, as did her own instincts. A low, barely perceptible growl reverberated in his chest. Her grip tightened on the dog's collar. "Hush, buddy. No talk." They had to stay quiet until they knew what they were dealing with, or at least until Gray's hands uncurled from fists. Hopefully, whoever it was would check the house, confirm no one was home, and go on their way. She, Gray, and Schroddie could follow them, figure out heavy feet stomped up wooden stairs, and she knew at least one of the men stood right below her, in front of the door to Keeley's house. Something smashed, like a ceramic pot had been kicked onto the driveway. "Where's the motherfucking key?" Oh, shit. She knew that voice. Chris. A bolt of hope twisted around a spine of pure fear. Keeley's jackass of a husband was alive, which had to mean her best friend and baby Maeve had also survived whatever happened here. But there was no way he'd understand Gray. Chris was the shoot first, think later type. She had about a snowball's chance in hell his friends were any different. They sounded the same, worse even. She caught threads of comments. "Can't get into your own house. Pathetic.
Pussy.
All the voices carrying a threat of malice, as if they'd come hoping for a fight. Jane's gaze collided with Gray's. She motioned desperately at the floor, as if that would convey ownership of the house.
Who's there? Chris yelled from outside. Show yourself!
She swore. Gray mouthed, fuck. Which, accurate. Oh. Schroddie growled, revealing a flash of fang. Hush. She motioned for him to keep quiet. Heart pounding, she got off the bed and took a step toward the window. Eyes wide, Gray motioned for her to stay away. She shook her head and whispered, I have to say it's me. He knows the key is missing. No doubt about it, Gray definitely mouthed fuck this time. She closed the distance to his side, keeping herself behind his shoulder and hidden from view. Peering around him, she caught a glimpse of 3 trucks parked haphazardly across the road. Stick-like shapes appeared to be tied to roll bars, metal, given how the morning sun glared off them. Between the vehicles and the house, multiple figures tromped around the front, all of them carrying long objects that had to be rifles. They have guns, she hissed in Gray's ear. I have to... He shook his head and pushed her back. A gunshot shook the room.
Who's inside my fucking house? Chris shouted. Show yourself, or I'll blow everything apart.
No. No way. Those were too many guns. It was broad daylight with nowhere to run. The 3 of them couldn't outrun a group of armed men with goddamn trucks. As for hiding, if those men broke in and searched the place, they'd find her, Schroddie, and Gray, and there was no fucking chance they'll wait for an explanation before opening fire on him. Even if she didn't have any history with Chris, Schroddie was reacting to this group of men the same way he did to Farrell's. What else did she need to know? She lunged past Gray and shouted out the window, It's me, Chris! Fuck! Chris's head appeared in view, right below the window, wearing the same red ball cap as the last time she'd visited. He squinted up at her, suspicion in his gaze. That you, Jane? Yeah! Despite her worry, she nearly rolled her eyes. It's me! You alone? Gray gripped her arm, squeezing in warning, but she couldn't stop now. Hand on his chest, she pushed, a silent request to keep back and let her handle this. She didn't like Chris. He didn't like her, but he had no reason to hurt her. Yeah, she said out the window. I'm alone. I was sleeping. 1 sec. Sorry, Gray. But he'd be fine. She could do this, had to do this. Apologize to Chris for the uninvited stay, find out what happened to Keeley, and hopefully he and his friends would go on their way. Pulling back from the window, she gave Gray a shove toward the closet, or attempted to. It was like trying to shift a tank. There are too many of them, she whispered. If you get shot, we're really screwed. He glared at her. Please, Gray. Lips pulling into a thin line, he moved away from the window. She tugged Schroddie off the bed and pointed toward the closet, giving him a clear command to go inside. As far as she knew, Chris liked dogs, but she didn't want to test anything right now. Jane! He bellowed from outside. What the fuck is taking so long? Ruh, ruh, ruh. Schroddie marched around the room, stiff legs, hair bristling and snout wrinkled. Fuck, she cursed under her breath. What the hell is that? What do you think it is, you jackass? She hurried to the window and stuck her head out, doing her level best to smile sweetly at him, carefully avoiding eye contact with any of the other men outside. No reason to engage them before Chris invited an introduction. Keeley's husband wasn't her favorite person, but he knew her, and it was his house. That made him the alpha of this conversation. That's my dog. I'm just getting ready. Sorry. Retreating across the room, she sat on the end of the bed and looked up at Gray. His eyes flashed, and she felt his argument, silent and intense as ever. I know, she whispered, but I have to go open that door. He shook his head. I have to, she said as quietly as possible. I'll be fine. I'll have Schroddie with me. He curled his hand into a fist, slapped it into his palm with a decisive thud. And sure, he could probably kick any one of their asses, individually. Even in a group, her money would be on Gray. But rifles and her friend's husband changed matters. They're human. They might have answers. She yanked on her boots. Besides, there are too many of them. They've got the house surrounded. They can't know you're here. They'll shoot first. Mouth pulled tight. He shook his head again. He stepped toward the door. No! She lurched off the bed, throwing herself in his way. She put her hands on his chest. Even you can't dodge bullets. A frustrated breath huffed through his nose. He motioned to the vehicles outside, where she knew men stood with a collection of rifles and God knew what else. He tapped her chest, pointed at the vehicles. Eyes intent, he slashed a hand through the air, marking a path from her current position to the world outside. She swallowed hard. You think they'll make me leave? Lips almost in a snarl, he gave a single nod.
Jane!
Chris yelled from the doorstep below. Footsteps sounded on the wooden steps, the heavy tread ripe with frustration.
Jesus fucking Christ, woman, hurry up and open the fucking door!
Sorry, she called, doing her best to sound apologetic. Just about done. Surely Chris wouldn't want to take her anywhere. He hated it when she visited. No way he'd want to share supplies or shelter, right? Still, for all his lack of memory, Gray had experience with this shit. Lips trembling, she cupped Gray's face. If they make us go with them, you'll find us. Shattered blue eyes burned into hers. He leaned in, touched his forehead to hers. The promise that he'd come for her vibrated all the way to her toes. Okay, her voice broke. Be safe. No getting shot. She motioned for Gray to hide his backpack, scooped up her own pack, no point in leaving clues another person was in the house, and removed her gun. The rest of the weaponry was already in his pack. It was heavy, and something told her the men out there didn't need any more firearms. She passed the piece to Gray. Holding his gaze for a moment, she sucked in a breath and forced her shoulders back. Here goes. Forcing herself to turn away, she patted her hip. With me, Schrodd. With the dog at her side, she hurried down the stairs, giving Schroddie a firm command to sit and stay at the base of the stairs. She unlocked the door. Hi, Chris. I'm sorry for Maeve. She gaped at Chris, or more specifically, the baby in her carrier on his chest. He'd turned up at the house, along with a bunch of armed militia-type dudes carting rifles, and had his baby? Oh my God. She reached for the baby. What are you doing with Maeve? Where's... Her heart dropped to her boots, and she staggered back a step. There's no way her best friend would let Maeve out of her sight in this mess. A choking cry shuddered out of her. Keely, oh no, please, no. She's fine. Chris pushed past her into the house. Fine? Jane gaped at him. Then where?
That's not your business.
A guy clad in head to toe in what looked like military gear entered the house. Everything from his buzz cut to his bearing declared he'd served somewhere. It should have been comforting. Instead, her skin crawled. His shoulders sat forward, arms curled slightly inward, the posture of a male gorilla about to make a display of dominance. Which made no sense. Why would a soldier need to bother putting her in her place? She kept her voice neutral. My friend's well-being is my business. You'll learn. He made a display of studying her body. Learn? No thanks. She wanted exactly nothing from this guy. She fought the urge to retreat. Just like the Farrells, she knew any sign of weakness would only invite trouble. Oh. Schroddie rumbled in warning from behind her. Easy, buddy. She held her hand out behind her, fingers splayed in a signal for the dog to hold. He rumbled again. Shit. Not much time before he decided her safety trumped her command. Or Gray blasted downstairs, promises be damned. She needed to de-escalate this situation fast, before either of her guys got shot. Her gaze darted between the military type and Chris. This might be Chris's house, but something told her this military-clad jerk might be the alpha of this group. "I'm sorry for the surprise this morning. If you're handling security, that's great. I have no intention of messing that up."
"As if you could."
Another guy joined him, shorter and round in the middle. He sported a ginger beard and a t-shirt with a pair of crossed rifles. He had a gun in hand, finger on the trigger. Behind them, another pair of guys lingered on the doorstep. This situation was going from bad to nightmare. She focused on Chris. "I'm sorry for dropping in unannounced. I hoped I'd find you at home. If you will please tell me what happened to Keely. Where she is, I will get out of your hair."
"Whatever."
He tipped his hat down, shielding his eyes. "Chris." She emphasized his name, waited until he glanced up. "What happened?" He hunched his shoulders.
"Nothing. Whatever."
Gunshirt guy scoffed loudly. Schroddie growled. She motioned for her dog to hold, but didn't know what to do. Chris's behavior made no sense. His body language a bizarre mix of posturing and guilt. Like a reactive dog, guilty over biting your arm while preparing to bite again. What did you do? Why wouldn't he look at her? Chris might be a dick, but he normally rejoiced in staring her down, and she'd always believed he cared about his wife. Unless... Had something happened to Keely? Had he hurt her? Fuck this. Calm and polite wasn't doing a damn thing to help this situation. Time for a show of strength. And answers. She walked past military guy and shoved her face right into Chris's. "Tell me."
"Know your place, woman."
A heavy hand caught her shoulder and threw her to the side. Oof. She struck a wall and slid to the ground, backpack landing on top of her. Shaking stars from her vision, she heard Chris say,
"Come on, man, don't hurt."
"I'll do what the fuck, guy?" Military guy screamed in pain. Hair in her face, struggling to shove herself upright, she caught a flash of black and white.
"Shoot it,"
he bellowed.
"Fucking shoot it."
Her heart stuttered. "No, please." Sheer terror lent her strength. She threw herself upright and saw Schroddie, his jaws clamped around military guy's arm, massive white teeth threatening to cut through the man's jacket. The big dog had all four paws splayed and was yanking the guy in a circle. The other men had drawn their guns, but didn't seem confident in their ability to hit a target. But that didn't mean they wouldn't try. "Schroddie!" she cried. "Off!"
"I'll kill it myself."
The man reached for a weapon, trying to draw something from a holster. "No!" Shrugging out of her pack, she staggered for her dog.
"Off!"
Brown eyes flicked in her direction, and he stopped pulling the guy in a circle. "Off," she said firmly. "Come." He released the arm with a grumble and trotted over to her side, crowding her against the wall, determined to put his body between her and these men. She wrapped her arms around him, hating the trembles coursing through both of them. A board creaked above her. Gray. "Don't!" she cried. "Wait!"
"Give me a reason, bitch."
She looked up to find military guy pointing a gun at her and Schroddie. The muzzle leered close, less than an arm's length from her face. Her mouth went dry. Fuck. Oh, holy fuck. Please don't hurt my dog. Her voice cracked, and she gulped in air. He was just doing his job. The safety clicked off.
"I can say the same."
She'd seen more humanity in the broken gaze of a feral zombie. This man had zero interest in security, zero duty. If he'd been in the actual military, she'd bet her business he'd been on the short path to dishonorable discharge. "You're in charge of these parts?" His lips twisted into a cold smile.
"You think?"
"You're clearly in charge here," she said, keeping her tone soft and her arms tight around her dog. No more showing strength, not in this moment. This man fed on fear. To keep him happy, she had to give him what he wanted. She let her voice tremble, let a tear leak out of the corner of her eye. "You're smart. You'll appreciate an asset."
"You?"
He gave a short laugh.
"You're not hot enough."
Not me. My dog. She swallowed back bile. The only thing this guy cared about was power, so she had to try and give him a reason. I got here from Vancouver. You think I did that on my own?
Oh, she's right.
Gunshirt sounded excited.
Boss wants a guard dog.
Jane can do that, Chris said, quickly, almost as if he was trying to help her cause.
She's a trainer. My wife won't shut up about it. Goes on and on about how good she is at it. Joe will appreciate that, right?
Cold steel pressed into the soft of her throat.
You train dogs?
Yes, she stammered.
Then I guess you're valuable after all.
The safety clicked back into place. Military guy, or more accurately, dishonorable discharge guy, leered down at her.
Bring her.
Clinging to her dog, she managed to get to her feet. Her knees shook, ears ringing from the hit against the wall and the lingering rush of fear from that gun. Still, she waved off the two guys who'd been waiting on the porch. I'll walk. It will keep my dog calm. She didn't dare look back. Couldn't risk seeing Gray at the top of those stairs, but she felt him watching as she and Schroddie were loaded onto one of the trucks. Body numb, she held tight to her dog as they were driven away. Squamish passed in a blur. She numbly registered the broken storefronts and smoking buildings as they passed. Couldn't keep track of the streets. Locations tangled together in her head, while details popped into stark relief. Homes with open garages and smoking interiors, sitting beside houses that remained untouched. Other buildings sported hastily built protections, boards hammered across windows and doors, and everything seemed covered with the same spray-painted text. This is Joe's. A message? Or a warning? It all boiled down to the same kind of dystopian bullshit. Some asshole named Joe had found opportunity in destruction. Schroddie licked her cheek, and she rubbed his side. The men took a winding route, avoiding the places where cars had jammed up the roads, creeping up and down the streets. Every so often they'd stop, and one of the guys would run out to mark a fluorescent yellow X on a building. There must have been a signal from the head, because all at once, the vehicles swung onto the highway and barreled across the river. Then they swung up the mountainside, driving past the remains of a campsite and bumping onto a rutted gravel road. Trees crowded the narrow drive. Past the driver and the vehicles ahead, she caught sight of a patchwork wall between the trees. Some Frankenstein architectural concoction of corrugated steel and irregular wooden slats and wire fencing. A sharp line of barbed wire danced along the top of the wall, glinting in the sun. Figures stood around the base as if... Her blood ran cold. Those weren't guards. They were ferals, chained to the perimeter of that wall like junkyard dogs. Oh! Schroddie growled at them. The trucks veered right, circling the wall.
Only one spot with enough room to get around those bastards.
The man driving, gun shirt, giggled, and the car hit a pothole at speed. The vehicle bounced onto a hidden track and between a pair of zombies.
Bet they wish they hadn't attacked us, huh?
Teeth snapped at the vehicle as they passed. Bloodshot eyes, wild with hunger. Jane hadn't thought she could feel sorry for the ferals. She'd been wrong. She and Schroddie were hustled from the truck and into some kind of central compound. Everything was a mishmash of elements, and nothing that could have been built overnight. Russ marked the steel walls. Cement crumbled around the base of various chain-linked fences. This Joe might have seen an opportunity, but something told her he'd been waiting for one.
Bring her to the center,
Gunshirt crowed. This way, one of the other, quieter men said. His angled brow and worried eyes might have declared distaste for his environment, but his hands barely wavered on his rifle. Holding tight to Schroddie, she did as required. They followed Gunshirt and Dishonorable Discharge into the biggest building in the middle of the area. In comparison to the bright morning light outside, the interior of the building was almost pitch black. A heavy door clanged shut behind her, plunging her into darkness. As her eyes adjusted, she found herself face to face with a giant cage. Murmured voices and the smell of stressed, sweaty humanity reached her moments before the pool of shadows resolved into a group of people huddled along the back, as far from the men as they could get, women and children and... Her jaw dropped. Keely?
13. Gray. The feral zombie staked close to Gray's hiding spot, rattled its chains, and snapped its teeth. Gray's eyes flicked in its direction, narrowed. It dropped its head and scuttled back. That's right. Crouched behind a stand of slender trees, Gray tuned out the ferals chained around the perimeter and studied the complex that dared to keep Jane from him. He'd tracked the group that had taken her and the beast at a distance, following the engine's roar and the faint traces over scent to this amateur lump of metal and wood partly hidden amongst the trees. Gray shook his head. What a piece of crap. Poorly strung barbed wire circled the perimeter, leaving gaps large enough for an entire infiltration unit to sweep through. Metal panels with front-facing bolts, a catwalk that creaked and groaned worse than an elderly Jeep, and what looked like a name emblazoned on the front in red letters. This is Joe's. Disbelief warred with the satisfaction of reading something. What kind of fool painted their name on an otherwise hidden complex? Paired with such easily disabled defenses, even a bottom-rung drug lord would be ashamed to use such a place. Still, Jane was counting on him. He couldn't fall prey to overconfidence. Creaky or not, enough armed figures walked that catwalk to make approaching during daylight impossible. Jane hadn't been wrong about being shot. It sucked. He might not remember the details, but he knew it had hurt. The blurry shapes he thought were teammates had been forced to drag him to safety. More importantly, the shot had knocked him out of the mission. Altered or not, he wouldn't risk any injury that would stop him from reaching Jane. His fingers flexed, curling into fists. All that half-remembered experience, all his skills and instincts, and he'd still landed smack in the middle of enemy territory. Trapped outside a rickety shithole of a complex, with the one person he'd sworn to protect held inside by a band of wannabe assholes. His teeth tightened. The figures circling that catwalk flickered into shades of red and orange. How dare they force her to go with them? He'd break every bone in each of their bodies for that. If he discovered they'd hurt her, then it would go much worse for those bastards. Teeth grinding, he shifted position, moving through the trees and bush that marked the far edge of the compound to where the ground rose behind the structure. The elevation wasn't much, but it helped. It also placed him downwind from the complex, giving his new senses a chance to add vital detail. He eased a branch aside, studied the sliver of the internal courtyard his view afforded. More figures, all male. His brow furrowed. Every single one of the people in sight appeared to be male, so where was Jane? Why were there no other women, no children? The one Jane had called Chris, the weak-jawed pissant who Gray intended to crush into tiny pieces, had carried a baby on his chest and claimed his wife was inside this place. He might be a spineless asshole who'd sold Jane out, but he'd also sounded sincere. If Gray had been torturing the pissant for information, he'd have believed him and gone looking for the family. He lifted his head, searched the air. The breeze drifting lazily through the forest picked up scents from the complex, the air thick with a fetid mix of stress and desperation. The sour note of Jane's fear, tangled alongside that of many others, scraped the inside of his nose. Instincts he'd yet to understand sprang to life. Women, children, despair. A growl tickled the back of his throat. He froze. Fuck. Had he just growled out of anger or hunger? That smell had stirred things, triggered a sound he'd carefully avoided making since he'd realized he'd become an altered monster. Sucking in a deep breath, he forced himself to sort through the myriad of emotions swirling through his middle, or tried to. The pieces kept slipping through his grasp. He wanted to protect Jane, wanted to hunt the ones who'd taken her from him and hurt them. He licked his lips in anticipation. Ah, yes, that. Before he'd been altered, he'd carried out rescue missions and high-level extractions. Hostages, refugees, innocents caught in the crossfire. It didn't matter whether the alien landscapes of his memories were real or imagined. The missions had existed. He'd saved women and children, pulled child brides out of shipping containers, and rescued women from warlords. But in those before times, he'd had a team, and his focus had been solely on the mission, on the rescue. This time, he also wanted the pain of those responsible. A lot of pain. Hands flexing, body tense with need, he searched the air again, filtering out the fear and focusing on the others, the men who'd built this place. The vast majority of scents belonged to those trapped, yet beneath that wall of worry and terror, he found something else. A sticky, unpleasant odor, like fresh blood left to cook in the sun. The smell clung to his nose, and he scrunched his face even as his altered senses decoded it as greed. Desire. Even hunger. A different hunger from what Gray felt, a pale imitation of a predator's hunt, as if the ones who'd made this place craved control over things they didn't understand and couldn't truly own. That made sense, because no one could possibly control his Jane. The branch cracked beneath his grip. Jane. He had to get her out of this place. Assess the situation. Plan, then execute. He forced himself to release the broken branch. He might not remember the details, but he knew he'd ended men like this before. Grasping little creatures who'd taken too much and needed to be stopped. No reason he couldn't do that again. He drew in another deep breath and invited all his altered senses to make themselves known. Faint, almost blue-green lights popped into view, all clustered in the center of the main structure. Was that where Jane and the other women were being held? A faint warble carried along the breeze. Despite everything, Gray's lips twitched into a smile. Trust the sad-faced beast to make himself known in the most useful of useless ways. The giant hound might be a crybaby, but his unique cry let Gray confirm the location where Jane was likely being kept. A metal-clad barn smack in the middle of the complex, which meant he'd have to make it through every layer of defense in order to reach her. Fine. Head tilting, he considered his options. All sides were relatively the same, covered by equivalent layers of rudimentary defenses, mainly men keeping watch from raised towers and along that catwalk, which ringed the exterior wall. Despite its ramshackle construction, the compound's sight lines were impressive. If the men patrolling had done so in correctly spaced intervals, it would have made Gray's task infinitely harder. But they weren't maintaining a steady circle, or even carrying their weapons correctly. As he studied them, the nearest one fumbled his shotgun. Interesting. Guns might not feel right in his hand anymore, but he knew that when he'd used them, he'd carried the weapons with certainty. Purpose. He couldn't say the same about the majority of the figures patrolling the makeshift ramparts. Now that he'd moved past the sharp edge of rage, he saw many awkward movements went beyond what he'd consider amateur. Haphazard. Almost scared? The overwhelming smell of fear sweat clicked together with the faltering steps. The majority of those men were no happier about their roles inside this complex than Jane. Good. Unwilling fighters would break and run at the slightest hint of danger. That reduced the volume of people Gray had to worry about. The others, the ones wrapped in greed, who walked with ownership around the grounds and walls, were the real threat. The barn door swung open and a large figure emerged. Long, confident stride and a body covered in weapons marked the man as the asshole who'd forced Jane and the beast into that vehicle. The other, shorter man had been louder, but this one presented the biggest threat. He was a predator. Not of the caliber of Gray, or even that black bear he'd encountered outside the bunker. Yet this human's controlled movements and general bearing indicated he'd had a similar level of training to what Gray imagined he'd experienced before being altered. Unlike the unhappy participants on the ramparts, this asshole wouldn't break at the first sign of trouble. He'd be a canny, capable opponent, one with a lot of guns. The handful of men flanking him wouldn't be the easiest targets either. Oh, Gray could kill them, but there were enough of them to cause him some trouble between the outer wall and the barn where Jane and the beast were being held. All the men had guns and seemed at least moderately comfortable with the weapons. They could shoot at Gray while he was dispatching their fellows. Killing them fast enough, efficiently enough, so none of them had a chance to threaten Jane and the other captives? That required some finesse. He kept perfectly still as his gaze swept over the complex and the surrounding area. Walls, captives, armed forces with a clear sightline of the open space between the forest and wall. Unwilling or not, if those guards saw Gray coming, they'd shoot. As much as it grated him to leave Jane inside this place for a moment longer, he needed the cover of darkness. His gaze snagged on the chained feral, and a slow smile stretched across his face. And a distraction. The complex had been designed to discourage human and feral threats. What a shame for this Joe that Gray was neither of those things.
14. Jane wasn't by nature a violent soul. Sure, when pushed into a corner by feral zombies, she'd pick up a baseball bat and swing for all she was worth. Who wouldn't? And yes, she'd go to extremes to protect her family, her friends, her dog, even the not-a-zombie who'd followed her to a bunker and somehow become a fixed point in her life. She'd fought like hell in the heat of the moment, and she'd cheered a skull-cracking or three when Gray took down those ferals, but she'd never calmly desired another person's death. Not until Joe fucking Cox. After the better part of a day locked up, badgered, and now tied up in that would-be dictator's compound, she wanted the bastard's demise with the fire of 1,000 angry suns. No one, including the worst of the zombies, deserved it more than Joe. He could die in a fire, get crushed beneath his shitty watchtower, or be eaten by the feral zombies he'd staked along the perimeter of his compound. She was flexible. At this point, she'd cheer over choking on a crouton. As long as it happened, and happened fast, she'd be good. If she got to help, so much the better. And the sooner she got shoved back in the cage with the other women, the sooner she could start planning that death in earnest. He might think he'd created an unbreakable regime, where he locked up women and children and forced their partners to guard the property, all in the name of safety from zombies, of course, but she knew better. Nothing fought more fiercely than a creature backed into a corner, which included Gray. Not for a second did she doubt that he'd come after her and Schroddie. How long did she have until he made his move? She glanced up at a small window, set high in the blank steel wall to her right. A fading slice of blue sky seemed to glow back at her. Still daylight, but not for much longer if she had to guess, which she did. And it was damned hard to keep track of the time, since she'd been hauled out of the cage and strapped to a wooden chair in the middle of a freaking workshop. Harder still to keep hold of her temper. Schroddie wailed, rattling the makeshift metal cage he'd been shoved into. Anger gripped her throat. She swallowed it back. When she'd been shown her future role earlier that morning, she'd flown right past scared into spitting mad. No regrets. Spitting mad made it easier to plot fiery doom. "Easy, buddy," she soothed, doing her best to keep her tone level, to pretend her heart wasn't climbing into her throat with every passing minute. You wait. It's okay. You just...
The door banged open, and her self-proclaimed host stomped into the room. In the undetermined amount of time she'd been in the compound, she'd confirmed 2 things. A backwoods compound run by angry men with guns made the average frat house look like a safe haven in comparison. And Joe was exactly the small-minded, hateful little prick his spray-painted claims evoked. He was a squat, bearded man with a neck as wide as his head and a perma-frown stamped on a mouth 2 sizes too small. He put women in cages, used children as leverage, and saw zombies as a boon. He deserved to be mauled to death by those poor dogs he'd shoved into a soulless little gravel run. She wouldn't let that particular demise happen. It would be too traumatizing for the dogs, but even she had to acknowledge it sure would be a fitting end. She straightened as much as the ropes holding her allowed and watched him approach. What a fucking wiener. A pair of wannabe revolutionaries flanked him as he stormed across the glorified garage. It seemed Supreme Leader Joe never went anywhere on his own. Taller and clad head to toe in hunting paraphernalia, their sole job seemed to be to support their leader. They'd left her alone to think about her options. She'd used the length of time to get a hold of her emotions, to breathe, to remember her training, and remind herself that she wasn't alone in this corrugated hellscape. She had Schroddie and her best friend, Keeley, not to mention a cage full of potential allies in that other room. Most of all, she had Gray. She'd be fine. Schroddie bared his teeth, snapping at Joe and his minions as they passed, a reaction she'd only seen in response to the feral zombies. Unfortunately, the gap between the ferals and these men wasn't as wide as she'd have liked. Both seemed driven by an impossible hunger, subject to base desires and their cruelest instincts. Only the ferals wanted food, the basic needs of survival, while these men sought power. Given the choice, she'd take the damn zombies. Easy, Schroddie, she commanded. Off. Her dog subsided with a grumble. Joe reached her chair and glared down at her. Can't you shut that beast up? Refusing to flinch, she met his gaze. Not while I'm tied to a chair and he's in a cage. A rough hand grabbed her chin. Wanna try that again? He wanted the men's admiration and the women's subservience. She wouldn't give him the latter. Even if his haunched shoulders and brows drawn into a flat line made her insides twist. She sucked in a breath between her teeth. He's trying to protect me. So? He squeezed her chin, and she fought the urge to bite his hand. It wouldn't get her anywhere. Tempting, though. She felt certain Joe was the type to curl up and wail at the slightest injury. Instead, she dug deep for her calmest, most assuring trainer voice. Schrodinger is a well-trained dog, she said, studying his nose to avoid glaring directly at his eyes. The majority of training dogs came from teaching the owners, and most of those owners resisted any evidence they'd done anything wrong. The best way to handle them was to stay calm and use their own reasoning against them. He's doing exactly what he was taught, trying to protect his person. That's what you want from your dogs, right? Joe's teeth flashed. Decided to train my dogs, then? The casual violence in his expression made her stomach roil. Maybe I should just throw up that shitty sandwich they called lunch all over his boots? You have dogs. I'm a trainer. She shrugged as best she could, feigning a confidence she didn't feel. The ropes scraped her bare arms, tight enough to keep her in place, or at least hurt like hell if she forced her way out. Her heart kicked, the urge to struggle tightening her chest, and she forced herself to take a calming breath. Get his cooperation. Get back to the cage. Plan death. Whether canine or human, the rule with bullies was always the same. Show no fear. She met his gaze. I'd rather train than get eaten. I don't want the zombies getting inside any more than you do. Better. He released her chin. Knew you'd come to your senses.
The satisfaction in his voice sparked a fresh wave of rage.
Happy to help,
she ground out, digging her fingernails into her palms and striving to stay outwardly calm. Keep it together. He's not as powerful as he seems. Joe pretended he had an iron fist around the compound, but she'd seen enough to know this would-be empire was in the earliest stages of formation. Keeley had pointed out the ex-soldier, the same one who'd ordered Jane out of the house, the one who she believed was the biggest threat in the entire compound. He was trained, more confident than the rest, with a clear understanding of the weapons he carried. That soldier would probably murder Joe and take over, and Joe showed zero awareness of that risk.
Women always are,
Joe smirked.
Lucky we found you.
Found? Don't you mean kidnapped from my friend's house at gunpoint? She clamped her jaw shut. He seemed to take her silence for assent and smiled, motioning for his lackeys to untie the ropes around her.
You'll spend the night with the rest. Remember your place. Then you'll make my dogs guard.
It sounded like he expected dog patrols by tomorrow night. Training takes time, she said, rubbing her arms as the ropes slackened around her. It's a process and everyone has to—
I don't have time for women's work. Just fix them.
Her eyebrows shot upward, and her grip on her temper faltered. Those dogs don't need to be fixed. They're not broken. They are scared and untrained. Training them properly is not woman's work. It's what has to happen if you want animals you can control. He jabbed a finger into her face.
You'll fix those dogs, or else.
Or else what? Are you— Hands hauled her out of the chair, and Schroddie roared. She twisted around to glare at the bastard behind her, the largest of Joe's lackeys. The man snorted disparagingly and hauled her to her feet, shoving her over to Schroddie's cage. The stink of stale sweat, unwashed hunting gear, and cheap body spray washed over her.
Get your dog to go quietly, or my friend there will put a bullet in him. Got it?
Oh, I've got it, she whispered. No way was she risking her dog. Easy, Schroddie. Off. She held up her hand, palm out to emphasize the command, and waited until the big dog grumbled in acknowledgement. She held her hand through the bars and let him nuzzle her palm. Okay, she said to the goon without turning around. You can unlock the cage now. The chain dropped, and the chicken-wired door swung open. She caught Schroddie's collar. Good boy. She rubbed him with her free hand. What a good dog. The big dog leaned into her, nibbling at her fingertips and whining softly in that doggy mix of worry and relief. He gave a tentative wag, his tail half tucked between his legs, and the tip slapped her calf.
Get a move on,
the larger stooge barked. With me, she said to Schroddie, holding tight to his collar while she followed the men out of the workshop and onto a makeshift covered walkway. Footsteps creaked overhead, and metal panels knocked together. The compound was a rabbit warren of interconnected buildings, with open spaces on the bottom and ramps and scaffolding linking the buildings together from above. Sunlight slanted between the wooden slats overhead. She squinted against the rush of daylight. Damn, that workshop had been dark. Shading her face with her free hand, she tried to get a better sense of what time it was. The sun might be bright, but the rays cutting through treetops and over the compound wall had shifted to a rich gold and were closing in on amber. Given they were in the end of April, that had to mean they'd passed 5 in the afternoon, maybe even 6 o'clock. She wasn't sure how much patience Gray had in him, but something told her he'd wait for the cover of darkness. He might be altered, but he was sharp, savvy, and he seemed to be mastering his new state. When in Nightmare Land, he'd do what the nightmares did, right? Right. Keeping her head down and her posture non-threatening, she did her best to study the men patrolling the grounds and catwalk above. Most of them, she'd learned, were partners of the women trapped inside the main building, which explained why they looked so uncertain. Of the rest, the ones who appeared loyal to Joe and his bullshit, she'd counted 7 so far. Of those, the ex-soldier was by far the biggest threat. Gray is going to eviscerate these assholes. And I'm going to help, somehow. Her heart ached for a slender guy standing beside the main building door, eyes wide with fear, and fingers white-knuckled on the old rifle he'd been given. She doubted that relic would fire, a worry the man seemed to share. Poor fucker was as trapped as the women. He radiated desperation. His eyes darted toward the open door, then at one of Joe's supporters, who was keeping watch from above. She caught his eye when she passed, willing him to see there'd be a chance to escape soon. Cheeks flaring red, he studied his feet. She stumbled as she plunged from the bright outside into the dark reaches of the main building. Schroddie vibrated against her leg, and she murmured reassurance, following the sounds of hushed conversation to the cage, which was really a corner of the room that had been secured with metal fencing. The largest stooge motioned to another loyalist, and the chain link holding the door panel closed clicked open. Make that 8 dedicated assholes. Grip firm on Schroddie's collar, she walked into the cage and couldn't repress a shudder as the door slammed shut behind her. "Oh my God, Jane," Keeley's anxious whisper greeted her. "You're okay?" "I'm fine." Releasing Schroddie, Jane caught her best friend in a tight hug and squeezed hard. They'd barely had a chance to greet each other before she'd been yanked from the cage and into Joe's presence. The head dick in charge wanted to show me his poor dogs, then impress me with his workshop. "Shh," one of the women hissed. "Not so loud." "You'll get us in trouble," another whispered. Reassurances froze on Jane's tongue. As much as she needed these women to find some hope and get ready for whatever Gray pulled, she could hardly announce her plans in front of the fucking guard. "Arrgh." Schroddie trundled over to the pair and covered their faces with eager kisses. He flopped on the ground between them, tail smacking the mats covering the floor, and grinned up at them, eliciting a bit of laughter. Trust her dog to know exactly what to do. "Shit, Janie," Keeley let out a breath. "I'm so sorry you're stuck." "Come on, Keels." Jane tugged her friend away from the door and over to the far wall. "It's going to be okay, I promise. We're going to get out of here, and I'm going to kick Chris in the balls so hard his voice permanently changes." A laugh choked out of her friend. "Not unless I kill him first." Jane nodded. "This is fair." Keeley nodded back, mouth tight and lips trembling. "What happened?" Jane asked, still clasping her friend's hand. "Jesus, what didn't happen?" Keeley's voice rose an octave before dropping into a furious whisper. "I can't believe him. I knew that his wilderness men's club was a hot pile of garbage, but I figured, hey, at least he had friends, you know? At least he got out of the house and seemed happier." She shook her head. "Then chaos erupts, and it's all, 'I've got a safe place, babe,'" she snorted. "Safe my fine ass." Jane's eyebrows lifted, but she held her tongue, letting her friend get it all out. She needed help to mobilize the women in this cage. She needed her best friend, and damned if she didn't want to know the details. She wrapped an arm around her friend's shoulders. "Thank God I get to have Maeve with me at night." Keeley's voice wavered. "All the kids are returned at night." "That's because no one in their right mind would try and leave at night." Jane's attention snapped to a figure lying in the corner, propped into a semi-upright position by mats and a couple pillows. Holy smokes! Was that a uniform beneath the blanket covering her legs? Taking Keeley with her, she hurried over. "Were you from the base? Do you know what happened?" "Yeah, I was there." This close, the soldier's face was grim, her features tight with what was probably the pain of an injury. "No fucking clue what happened. These docs assured us the infectious stage had passed, and we hadn't seen any real trouble for about 24 hours. Then all hell broke loose. People shouting about an outbreak in the lineup." Jane crouched down and kept her voice quiet. "Do you know if the Admiral and his wife got away?" The soldier's gaze sharpened. She glanced at the guard, and her fingers fisted against the blanket. The gesture spoke of wariness and a desire to protect what knowledge she had from Joe and his ilk. "I don't know anything about an admiral or his wife or who got away." Trusting her gut, Jane leaned close and whispered, "Admiral Finch is my dad." "It's true," Keeley added. "I swear." "Shit on a stick, girl,"
the soldier breathed. You picked the wrong day to turn up at the forward base.
Yeah. Jane held out her hand. Jane Finch.
Sergeant Lynn Rossi.
The sergeant grasped Jane's hand, flinched.
Damn it. I took some hits getting out of there. More when I realized the corporal with me had walked our group of survivors into this shithole.
Ah, that explained the guy Jane had labeled the ex-soldier.
She nodded.
Seems like there's a lot of that going around. Fuckers. Good thing we're outside the blast radius. Gives us time to... Sergeant Rossi slowly shook her head. What do you mean? Jane hissed.
I mean, we're still in range, depending on how many megatons the Americans decide to drop on us.
Seriously? Her voice kicked upward.
Fuck. Oh. Schrodinger trotted over and nibbled on her hair.
A black and white dog butt dropped into her lap.
Oh. She rubbed his sides.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Sergeant Rossi's voice was grim. We're in range, trapped in this fucking box with a bunch of dick-swinging assholes with a horde of people-eating zombies outside. As far as I know, the main base is still standing outside of Whistler, but we'd never make it.
The assholes haven't forced themselves on anyone yet, Keeley added. But Chris mentioned something called Sunday dinner. When he returned Maeve last night, his face got all scrunchy, which is not a good sign.
Sunday dinner?
Ew.
Jane's mouth twisted at the terrible taste in her mouth. I don't need to know the details to know that is not okay. Fuck. I'm really not going to feel sorry when Gray eviscerates those assholes. Gray? The sergeant looked at her in question. You have backup?
Despite everything, Jane found herself smiling.
Yup. You really have help? One of the other women asked.
And you'll help us?
Another asked, her voice the barest whisper.
Of course.
Jane motioned for them to gather closer.
One by one, the other women in the cage drew near, and Jane took heart from the fragile hope in their eyes. They clustered around, petting Schroddie and getting giant slobbery Dane kisses on their cheeks. Jane glanced at the guard, but he showed exactly zero interest in their conversation, his gaze apparently fixed on the open door. From their position in the far corner, it would be next to impossible to be overheard so long as they kept their voices down. We're getting out of here. She leaned into the middle of the group. My friend is coming for us.
One guy?
Rossi shook her head. She bit her lip and looked around the circle.
I don't want to crush the moment, but one dude isn't going to be enough. If this place's defenses are a joke, no one's laughing. You'd need a highly skilled unit, or a fucking army.
Jane grinned. Good thing I've got a Gray. Rossi's eyebrows lifted in disbelief. Trust me. Jane motioned for everyone to draw together and kept her voice at a careful whisper. Rossi, Keeley, you've both been here for a few days. You've seen how this place works, and I bet you know the weak points, Rossi. So let's make it count. We have to be ready to help when Gray gets here.
15. Gray. Poised in a shadow dip of earth, Gray tracked the figures moving along the catwalk. He might have resented every moment of waiting for nightfall, but he'd sure as shit made those minutes count. As daylight waned, his eyesight had sharpened, his eyes tracking every movement beyond the wall, sorting the men into categories as he silently planned his attack. There were 10 active hostiles, 9 reluctant accomplices, and 1 maybe. It pained him that the weak-jawed pissant named Chris couldn't be marked as a hostile, and he wasn't even the maybe. Nope, the baby-toting asshole who'd landed Jane in this mess sat firmly in the box of reluctant accomplice, a group Gray had determined based on their shaking hands and faltering movements. Whether it was his altered brain or his before-time training, he knew those men would break and run at the first sign of trouble. The sky darkened further, and he inched forward, belly on the ground, to take position between 2 of the ferals staked around the perimeter. Evenly spaced, the creatures shuffled and snapped and wailed, always reaching for the door. Gray hated to admit that he knew how they felt. Thankfully, he was a hell of a lot better at breaching compounds. He eyed the sliding piece of metal that was being used as a side door. It was a scar of corrugated steel against a patchworked siding. Fuck, he should be able to knock it down with his bare hands. But that would tip off his enemies and ruin his plan before it started. Two of the men from inside, both firmly in the hostile combatant category, liked to come out this door and torment the ferals with scraps of meat and pieces of bone. They'd done it that morning and again at lunch, laughing at each other over feeding the help. Gray was more than happy to make them regret that practice. "I'll make you regret a lot of things." Voices sounded from past the wall, followed by a mournful howl from deeper inside the compound. The sad-faced beast was making itself known. But why had it started again? Did this mean something had happened to Jane? Was she hurt or scared or... Gray's insides tightened. His fingers curled into fists, knuckles pressing into the ground. His vision shuddered, and heat signatures flickered to life past the barrier, glowing hues of yellow and red. Sounds sharpened, the beast's cry developing a hollow echo that placed it in the middle of the compound, inside the large building he'd glimpsed from the top of the rocks. The same location it had been at most of the day. Dirt shifted under his chest. He bellied forward, eyes narrowed on the brightest of the light signatures, a pair of two figures approaching the side door. His lips pulled tight. Any moment now. His stomach rumbled. What the fuck? Was his altered vision making him hungry? He froze in place, gaze shifting between the feral zombies tied to the posts on either side of him and the approaching signs of life. The creatures grew more and more agitated, gnashing their teeth and reaching for the door with hooked fingers, as if trying to capture the heated lights in its palm. Gray lifted his own hand, framing the amber glow between his thumb and fingers. His stomach rumbled again, muscles tensing of their own accord, almost as if his body ached with anticipation. Fuck. A shaky breath escaped him. Oh, fuck. One whole day without Jane, and here he was, sliding down the slippery hill into the land of monsters, thinking like something that saw people as food. How had things changed so fast? Why was he so hungry? Because you haven't eaten all day, fool. He cringed at the realization. He'd returned to the house, gathered his and Jane's supplies, and stowed them near the compound. Even an altered operative knew to prepare for a quick extraction, but he hadn't actually eaten anything. Because Jane hadn't shoved food at him and told him to do the right thing. His gut churned, and he lowered his head, resting his forehead against the ground for a moment. Great. He saw life signs related to feral zombies and couldn't fucking feed himself. Or he couldn't feed himself something acceptable. Apparently he couldn't remember to open a can of soup or forage for bread in the kitchen cupboard. Jane might need his help right now, but he sure as shit needed her too. So he'd damn well get to her. The feral to his right wailed, tugging on its chain. Gray lifted his head and focused on the door. Sure enough, the life signs had grown in intensity. The feral was correct. Those goons would be opening that door any moment. He readied himself, gripped the chains he'd arranged at dusk. When things went down, they'd go fast. He'd have a short window to break this Joe's line of defense and reach Jane, especially since he'd be irreparably damaging the compound's ability to repel the ferals. Shit. His past self would probably smack him for this plan. The details of who he'd been were hazy, all sun-faded and pale, but he was certain his past self would have focused on rescuing all the captives. That man would have called his strategy risky or an unacceptable gamble. Hell, that man would probably have been right. Gray was about to put everyone in the compound in danger to reach one single person. He shrugged. Doesn't matter. Get Jane. Get the beast. Get out. The click of a padlock sounded, followed by the squeal of metal against metal. The panel slid open, and two figures came into view, backlit by a dim bulb hanging in the middle of a makeshift corridor. Wait for it. Here, zombie, 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 one of the goons called into the dark, voice winding upward into a chuckle that grated against Gray's ears. Brought you a rat snack, you undead little fucker. Come get it. The other scooped something off the ground. A rock bounced off the feral to Gray's left. Keep waiting. He held his position on the ground, barely 5 feet from the men. Even with all his preparations, if they'd looked down, they should have seen him, but their attention was firmly on the ferals. The creature wailed and pulled against its chains, unable to get as close to the men as it normally could, and it clearly hated its freshly shortened leash. The chains tugged against Gray's grip, as frustration filled the feral's cry, feet scrambling ineffectively against the loose dirt. Feisty tonight, aren't you? The second goon laughed as he stepped through the door. But not too motivated. Gonna fall apart on us? Should poke you with a stick. See if an arm comes off. His partner followed, propping a shoulder against the frame. Feed it already. Nah. The closest goon stepped further past the entrance and dangled a rat at the feral, just out of reach of its shortened grasp. Gotta make our pet zombie dance for his dinner, now. Gray released his hold on the chains. The metal link slipped across the dirt, whipped around the post, and the two ferals, who had been staked on either side of the door that morning, but now had loose chains that Gray had looped around the posts and held in place, lunged forward in unison. Ah! The closest goon lurched backward, pawing at the door. Fuck! The feral from the right outstripped the other and launched itself onto the nearest goon, taking them both to the ground. Behind them, the other man fumbled with a weapon. Too late. Gray surged up from the dirt. He blasted toward the compound, knocking the other feral out of his way and slamming into the second goon before he could pull off a shot. Gray's elbow smashed into the base of the man's jaw, snapping his head into the wall. As the hostile crumpled to the ground, Gray spun around and caught the chain of the running feral as it rushed past, jerking it to a halt. He kicked the second link into his hand and pulled the second feral off the fallen goon. Stringy blonde hair whipped around its head as it stumbled toward him, mouth wide and teeth bared. He snarled at it. It stopped, ducked its head in submission. The other one strained against the chain, but didn't actually try to pull away. In fact, the pair of them were staring at him like a pair of fresh-faced recruits. Undead, flesh-eating recruits. Shit. Was he seriously doing this? He needed an army, and he'd found one. But unleashing ferals into his enemy's compound? That went a fucking leap beyond risky. He knew where those ferals would go, because his own altered brain had highlighted the same signals. They'd run straight toward the greatest concentration of life signs at the center of the compound, right to Jane and the other captives. Was he being completely stupid about this? He was faster, stronger than any of the men here. A shout echoed from down the corridor, followed by a gunshot. More guards were coming. No more hesitating. He dropped the chains. The ferals took off down the corridor toward the approaching guards, one staggering as another shot rang out. But they kept going. Risks aside, Gray was outnumbered and outgunned. He needed the help if he was going to reach Jane and the beast. Go, hunt, be distracting. He scooped the hat off the fallen goon and ran after the ferals, careful to keep their bodies between him and the guard. Another hail of wide, unfocused bullets hit the hallway, and both ferals stumbled into the corridor's walls, and Gray had to throw himself to the side to stay out of sight behind them. Shit. At this rate, Gray's distraction wouldn't last much longer. Don't shoot! One of the goons wailed from behind. Fuck! The shots stopped, and the approaching guards ahead seemed to hesitate. Perfect.
Jeremy?
The larger of the approaching guards called out.
What the fuck happened? Fucking zombies got loose!
The goon yelled,
Get me out of... Hi-ya!
The ferals pulled themselves up and took off for the guards with an unnerving degree of unison. Good. His distraction remained in play. Putting on the stolen hat, some fur-lined piece of pretend predator bullshit, Gray increased his speed and caught up to the racing ferals. Ducking low, he dodged around one and beneath the reaching arms of the other, all while keeping his head down. By the time the guards realized the person beneath the stupid hat wasn't their own, it was too late. Gray knocked the rifle out of the larger guard's hands, shoved his smaller partner into the corridor wall. Then he was out of the corridor and into the compound, and the ferals were on them. Cries echoed behind him, and an alarm screamed to life. Lots of noise, lots of distraction. Perfect. Gray allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Both ferals were still operational and would draw the bulk of the hostiles' attention as they raced blindly for the central building. They'd stay on the ground, which gave Gray an opportunity to take the high road. He launched himself up a set of metal stairs to the catwalk. The patchworked stairs bounced beneath him, mismatched panels grinding and screeching against each other, but he didn't slow. He had to get to the central building before the ferals did, had to find Jane and get her out of this place. He'd seen too many of these compounds in his past life to pretend she'd be fine without him. Failure was not an option. So far, he'd taken care of 3 of the confirmed hostiles, and the lone maybe was now wrestling with a feral. An acceptable outcome. There were still a lot of hostiles between him and Jane, though. Good thing they appeared focused on the chaos erupting on the ground, with most of the hostiles running into view below.
We're under attack!
A voice that had to be Joe's crackled to life over a set of speakers.
Protect our assets!
Assets? Gray clenched his teeth and fought back a wave of blinding rage. This Joe thought Jane was an asset. He deserved every ounce of pain coming his way, and Gray had every intention of making that death hurt far more than it should.
Get to higher ground!
Someone yelled. Another group of hostiles clambered onto the catwalk, guns raised, bodies between him and Jane. Well, shit. So much for staying off the radar.
Hey!
The closest of the men approached, eyes narrowed. He leveled a shotgun at Gray.
You're not Frank?
Nope, I'm not. Gray dropped low and felt the gunshot shake the air above him. The borrowed hat flew off his head. Moving fast, he closed the short distance between them and struck upward, driving his fist into the man's gut. With his other hand, he grabbed the gun and jerked it away, throwing it off the catwalk. The man dropped and the gun clattered onto the middle of the courtyard. Below him, a figure stalked into the courtyard with the confident stride of a hunter, the same man Gray had seen at the house and studied during his surveillance. He pulled off a series of steady, expert shots as he closed on the ferals. One of the ferals toppled over. No doubt about it. Joe might be the name of the operation, but Gray was certain that man was the primary threat in the hostiles' camp. The man stopped at the gun and looked up at the catwalk. Cold, brown eyes met Gray's.
It's fucking on the walk!
He yelled, raising his gun.
Get it!
The remaining feral tackled him.
Fuck!
The hostiles seemed to curse in unison. The men on the courtyard lurched forward, trying to pull the zombie off their toughest member. The ones on the catwalk clutched guns that Gray would bet none of them knew how to properly use. They spun around, gaping at him. It was a mixed group this time. The ones he'd labeled active hostiles, 3 of them, swung their weapons in his direction. The man he'd earmarked as an unwilling combatant stumbled backward. The skinniest of the lot, a narrow spike of a man with messy curls and a patchy beard, stepped forward.
It's another zombie! Shoot it!
Gray rushed the group as all 3 fired. The first round of shots went wide. The next clipped him in the arm. The stinging burn of the bullet was oddly comforting, a dull and somehow familiar pain that drew him closer to his past self. Apparently, that man had been shot a lot. He'd explore that fun fact later. For now, he refused to let the pain or the memories slow him down. Head down, he charged the 3 men. As more shots rang out, he jumped onto the catwalk's railing and grabbed hold of a guideline supporting the structure. Kicking out his feet, he swung over the first man's head and landed in the middle of the pack. As they twisted to face him, he gripped the barrel of one gun and shoved backward, driving the weapon's handle into the holder's face. Blood exploded from the man's nose, and another gun went over the side. While that hostile clutched his face and moaned, Gray kicked out at the man beside him, a big barrel-chested figure with a huge beard and tiny mouth. It was almost embarrassingly easy to avoid the man's fists. Honestly, the brute should be ashamed of himself. Gray spun on his heel and kicked the man straight in the stomach. He caught the man's shotgun as he doubled over and brought the handle down on the back of the man's head. The brute crumbled to the catwalk's floor. "Fuck, fuck, fuck!" The scrawny hostile who'd taken point scrambled away, pistol swinging wildly from trembling hands. 3 shots rang out. All went wide. Then the gun made a dull click. Out of bullets. Amateur. "Help me!" The scrawny man yelled at the 4th man, dropping bullets in his haste to try and reload. "Shoot him!" Gray's head tipped to the side as he contemplated the 4th man, one of the unwilling combatants. The man hadn't run as anticipated. A damn shame. But he also hadn't shot at Gray. Interesting. "I don't want nothing to do with this shit." The man met Gray's eyes. Then he dropped his weapon. "I just want my wife." Gray could work with that. "Fuck you, traitor!" The 3rd man hissed. "You're here to shoot! Joe's gonna kill you and fuck up your precious—" Let's not finish that thought. Gray's hand closed around the scrawny little prick's throat and squeezed. He didn't know this man or his wife, but he knew men like Joe and his lackeys, greedy, grasping assholes who thought they had a right to take anything they wanted. Gray's past self had taken satisfaction in burning those empires to the ground, and his altered self was in full agreement with that track record. He lifted the 3rd man by the throat until they were nose to nose. "Fuck you," the man sputtered. "Joe's gonna die." Gray threw him and his gun off the catwalk in one movement. "Joe's going to die, hopefully slower than you." Lifting his gaze from the new mark on the courtyard's pavement, Gray regarded the 4th man, who was still standing beside his fallen weapon. Fear ringed the man's eyes, bright white against his dark skin. The man lifted his hands in surrender. "I just want my wife." Gray gave a single nod. Striding past the man, he headed for where the catwalk met the central building. That's where he'd find Jane. It's also where the remaining feral was heading. Since the creature was still alive, Gray needed to hurry. His window of opportunity was shrinking with every passing moment. The hostiles had taken longer than anticipated, and the dull ache in his side indicated he might have been shot more than he realized. Inconvenient. Keeping to the catwalk, he circled an outbuilding and ran toward the central compound. "Hold on, Jane. I'm almost there." A fresh round of cries rang from below. The catwalk bobbed and metal creaked with new movement. The man covered in weapons, the biggest threat of the bunch, clambered onto the walkway ahead of Gray. The man was bleeding from a series of cuts and bites across his arms, but his hands were steady as he brandished a long knife. Gray widened his stance, knees bent and arms ready. Guns were a problem from a distance, but right now, in the close quarters of the catwalk and with chaos raging across the courtyard below, that long, gleaming length of metal was the most dangerous weapon of the night. He focused on the man behind the blade and met that cold gaze. "What the actual fuck are you?" The man gaped at Gray. "You're not fucking human." "Not anymore." Gray offered a cold smile.
Fuck me. Never met a smart zombie before.
The man's voice was rough as the textured metal of the catwalk, marked by battle and bullshit. It was the same voice that had forced Jane out of that house, and one person Gray wanted to kill slowly and painfully.
You're going to cry before I kill you.
Gray's smile grew. The fucker bared his teeth and swiped his knife through the air.
Bet you die just as quickly as your little zombie buddy.
Doubtful. He rushed toward Gray. Gray caught the blade before it could pierce his skin and held onto the man's wrist, forcing the weapon past his body and out of range. At the same time, his opponent landed a punch to Gray's ribs that drove the air out of his lungs. He might not breathe as much as Jane, but Gray was rather attached to the breathing he did do. It helped him feel human and reminded him he wasn't some mindless monster. Sure, the ferals seemed to have their own version of sort of breathing, but it wasn't the same. Besides, Jane liked to check his breathing at least once a night.
Better make sure she can still do that.
Still holding the man's wrist, Gray twisted around and used his free arm to block another strike. He slammed the man's wrist against the catwalk rail, but the fucker hung on to his blade.
Damn, he had been right.
This hostile had to have gone through some serious training. His moves were even similar to Gray's, an echo of the punches and kicks he'd learned in his former life. Gray grunted as another strike caught his torso. Catching the man's other hand before a third punch could land on his ribs, he drove the man backward.
Gonna gut you,
the fucker growled in Gray's face.
See what a dead man's insides look like.
Not today. Awareness and a strange sense of loss rippled over Gray. At one time, he'd have traded verbal barbs with this asshole, used his words to distract his enemy and aid his cause. But now, all he had was rage and a deep well of new strength he'd been reluctant to embrace. Everything was already shades of amber and gray. His opponent more a glowing ball of heat and aggression than a person. He had to get to Jane, but he had to be himself when he got there.
Know how many people I've killed with this knife?
The fucker leered at him.
Hundreds. Watch them bleed. Cut them until they do what I want, then kill them when they're useless. I've got plans for those women, and you're not getting in my way, you...
Enough. Still holding on to the man's wrists, Gray shoved one of his elbows into the man's throat and used his other hand to crack the man's weapon in hand into the rail again, but he still didn't drop that damn knife. A boot caught him in the stomach, and they broke apart. The man wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, chest heaving. Gray regained his balance. From the corner of his eye, he saw the remaining feral rushing for the central building, chain clattering across the cement yard, a couple of bleeding hostiles rolling on the ground behind it. Shit. Out of time. No more holding back. Gray launched forward and recaptured the man's arm. In a single movement, he brought his knee up and the hand down, snapping the man's arm across his knee. The bastard screamed and the knife finally dropped. But the bastard wasn't done. He fumbled for one of the guns strapped to his chest.
I'm going to kill...
Go join your knife. Gray spun around and kicked him in the chest, knocking him over the edge. He didn't bother to watch the man land on the pavers below, didn't wait for the crunch of bone meeting pavement. He simply turned and ran for the next building. He had to get to Jane before that feral. The feral's cry trembled through the compound. It raced across the courtyard below, barreling toward the ground-level doors.
No, no, no.
It was ahead of him. He had to make up time. The catwalk rattled like a propeller-powered plane beneath him as he increased his speed, shaking as if it battled violent air. He caught snippets of movement below. The flash of the feral as it streaked toward the central building and, beyond that, a mix of terrified voices and a single man screeching for someone to deal with the problem. Gray's altered senses locked in on that figure, standing near the ground entrance of the building, the glowing tendrils that were his arms flapping like a deflating balloon figure. Clearly, the others around him weren't listening.
"You all have a duty to defend this base,"
a voice crackled over the loudspeakers.
"I control you!"
Gray bared his teeth. No one controlled his Jane. And as soon as he reached the central compound, he'd remind Joe of that fact, forcefully, with a heaping fuck-ton of prejudice. Easy enough to accomplish now. By his count, 3 of the noted hostiles had fallen between the side door and the corridor's exit. He'd taken out 3 more on the catwalk. Then he'd eliminated the trained predator. The feral appeared to have accounted for 2 more on the courtyard ground. By his count, that left Joe all on his own. Anticipation coiled in Gray's belly. Finish this. The unwilling combatants who'd been parked before the catwalk's entrance to that central building dropped their weapons and dove out of the way. Gray shot past them without a second glance.
"You'll guard this room, or I'll shoot every goddamn one of you!"
Joe cried from below, his glowing arm noodles moving in a way that indicated he'd drawn weapons with both hands. What was it about would-be dictators? They always wanted 2 guns, and never understood how to use either of them. Vision locked on the flapping figure. Gray launched himself off the catwalk and into the air.
"I'll fucking—"
Crunch. Gray landed on Joe with enough force to snap the smaller man in half. His knees struck Joe's back, crushing his spine and driving his body into the hard pavement floor of the building. Flowing into the fall, Gray rolled forward. He came to his feet just as the ground-level doors burst open and the feral rushed past him into the room. Reaching out, Gray caught the chain and yanked the feral off its feet with enough force to break its neck. It crumpled into a boneless puddle, sliding across the floor to rest against a set of iron bars. Past the feral's crumpled form, the bars swung open, and an achingly familiar figure stepped into view. "Jane," he locked onto her blue eyes. "I found you."
16. Gray. A long breath shuddered out of Jane. The keys she'd snagged off the distracted guard slid from her fingers. She barely registered the clatter as they hit the pavement. Her entire focus centered on the man before her. Dirty and blood-spattered and steady as a lighthouse in a storm. She'd barely held herself together through the alarms and gunfire outside, determined to break out and help Gray. Had felt the sharp gut punch of terror when she'd seen that feral zombie on a chain, when the snap of its neck had cracked through the room with the force of a gunshot. In this moment, none of that mattered. The cries from the women behind her faded away, and she took a slow step toward him. That cage had eaten away at her certainty with every passing moment. Each time a guard circled the room, fear had dug a little deeper under her skin. A hopeless kind of dread that Gray would come, and he wouldn't be enough. Then her chance at freedom would be gone, and the world would be less. She hated to think of a world without Gray. Now she didn't have to, because he was here, and he was alive. The dimly lit room, with its harsh lighting and rigid cages, softened. The fear that had been silently choking her slid away, and the ground solidified beneath her feet, like she'd been missing some vital piece of herself. Her body finally decided to cooperate, and suddenly she was moving. "Gray!" She launched herself at him. "Oh my God, Gray!" She leaped off the ground and wrapped her arms around his neck, hitting him with a love tackle that would have knocked a normal person straight off their feet. He didn't so much as stumble, simply curled one arm slowly around her waist, then the other, gradually tightening his grip until she was plastered against his chest and her feet were dangling off the ground. She buried her face in the crook of his neck and let his sheer solidity seep into her bones. Tears of relief burned the backs of her eyes. "I was afraid you wouldn't come for me," she whispered into his neck, her voice frayed and crackling with all the emotion she'd shoved down in that cage. "I was afraid you would come and..." His arms flexed around her, a steel band of reassurance, and possibly also a silent chastisement for ever doubting him. A soft laugh escaped her. Silly me for doubting you, huh? He gave her another squeeze in confirmation. He hadn't gotten himself killed trying to reach her. He was still a solid rock of a person, still a force to be reckoned with, one that had somehow smashed through all of Joe's defenses to reach her. Of course he had. Normal rules didn't apply to her Gray, after all. His breath ruffled her hair. Everything inside her steadied. Massive paws landed an inch from her nose. A huge pink tongue swiped across her cheek, then carried on upward, and Gray grunted. Confirmation he'd also been thoroughly slobbered. "Okay, Schroddie," she said with a laugh. "Down." Nudging the dog's massive head out of range, she really didn't need her eyeballs licked right now. She eased back, and Gray's arms loosened, letting her slide out of his grip, and her feet hit the ground. She stepped back and caught her breath. Gray crouched down and gave Schroddie a rub that had the big dog quivering with happiness. Then he looked up, his intense gaze focused on her. Her cheeks flushed. Right. The last time she'd hugged Gray, things had gotten awkward, with a strange sort of silent argument that she still didn't understand. And she had no idea if she'd just make things worse. Guess I should have asked about contact before just... His lips quirked into a lopsided smile. He lightly touched her chin with his forefinger and shook his head. A sensation she was afraid to identify tightened her middle. "Well," she let out a breath, "I'm glad you don't mind me flinging myself at you, and I'm even more glad that you're in one—" Her gaze stumbled over the blood on his arm. "Did you get shot?" He glanced at his arm, shrugged. Shrugged! "You do not shrug about gunshots, Buster." She circled him, determined to take stock of his injuries. Schroddie followed, tracing her steps and bumping his nose into Gray's torso as if carrying out a thorough doggy examination. Aside from the mark on his arm, what her father would probably call a graze, Gray seemed to be in one piece. His jeans were dirty, and his t-shirt had been torn, but Jane brushed a piece of debris off Gray's t-shirt and paused. Was that a hole in the fabric on his right side? She sucked in between her teeth. "Gray, did you get shot twice?" He nudged her back and bent over to study his torso. He poked a finger through the hole, and she winced at the imagined pain. He didn't so much as flinch. The look he flashed at her said, "Guess I was shot twice, no big deal." Dead, undead, or somewhere in between, all men were the bloody same. "Fuck's sake," she hissed. "It is a big deal, you overly macho lunkhead. You need medical attention." "Jane," a voice snapped from behind. "What the fuck?" Jane tore her attention away from the hole in Gray's side and turned around to find Keeley staring at her, flanked by a group of women. Their collective expressions ranged from confused to terrified. Gathered in a tight cluster, like a herd of deer on alert from predators, their wide-eyed stares flicked between the bodies on the ground and Gray. Oh, fuck. Jane had been so overwhelmed by joy at seeing Gray, she'd totally forgotten he'd be terrifying to everyone else in the room. Let's face it, I totally forgot there were others in the room. Ah, right. Jane tried to pull herself together and adopt a calm, reassuring demeanor. The last thing any of the women here needed was another source of fear. She focused on her best friend, Keeley, who'd reclaimed baby Maeve and was staring at Jane like she'd spontaneously turned green and started breathing fire. Oh boy, that didn't bode well. Jane upped the wattage on her smile. "Keeley, this is Gray. The friend I said would come for—" "Your guy is a zombie," Keeley's voice kicked upward. "A fucking—" "No." The word came out more harshly than Jane had intended. Hell with it. No one was talking shit about Gray, especially not after he'd just saved their collective asses. She parked her fists on her hips and positioned herself between the group and Gray. He's not a zombie. Yes, he's different. But he's not dead or anything like the ferals. He's just gray. Keeley stared at her. The women flanking Keeley stared at her, as did a group of men that Jane had just realized were gathering around the cluster. Most seemed determined to hang back, their stooped shoulders and dazed expressions clear evidence of their struggle to process whatever had happened outside this room, and probably their guilt in complying with Joe's demands.
"Are you serious?"
Keeley took a step toward her. One of the men behind her shoved his way through the group, ball cap askew and clothing rumpled like he'd been through a spin cycle in a dryer. Somehow Keeley's shitty husband had survived Gray's initial incursion and not been picked off by his own side for running away, which is what Jane assumed the human equivalent of an expired cocktail wiener had done. He reached for her friend.
"Keeley, don't get too close."
Gray had a hand wrapped around Chris's throat before Jane could blink. "Whoa." Jane lurched forward and grabbed Gray's forearm. "Yes, he's an asshole. No, you can't kill him." "Probably." She glanced at Keeley. Her best friend gave a tiny shake of her head and hugged baby Maeve to her chest. Neither Jane nor her friend were cold-blooded killers, even if Chris damned well deserved to pay for what he'd done. During the hours locked in that cage, Keeley had told her all about Chris, how it had been his plan to take shelter here with his friends, and how he'd apparently helped Joe build this complex of horrors as part of their club. He'd sworn it was the start of a better world for men like him, of course, and he'd been stunned when Joe had included him in the forced separation from partners. Yeah, Jane was really short on sympathy when it came to Chris, and she hated to acknowledge he'd gotten in over his head. Gray let out a low growl. Chris burbled, face turning red. "No," Jane said, firmly this time. She tugged on Gray's arm. "No more killing. I know he deserves punishment for what he's done, but he's unarmed and no threat, especially not to you." Gray's brows lowered into a furious line. His steely gaze flashed to hers. She didn't need to hear his words. She felt them. Here is the man responsible for dragging you into this pit, for separating us and putting you in danger and forcing me to unleash abilities I still didn't entirely understand. "I know," she said softly, "but we can't." Bone-chilling cries echoed outside. Schroddie shoved past her, positioning himself between her and the doorway. Gray released Chris and spun around to face the main set of doors. "Oh, shit," Jane breathed, spinning around to stare, too. Her stomach flipped as she realized the cries were not only ferals, and they were getting louder. Had the chaos inside the complex drawn others, or had they already been here? She nudged Gray. "How many of those did you let off their chains?" He lifted 2 fingers. "2? And they're both?" She trailed off at his nod. Okay, so both the ferals he'd let loose were dead. Either something else had let the rest out, or they'd been drawn from the surrounding area. Though that seemed like an oddly fast response, given how far away from town they were. In fact, her brow furrowed. The cries seemed different. A bizarre mix of human pain that somehow twisted into feral screams, almost as if the source of the noise was changing from human to feral as they listened. She swallowed hard. "Gray," she said softly, "what happened to the men you went through?" His head tipped to the side in question. "Did you?" She gulped. "Did you bite anyone?" His head snapped back in obvious affront, and he gave harsh shake of his head, as if loudly declaring, "Fuck no." Then he paused. His eyes slowly widened, and a terrible understanding shaped his mouth. "Well, fuck." "The other ferals didn't they?" she asked, still keeping her voice the barest of whispers. He sent her a worried glance. "Shit," she hissed. Those doors to the building they were currently inside were toast, and even if they'd hold, no one had the stomach to stay in a warehouse that had been converted into a human jail. Aside from the sheer ick factor, there were no supplies. Everything had been brought in from other locations, and too many points of entry from the catwalk above. She looked at Gray. We need to get out of here. Mouth tight, he nodded. She faced the watching crowd, a mix of recently imprisoned women and children, and men who'd been forced into guarding their own loved ones by Joe. She might be angry at those men, but that didn't lessen her desire to get everyone to safety. Does anyone know of a secure location? Somewhere nearby?
There's buildings on the far side of the complex, Chris stammered. Opposite the...
Yeah, good places to hole up over there.
One of the others stepped forward, a tall, dark-skinned man with steady brown eyes.
Joe made me guard the garage a couple times. It's large. Got supplies.
And transportation? Jane asked.
There's a bus. He shrugged. Don't know if it works, but...
A feral burst through the doors. Schroddie slammed his shoulder into the creature's midsection, throwing it off stride. Gray became a living blur, flying past her dog and slamming his fist into the feral so hard it flew back and hit the wall with a crunch of bones and tissue. It slid down the wall like a bug on a windshield. Whoa. Jane swallowed hard. Some of the people cried out, and the scruff of shoes scrambling across the pavement scratched her ears. Body shaking, Jane forced herself to draw in a deep breath. She refocused on the group, finding half of them cowering at the opposite end of the building. No one said a word, but their body language and wide-eyed stares announced the focus of their fear. Gray. Jane would have to deal with that as soon as they were all somewhere safe. She approached the man who'd stepped forward. He had an arm around one of the captive women, and a young child clutched against his chest. The way the woman leaned into his side, eyes half closed with obvious relief, assured Jane she could trust him. Is there a clear path to the garage from here? She asked. He nodded and pointed to Joe's body.
You'll need the keys.
Okay, I'll get them. She searched the crowd for the injured sergeant and found her leaning heavily against the cage door. The rest of you, help everyone who can't move quickly. Hurry. With Schroddie and Gray between her and the approaching ferals, she grabbed the ring of keys off Joe's belt. Her fingertips crawled from the contact, as if she'd had to reach through dead cobwebs for those keys. As soon as she could, she was showering for a day, in scalding hot water. Got them. She glanced at the man. Lead the way. He motioned for them to go out the opposite door and set a quick pace, clearly wanting to put as much space between his loved ones and danger as possible. Jane had to respect that. Besides, that direction worked for her. She hung back with Gray, waiting until everyone had exited the building before stepping into the night air. Dim red lighting cast everything in a bloody hue, and it felt like she was walking into a cold version of hell. The others must have felt the same, as they'd stopped, clustered around the exit like a bunch of chickens afraid to leave the henhouse. We're not stepping into hell, she reminded herself. We're leaving it. Come on, she said in a loud whisper. Let's go. She urged Keeley forward, and the entire group shied away from her. Fuck. Had her hands turned into T-Rex heads, or... Right. Gray was beside her. She caught his eye, and he lifted his brows in understanding, then motioned for her to move ahead. Well, if fear of him was what it took to get everyone to safety, they'd make it work. The group might have been afraid of the dark spaces and eerie cries, but they also didn't want to get too close to Gray. Coordinating their movements, much as a shepherd might with a sheepdog, they drove the group toward the promised safety of the garage on the far side of the complex. As they picked up speed, weaving between half-built structures, Jane watched as Gray dropped behind. She knew the distance was more for the peace of mind of the escapees rather than their protection. She hated it. Schroddie nudged her side and twisted his long neck around to gaze at Gray. You're right, buddy, she said softly. Go. To Gray. The dog trotted away, taking up position at Gray's side and thoroughly ignoring his silent demands to return to Jane. Clearly the big dog had decided that Gray needed help. Given her not-a-zombie had been shot, Jane wouldn't disagree, even if she'd rather have them both at her side. A round of feral cries trembled through the complex. Fuck, that had been way too loud. Her gaze snapped to Gray's, and he pointed urgently ahead. Right. Running. Now was probably the time for running. Come on, everyone! We've got to go! For once, the group needed no more prompting. The largest of the group scooped up children and paired off to help the injured, and their speed picked up until they were running almost flat out. Her lungs burned as they raced between the final buildings. The cries grew louder. Schroddie started barking, an urgent warning. Jane fell into step beside Keely, holding her friend's arm and helping carry Maeve's weight. It felt like an hour, but had to be a matter of seconds before they turned the corner around a cinder block dwelling and found a converted barn towering before them. Perfectly suited for a country estate, it had no windows on the ground level and looked as sturdy as they came. Thank God. Struggling to catch her breath, Jane pushed to the front and fumbled with the keys. Why the fuck did Joe have so many keys? She'd never heard of key ring compensation before, but apparently it was a thing. Do you remember which one? She gasped at the man.
Sorry,
he said, voice thick with worry.
I want to say a big one, but Joe didn't let anyone else touch him.
Figured. It's fine. She jammed the biggest key at the lock. No joy. We'll figure it out. The second key was also a bust, as was the third. Fuck, Jane? Keely cried. They're getting closer. I know. Jane eyed the lock, noted the hole was substantially smaller than the surround, and reached for a little key with a blue plastic case. It rattled against the lock, then went in. Click. She shoved the door open and stepped to the side. Get inside! The group hurried past, murmuring thanks and casting terrified glances over their shoulders. Keely stopped beside her and looked pointedly behind, to where Gray stood with Schroddie a short distance away. You aren't really going to lock him inside with us, are you? Jane couldn't help it. She laughed. Keels, she said. You have no idea what I'll lock myself in with. But trust me. She fixed her gaze on Gray. He's good. The best, actually. Gray, she called out to him. Everyone else is inside. Get in here. Schroddie abandoned his post at her call and bounded over, taking up his usual spot at her hip. Gray hesitated. Jane jabbed a finger in his direction. If you don't get in here, I'm not going inside. He frowned at her, but jogged to the open doorway. Gasps and worried murmurs sounded inside. Jane ignored them. She took hold of his arm and squeezed. I know they're scared, but it's not your fault. Staying outside doesn't help anyone. We can't do it without you, and even if we couldn't, I don't want to. They'll be okay. His broken eyes collided with hers. I promise, she whispered. I need you. He let out a breath and gave a single nod. He gripped her waist and ushered her inside. Together they closed the doors and dropped a massive board into place across the entrance, effectively barring it. Okay, so he dropped the board. She simply pointed out where it needed to go. Either way, they were finally safe. Thank goodness. Tiredness dragged at her as she turned around to find every single person staring at her and Gray. How had she failed to notice so many of the men had kept their guns? Shit. Had she just put Gray in even more danger than before? Somehow, she had to convince a barn full of traumatized people that being locked inside with her not a zombie was the best thing that could have ever happened to them. 17. Shoulder to shoulder with Gray, her back to the barred garage door, Jane stared at the gathered people inside the space. Chests heaving from the run, faces washed out and wary beneath flickering fluorescent lighting, her fellow escapees stood in a loose semicircle around the barn's entrance. She took in their collective stances, crossed arms, stiff legs. and white ringing their eyes. It all smacked of fear. The women she'd been in that cage with had pushed children behind them. The men, who minutes ago had been carrying guns for Joe, had formed a defensive line, with the remaining guns at the ready. Savior or not, they hadn't wanted Gray inside the building. Too damn bad. She had experience dealing with frightened creatures, and humans weren't all that different from dogs when you got down to it. You had to stay calm, project confidence, and show them it's okay. With dogs, that meant being a strong leader. With humans, it probably meant having a plan. She drew in a deep breath and squared her shoulders. I know you're all scared, but... The door thudded behind her. Holy shit! She spun around to face the barred door as another form thudded against the heavy wood. A bone-chilling wail followed, the sound slithering through the door and down her spine like a cold breeze. Schroddie lowered his head, hackles standing in a ridge down his back and his gaze fixed on the door. More thuds hit the door, and it felt like the entire structure trembled. Shit, shit, shit! She stumbled back a step and glanced at Gray. He touched her arm, as if to say, I've got this, and then placed his palms against the barred door, leaning into the structure as the next wave of ferals hit it again from the outside. Starting at the far right, he methodically made his way across the door. Maybe his previous life had involved a lot of barricades, or maybe his not-a-zombie status had gifted him with door assessment powers. Either way, he seemed certain when he reached the left side of the double doors and flashed her a confident thumbs up. You're sure it will hold? She whispered. His gaze flickered between her and the door, and his mouth scrunched. Holding out his hand, fingers splayed, he wobbled it from side to side and then tapped the face of her watch. For now? Somehow her whisper got quieter. He nodded. Gray. She gripped his sleeve. That's not great. Do you know how long we have before... He stiffened beside her. She sent a panicked look at the door. The bar seemed fine and no splinters were showering down. Phew, what the heck was he worried about? She started to jab him in the stomach and froze. Her shoulders drew tight as she finally registered the muttered comments coming from behind. He's just like one of those things, someone murmured. Dangerous. We should lock him up, another declared. Lock Gray in a cage? Over her dead body. She spun on her heel and glared at the group of survivors. No one, I repeat, no one is putting Gray in a cage. Finger pointed in a move worthy of an outraged librarian, she said, He saved you. If it wasn't for him, you'd still be in a cage. Besides, we're in a converted barn, for fuck's sake. There's boxes of supplies and an old school bus, not person-sized cages. Yeah, there is, Chris piped up from behind the others. In the back, where Joe kept the dogs. The dogs? Right. Jane barely stopped herself from smacking her forehead. How had she forgotten about the dogs Joe had expected her to train? Oh, right. The zombies and the running for her life. That's how. See? Another of the women piped up. We can put him in there. Make sure we're safe? Jane struggled to push the anger down and keep her voice even. Are you kidding me? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you came to this hellhole looking for safety, and I'm pretty sure you got locked up for your troubles. Or made to carry weapons for a would-be despot. Schroddie shifted sides, arranging himself between the crowd and Gray. She ran her fingers through Schroddie's scruff. Even my dog knows this is just stupid, Jane said, her tone far calmer than the maelstrom of emotion churning through her chest. After everything Gray had done for these people, she refused to let them treat him as anything less than a hero. You all told me that Joe planned to auction off all of us in those cages to his followers for a night of fun. She punctuated the word with air quotes. They looked human, and they were fucking monsters. Shaking with repressed anger, she placed a hand on Gray's chest. He might look different, but he's no monster. his muscles flexed beneath her touch.
"I know he saved us, Jane," Keely stammered. "But he's...
Jane focused on her best friend. She noticed the way Keely cradled Maeve almost desperately against her chest, the dark smudges beneath her eyes that screamed sleep deprivation. These people were beyond scared. They'd been terrorized for days by an asshole and his crew. After that much trauma, even escape could be scary. The majority of them barely knew her, and the few that did had been through hell, even if, in Chris's case, it was of their own making. While she'd been spending the night curled beside Gray and Schroddie in the spare bedroom, her best friend had been locked in a cage and separated from her baby. That kind of bone-deep fear didn't vanish in 5 minutes. "Come on, Jane. You can do this." She swallowed hard and said, "When I first encountered Gray, he terrified me." He flinched at her words. Hand still on his chest, she pressed her palm into him in silent reassurance. "Even after he saved Schroddie and I from a pack of ferals in downtown, the scary zombies, like the ones outside," she clarified. "I thought he wanted us for food or to mark dominance." Cheeks burning, she sent Gray an apologetic look and mouthed, "Sorry." His one-shouldered shrug said, "I get it." Refocusing on the survivors, she took a deep, steadying breath. "But that's because I was focusing on his appearance. He looked scary, so he had to be dangerous, right?" She shook her head. "It wasn't until the morning after that escape, when I unlocked the armored van we'd hidden in and found Gray waiting outside, that I realized the truth. He wasn't hunting us. He was protecting us."
"Holy shit, Janie,"
Keely whispered. "Yeah." Jane's lip quirked. "Shit happened."
"I'll say."
Keely's brown eyes were round.
"But you got out, and you're okay, right?"
"Yes, I'm okay." Jane gave her best reassuring smile. "What really matters right now is that Gray got my dog and I across the Lion's Gate and all the way to my dad's bunker." Keely's gaze darted between them.
"And you brought him in?"
Jane blinked at her. Yeah." That part had seemed obvious to Jane, but a bunch of the survivors still gasped in shock. Fair enough. Panicked brains made bad choices and weren't exactly great at lateral thinking. Schroddie warbled and leaned into her side. The big dog had relaxed his watchful stance, and she took that as a sign that the survivors were starting to come around to accepting Gray in their midst. Even the ferals seemed to have relaxed their attempts, at least for the moment. "Good boy." She rubbed his ears and grinned at the way his mouth parted into a happy dog grin. If only Gray could relax the same way. But his body was as stiff as the spare planks of wood propped against the barn's wall. She knew he was trying not to scare people anymore, not to make any sudden movements or cause any more panic. But his posture was an unnatural kind of stillness, the kind so complete it was normally only found adopted by predators as they watched their targets. Which she absolutely could not explain to him right now. What she could do was give these people a plan, or at least part of a plan, and give them something better to focus on. "Those ferals won't stay quiet for long," she glanced around the group. "We need to secure this barn while we have the chance, and you all need to get okay with Gray being here." "How?" one of the men exclaimed. "He's a zombie!" "Gray is not a zombie." Jane moved closer to Gray until she was almost tucked under his arm. The safest place in the world as far as she was concerned. "He has a pulse. He breathes. And I spent nearly a week in a small enclosed space with him. Well, with him and Schroddie." Jane smiled sweetly at the survivors. It was very small and very enclosed. Glances circulated among the group.
"Still,"
one of the women said slowly,
"how can we possibly believe he won't?
"He saved us, so that's a start." Sergeant Lynn Rossi limped to the front of the group. The soldier had her arm around another woman's shoulder and her face tight with pain, but she met Jane's gaze with steady eyes. "When you said your Gray would eviscerate those fuckers, I really thought you were overstating things." Nope, Jane grinned. Not in the least. Gray snorted. The sergeant inclined her head at him. I appreciate the expert wet work and the escape, but some of us are bleeding, and only Jane knows you. So I've got to ask, how do you know you won't snap and try to eat us? Jane's back stiffened. Gray tapped her shoulder. She swallowed her protest. If he wanted to speak for himself, she had to let him. Facing the crowd, he touched his temple and then held his hands out, palms up, and spread them outward. He held that pose for a moment before placing his right hand over his heart. His eyes met hers. Certainty warmed her insides. Is he saying he can't know it logically, but that he believes he won't hurt us? Sergeant Rossi asked. That's exactly what he's saying, Jane said. If you want proof that what he's saying is true, you're talking to her. The sergeant gave a slow nod. I guess that will do. Jane wished it did, but the rest of the people in the barn had yet to loosen their stances. They needed proof positive. And if Gray not attacking them in a barn wasn't good enough, she could think of only one other option. She stepped toward her best friend. Keels. She held out her hands. Give me my niece. Keely's mouth dropped open. Are you serious? Please, Jane said gently. We need to show these people they can trust Gray, and you're the only one here who knows me. You know I wouldn't do anything to hurt Maeve. Ever. I know that. Keely sucked in a breath. Okay. She inched forward and slowly held out Maeve. Completely unaware of the tension blanketing the room, Maeve gurgled happily and reached for her favorite auntie. Her little fingers flexed in happy anticipation, and she gave a huge, toothless grin. Hello, baby doll. Jane scooped her honorary niece into her arms and snuggled her close for a moment. Why did babies smell so good? Want to say hi to one of Auntie's favorite people? Maeve burbled at her. Right? Jane beamed at her. He's pretty great. She turned to Gray. Eyes widening, he inched backward and gave a small shake of his head. He doesn't hesitate at breaching a compound and taking out a pile of men with guns, but one baby has him scrambling? She nearly rolled her eyes. Men. Do you think you're a danger to this baby? His brows drew together in a fierce line that screamed, hell no. Then you can hold her. Jane held Maeve out to him. He glared at her. She lifted a brow. She's a 5-month-old baby. I bet you can bench press a horse. He let out a sigh that rivaled her Great Dane's dramatic groans. He shuffled closer and eyed Maeve, as if he was being asked to cuddle a sack of live grenades and not the cutest child in the world. Slowly, he took the baby and lifted her until they were eye to eye. Maeve burbled cheerfully at him, feet swinging as if she was in her swing chair and eyes fixed on the new person in front of her. She was clearly deciding whether he'd prove a worthy human playset. His lips twitched. The baby slapped a tiny hand onto his forehead. A huge grin split his face. He gave her a gentle toss, and she squealed with pure glee. It was the cutest thing Jane had ever seen. Her ridiculously strong protector turning into a muscular marshmallow. Oh my God. Jane's insides rolled over. Oof. Keely linked her arm with Jane and gave her a squeeze. Now that my heart is beating again and I'm remembering that air is great, I have to say I know that expression. Yeah. Fuck. Unable to talk about the newest twists in her impossible relationship, Jane forced herself to study the group, to take stock of their body language and expressions. Arms had uncrossed, weapons had lowered, and expressions had mostly shifted from fear to curiosity. A layer of tension gradually uncoiled from the back of her neck. Phew, she whispered. One crisis averted. Keely prodded her side. Janie, I have so many questions. I know, Keels. Jane bumped her friend's shoulder. But there's no way we're doing that right now. Later. With wine. Promises, promises.
Keeley grumbled. You know me, Jane said. I love a good promise. And I want to make good on this. But first, we have to survive. She glanced at Sergeant Rossi. The sergeant grimaced, but she and her helper limped into what had become the front of the room. We've got 28 people in this barn, Rossi said in a low voice. Most of these people are non-combatants. Some are injured, and we're surrounded by those things. Gray says the doors won't hold forever, Jane added quietly. The least of our problems if the Americans drop that bomb, Rossi muttered. Well, shit. How had Jane forgotten about the bomb? First dogs, then bombs. She clearly needed to take a moment and get her head together, because if she could forget about the threat of nuclear obliteration in the face of Gray plus baby cuteness, then she had a problem. Bomb? Keeley squeaked. There's a bomb? Doesn't matter. Rossi cut her friend off before panic could set in. We can't stay here. No, we can't. We've got too many people to run for it, and too far to go on foot regardless. Jane parked her fist on her hips and stared at the school bus taking center stage in the barn. Humming thoughtfully, she circled the bus, taking in the piles of what appeared to be car parts by the rear tires. A mix of farming equipment and what was possibly more parts lined the long stretch of the left wall. With a loft above and more spaces in the back, they might well have enough to work with. Rejoining Keeley, Rossi, and Gray, she faced the group. Is anyone here a mechanic? Chris lifted his hand. I know how to... Anyone else? She asked. An older man lifted his hand. I've worked more on small planes, but I've done a little on cars. I know my way around a car, one of the women said. She had her arms around a pair of children and a determined look in her eyes. I used to run a shop with my dad. We focused on farming equipment. This bus can't be all that different. Good, Jane nodded. You two can take point on the bus. Get the help that you need. See if it's running, and if we've got enough parts to do whatever it needs to get us to the base camp at Whistler in one piece. That's an hour of driving in normal times, so... Plan for at least a day of hard driving, Rossi said. And barriers. So if we find a snowplow in this place, we slap that on the front? The woman lifted her chin. I can do that. I've tricked out a few trucks in my day, the older man said. I can help. That's great. Jane flashed an encouraging smile at the group. She glanced at the sergeant, who motioned for her to continue. The rest of us can divide into teams. Some can search for supplies to load onto the bus, while others get some rest. 28 people, and she felt every single pair of eyes on her, as if the gazes were weighted blankets. Her hands grew sweaty, and she rubbed Schroddie's ears for comfort. Gray and Schroddie will let us know if there's going to be trouble, but if you want to help keep watch, that loft looks like a good location. Right now, I'm going to check out the dogs in the back, because I won't leave them behind unless there's no other option. She drew in a breath. We can Mad Max this shit. Because if they didn't, and do it fast, it was all over. Come on, everyone! She clapped her hands and put on the best game face she could muster. We've got this. It's time to make a bus and get us all to real safety.
18. Gray.
Hey, zombie!
A deep voice bellowed from below.
Hey!
Gray swallowed back a growl and placed the empty fuel tanks he'd carried into the loft beside their equally empty cousins. It felt like all he'd done since he'd barred the door and Jane had talked the crowd into acceptance was carry things up and down the single ladder, which wasn't far from the truth. Of course, lifting heavy things was about all he had to contribute. He couldn't repair an engine or retrofit anything, couldn't settle scared children or tend wounded or train Joe's neglected guard dogs. All he could do was lift shit and keep watch. An exercise in frustration and growing concern. He huffed through his nose and eyed the barn's far wall. Though shadowed thanks to blocked windows and the afternoon's angled sunlight, he could see the boards along the main floor all too well, could track the dust and bits of sawdust that flew into the air with every bump and kick and strike from the other side. Thanks to his altered state and the limited sleep he now required, he'd had far too much time to track the ferals outside, to listen as their numbers grew, as more of his fallen foes rose to join the horde. He'd forced himself to stand calmly beside Jane and pretend it didn't worry him. Except it did. He had to get her to safety. She had to survive. As for the rest of the people trapped with them, well, saving them would be nice, an optimal outcome. And it would make Jane happy, and he wanted to make her happy. He might have fractured memories of his past life, but he was certain the man he'd once been would have been determined to save every last person, even that asshole, Chris. He studied the blackish veins marking the back of his hands, curled his fingers into a fist. The man he'd been would have declared anything less than 100% survival unacceptable. But that man had died. When it came right down to it, those people weren't his concern, weren't his mission. He glanced at where Jane and the beast slept, blissfully unaware of the mounting danger outside. Then he shifted his gaze to the far wall. As he watched, wood crackled and fine shards of cedar danced into a beam of sunlight. Shit. Too much dust. Too many strikes. The rest of the night and much of the following day had passed, and the ferals outside had shown no sign of abandoning the hunt. If anything, they'd grown more determined. He flexed his fingers and fought back the urge to grab Jane and the beast and make a break for it. The cries from outside pounded against his ears, a heartbeat demanding, "Pray, pray, pray."
"Zombie!"
The deep voice cut through his chain of thoughts.
"Little help?"
Gray sucked in a breath. Pulling himself together, he splayed his fingers in a silent request to wait a moment. The man waiting at the base of the ladder grunted and rubbed at his beard, while the two behind him appeared to be preparing to lift whatever needed lifting without Gray. That was fine. They'd either remember why they needed Gray to move heavy equipment, or they'd get it done without him. Gray shrugged. Then he peered through a space between boards, a space that had probably been a window before Joe and his crew had boarded it over. He hated to give them credit, but he had to admit they'd done a decent job. It offered enough of a view of the ground below, while keeping the barn as secure as possible. His teeth clenched at the sight of the ferals clustering along the walls. They bunched and flowed like a flock of birds, circling the barn and searching for weaknesses. Fists and palms struck the boards, creating a sound almost like the pounding rain of a tropical storm. Fuck. Less than a day, and there was a sea of them out there. How had their numbers swelled so quickly? Because the infection is spreading. He touched his mouth and let out a shaky breath. "Did you bite them?" Jane had asked him. Thank fuck he hadn't. But he also hadn't thought about not biting them. Hadn't considered his teeth a threat. All that time with Jane in the bunker, and he'd never worried about being infectious, about the risk he might pose to her. What if he'd bitten her and...
"Zombie!"
Impatience edged the shout.
"Come on!"
A low growl escaped Gray's throat. He wanted to bellow back, but the yelling man wasn't wrong. They needed to get going. He grudgingly pulled his gaze away from the masses. He hopped off the loft, landing neatly beside the ladder, and the three men waiting on him. All of them jerked back. Gray lifted a brow at them. "What? You're the ones yelling for me?"
"Shit."
The bearded man who demanded Gray's presence muttered and pulled his flannel shirt sides together across his chest, hand-clutching the fabric in a fist. He drew in a shaky breath and glanced at the others, then up at the loft.
"That's like a story high. Damn."
"So?" Gray tipped his head in question.
Yeah, right. This way."
The man jerked his thumb toward the bus and the center of the storm dominating the main floor of the barn. With a nod, Gray followed them. He didn't mind the chaos. In truth, He found it strangely soothing, but he seemed to disrupt the flow whenever he traveled through the middle, so he'd avoided it as much as possible. He drew in a deep breath, tasting the cedar dust and sweat and sharp burn of recently soldered metal. The men led him past the pair of people hovering under the faded yellow hood of the bus, barking orders and demanding tools, and occasionally drinks or a towel. They were talking about torque and belts and nuts with their mouths tipped down, brows drawn together, and their hands parked on their hips. He definitely hadn't been a mechanic in his former life, and he didn't understand most of their words, but he didn't have to know all the words to find the flow familiar, even comforting. This was a hive of activity, all buzzing with the same intent. The state of controlled mayhem tickled the edge of his memory. "Hey, Javen," a deep voice yelled from under the hood. "Grab a socket wrench. And someone check on those spare tires," another added. "Over there." The injured woman, the one Jane called Sergeant Rossi, directed the flow from her position on a lone car seat. She barked orders and used a length of pipe to point people to the next task. "Keep packing those supplies," she said, "and get those benches secured." He recognized the unique pulse of the military in her direction, that focused economy of words. He didn't need his name for that. Giving the sergeant a nod as he passed, he reached a pile of things littering the ground at the back of the bus. He motioned at the junk. "What do you need?" The second of the men pointed to a long stretch of steel propped against the back of the bus, below a jagged break in the back door. "Need you to hold that slab up while we secure it in place over the hole. Here." He held out a pair of padded gloves. "You're gonna need these." "Right. Gloves. Fuck." Gray's altered fingers didn't love being covered, or dealing with the gloves. He peeked around the end of the bus to where he'd left Jane. Sure enough, she was still sleeping on a stack of hay, curling up with the beast, her friend, the baby, and the other dogs they'd found locked in the back of the barn. He could wake her up and ask for help with the stupid gloves. Nah, she needed her rest. It had taken her hours to settle those dogs, but she'd done it. His chest swelled with pride at the memory of her handling the two dogs. No flinching, with unshakable calm, she'd gotten them from snarling and snapping to sitting at attention. Now, they napped in happy little balls at her feet. And why wouldn't they? He didn't need sleep, and he wanted to curl up there. He wrestled the heavy leather gloves on, tugging them on with his teeth until he caught the horrified expressions of those watching. Shit. The others weren't comfortable enough to tug things onto his hands, and they sure weren't okay with him biting anything. He rolled his shoulders and focused on the task at hand. The three men had wrangled the slab of steel into an upright position and were working to heft it onto the end of the bus. "Geez, Frank," Sergeant Rossi hobbled over to them, using her pointing pipe as a cane. "We've got to go easy on the armor." "Like hell," the bearded man grunted. "Got fucking zombies out there." "Yeah, and an engine that still needs sorting." She pursed her lips and studied the slab of steel. "That thing weighs a ton." "Why'd you think the fucking zombies here?" Gray's brows lowered. That bearded man was damn lucky Jane napped, because if she'd been awake, she'd have torn a strip off him, verbally, for lumping Gray in with the feral masses outside the barn. "Fuck's sake, Frank," Sergeant Rossi muttered. "Mind your shit." "Come on." The dark-skinned man who had been first to lay down his gun looked at Gray. "We need armor, and there's no wood that can hold over this hole. This piece needs to go on. Help?" Gray nodded and took hold of the slab. The three men who'd been struggling with the steel stepped back, and Gray lifted the piece into place. Huh. What had they been whining about? This piece wasn't that heavy. He glanced at the sergeant and lifted a shoulder. "It's not so heavy." Her eyebrows rose. "That's one way to patch a bus." "Let's do this." The third man fired up a welding torch. Everyone look away. Gray had a sneaking suspicion that the bright burn of the torch wouldn't hurt his eyes the same as it did the others, but he carefully averted his gaze and focused on the edge of steel away from the flame. The slab was battered and slightly rusted, so it should hold against the ferrules. Better than wood. The scent of hot metal and the sounds of a myriad of voices washed over him. His memory reared, demanding that he'd been here before. Oh, not this exact barn or with these exact people. But still, he was certain this wasn't his first time supporting a kit-bashed repair job. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on the fractured images circling in his brain. Blurred pictures of trees and dirt roads came to mind. People working on a vehicle, somewhere remote. Yeah. And he'd been holding something in place, keeping watch while his teammates carried out repairs. Only then it had been a broken Jeep in the jungle, and he'd been the one directing things. Right. He and his team had been on a mission to extract a prisoner from an enemy's compound. They had infiltrated by a river? Yes. There'd been a river and a hike, and then picking up transportations. There'd been trouble, enemy agents, and they'd been trapped. His nostrils flared as he remembered the thick air of the jungle. Mosquitoes. Heat. The mess of sounds that made his shoulders tense and his senses strain to distinguish animals from approaching enemies. The patter of gunfire in the distance. A branch cracks. He turns to his team and, "Zombie?" Someone tapped his shoulder. "Hey!" His eyes popped open. He discovered he'd let the slab of rusted metal tip to the side while he'd been lost in the past. With a quick nod of apology, he forced his attention back to the task at hand and steadied the piece of steel. "Fuck, zombie," the bearded man grumbled. "Keep it together." Gray's shoulders tightened, but he kept the slab in position. Soon it would be done, and he could circle the perimeter on his own again. Maybe even reclaim a few more shards of the clearest memory of his past life he'd experienced. Was there something that man had known that he needed now? Probably. His fingers flexed with frustration within the gloves as understanding skittered away. "His name is Gray," Sergeant Rossi snapped from his right. "Use it." Surprised at the vehemence of the statement, he glanced over his shoulder at her. She tipped her chin at him. "You're helping. You saved us from that fucking cage, so yeah, we need to use your name." "Come on, Rossi," the bearded man griped. "He's a fucking—" "You want his help, you ask nicely, and you use his name." She cut off his next protest with a thumb of the pipe against the barn's cement floor. "Because, let's be real frank, we need his help." "Shit, you're right." The dark-skinned man rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry, Gray." Yeah, okay." Frank looked at Gray. Sorry, the third man echoed. Gray's chest tightened with an unfamiliar emotion. Uncertain how to respond, what he'd even want to say if he could speak, he ducked his head and lifted a shoulder. Thankfully, the torch fired back up, and he was spared any further replies. When the task was done, he backed away and surveyed the patch job. "Not bad." "Not bad at all, even if it weighs a ton." A rueful smile curved Rossi's lips as she regarded him. "You're not new to these kinds of operations, are you?" He froze. Fuck. How to answer that? Jane could explain, but Jane was asleep. His gaze darted from the sergeant to Jane, and then back to the sergeant. "Come on, Gray. You can handle a simple question." Drawing in a breath, he held out his right hand, fingers splayed, and wobbled it from side to side. Then he motioned as if he were tossing something over his shoulder, pointed to the dark veins marking his arms, and shrugged, almost helplessly. "Past life?" she asked softly. "Yeah." He nodded. She let out a long breath, I get that. The sheer understanding in her gaze had tension uncoiling from the back of his neck. Of course, she'd seen his past in his actions, just as he'd recognized her service in the way she directed tasks. Military people knew military people. Even after death, apparently. Since she seemed fine with his proximity, he took a step closer and pointed at her injured leg. Then he swept his hand in the direction of the fallen forward base and lifted his eyebrows in question. Was I at the base when it fell? Yeah. Her throat worked for a moment. Yeah, I was. Needing to know what had happened, he motioned for her to continue. She let out a bitter huff. You want to sit, Rep? He nodded. Might as well. She shrugged. I was working the forward base, helping to check survivors and update records. Everything had been going well. Sure, the base was under construction and people were scrambling. There was a huge lineup of people waiting for processing, but they'd been behaving themselves for the most part. We'd had the odd incident with what Jane calls the ferals, but nothing seemed to spread, and the high-ups told us that the chances of infection appeared limited. Then all hell broke loose. I tried to secure the gates, but my superior crashed through the window before I could get there. He came at me, teeth snapping, all dead and fucking crazy. He heard the pain in her voice and waited for the rest. Alarms were blaring and everyone seemed to be changing into those things. It was chaos. Those of us still standing cleared a path for the leads to escape. We weren't standing for long. She motioned at her leg. I took a shot, thought I was a goner, but I didn't change. And when that asshole you murdered offered me a ride on his motorcycle, I took it. She looked away and sucked in a shaky breath. He caught himself reaching for her shoulder and stopped. No guarantee she'd want comfort, especially from someone in his altered state. She met his gaze. It was like every horror movie shoved into reality. I understand. He scanned the immediate area and confirmed no one was paying close attention before quickly tapping his mouth. Did they get bitten? Is that what happened? Is that why there are so many? He shoved his hands in his pockets and waited, hoping she'd answer, afraid that she would. The biting? Her mouth tightened and her arms wrapped around her middle, as if guarding her from the memories. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Yeah, that's how it spreads. That's how it spreads. Rubbing his mouth, he turned to where Jane, her friend, the baby, and the cluster of dogs napped on an old stack of hay. He hadn't bitten anyone. He hadn't. But what if he had? For the longest time, he hadn't even understood what he was, and after, he'd been focused on relearning the basics, not keeping his mouth away from Jane and Schroddie. Hell, he'd snapped and growled over those tins of soup like a raving beast. A single slip-up in that bunker, and he could have killed her, or worse, turned her into one of those monsters circling the barn, and he'd have circled with her. If anything happened to her... Hey, Rossi said softly. She's okay. Throat tight, Gray glanced at the sergeant. He yanked off the gloves and pointed at his mouth, then urgently at Jane. But it could have. I'm supposed to assess risk, and I never fucking realized it was me. Not that way. You didn't, Rossi said. He spread his hands, but I could have. Look, she took the gloves from him and twisted them in her grip. I'm no scientist or whatnot, I'm a grunt, and that's fucking fine. But a scientist turned up with a tiny research squad before everything went to shit. He said something about the initial virus appearing stable, about how the infectious period might have burned out or something. Gray frowned at her. Fuck. She cracked her neck to the side. I don't know. He took a bunch of blood and fucked off. Like I said, I'm no researcher. But the lackey that guy left behind screamed about the outbreak being too fast before he up and died. So? Gray crossed his arms. Her lips quirked. So maybe the lab coats were right, and what happened at the base was different. His mouth scrunched to the side in disbelief. Hey, she propped her hands on her hips. All I know is people had a chance to get away in town when the first infection hit, and there was no goddamn chance at that base. He drew in a deep breath, held it for a long moment. Letting it out, he nodded. Hope and fear tangled in his chest, and he found himself once again staring at Jane. He ached to join her and the others, but he was afraid to risk the proximity, afraid that he'd turn the wrong way or yawn or whatever it took to destroy the only thing in the world that currently mattered to him. When he looked at her, he wanted things. Impossible things. Things he hadn't been able to explain that night in her friend's house. He'd meant to try again, but was that selfish? Jane wouldn't abandon him, he knew that, and he was very afraid that, risk or not, he couldn't leave her. Was it possible he couldn't infect people? Was Jane truly safe around him? Or had he been stupid lucky so far? Because his past self had pretty clear opinions on luck. Don't trust it. She's been safe with you so far, Rossi said quietly. His head snapped around and his hands flailed. Jesus, she rolled her eyes. Living, undead, or whatever you are, men are such men about feelings. Feelings? He was not going to acknowledge that. He crossed his arms and pointedly studied the bus. She snorted. Listen, I figure we've both seen some shit, and we'll need to see some more before we're through, so I'll say this. Don't give up yet. You saved our asses. When we get to that primary base, you'll get tested and whatnot, and who knows, maybe you'll be... Crack. The sound of splintering wood had Gray whirling around. His gaze snapped to the far corner of the barn and locked onto a new sliver of light coming from a broken board, a sliver that disappeared as a hungry eye peered inside. Fuck. The ferals had found their weak spot, and Gray's time had run out. Ready or not, this bus had to be ready to roll, and Jane, along with everyone else, had to get on it. Throat tight, Gray signaled Rossi. Time to bug out. Then he ran to get Jane.
19. Jane stood before the open bus doors, with one hand on Schroddie's collar and the other gripping Gray's forearm as if her life depended on it. She struggled to process what was happening, what she and all of the survivors inside the barn were about to face. The ferals were breaking through, methodically smashing apart the heavy wooden boards she'd thought tough enough to withstand days of abuse. Apparently, she'd thought wrong. Eerie wails swirled through the air, chilling her skin more viciously than an Arctic breeze. Wild eyes peered through the cracks forming along the barn's siding, fingers reaching for the people inside. How had they broken through so quickly? How were there so many more than before? Oh shit, Gray, she gasped, tightening her grip. I thought we had time. The bus before her might look impressive enough to join Mad Max in a future desert, but it wasn't done. Judging from the pained expressions on Sergeant Rossi and the others, their armored ride wasn't even close. But they had no choice. They had to use it, had to take their chances. Nice and steady, everyone, Rossi ordered, her voice miraculously level even as she leaned heavily on her makeshift cane. First in, take your seats at the back. Make sure you've got all your gear with you. People streamed past her in a steady line, ushering children ahead of them and clutching small bundles of valuables to their chests. You get motion sick, you deal with it. Forcing her chin up, Jane glanced at Rossi and willed her voice to steady. No exchanges or refunds? Nope. The sergeant's mouth pulled into a grim smile. You used a coupon. Damn coupons, Jane managed. Get me every time. You and me both. Rossi slapped her on the back, nodded at Gray, and then focused her attention on the remaining people. Though her attention appeared to be on the rest of the survivors, her fingers flexed on Jane's shoulder, and she leaned in close enough to speak quietly into Jane's ear. "Join me at the back of the bus, quiet-like." Jane swallowed hard. Sure. She glanced at Gray, who lifted his brows and shrugged in a clear, "I've got no idea either" gesture. "Arrrrrrr." Schroddie leaned into her side, his big body vibrating. "I know, buddy," she whispered. She'd managed to convince him to stop barking wildly at the walls and the ferals beyond, but barely. Tension rolled off the dog in waves, and she could feel his coiled muscles beneath her touch. The Dane was ready to protect his pack at any cost. She had to ensure that the cost wasn't his life. "That's it, everyone. Going to secure the back end and we'll roll on out," Rossi said, adding a quick nod toward the back of the bus. Jane shared another look with Gray. He motioned for her to go ahead. "Geez, thanks. But first," she snapped her fingers to get the attention of her newest recruits. "Gary? Shadow? Up!" She pointed onto the bus. Joe had claimed the dogs weren't trained, but Joe had been an asshole with some serious limitations. Both dogs had come with name tags, different styles indicating different owners, and some degree of training. Gary, a white Malamute, had to be about 3 and had probably done some level of guard training. Shadow, she couldn't be more than a year and had probably barely passed puppy school. Still, it was better than nothing. Both had a foundation Jane could work with. Not to mention the poor things had been desperate for positive human contact. Once she'd gained their trust, it had been quick work to teach the pair of working dogs some basics. After a pause and a long doggy stare at Schroddie, they hopped into the bus. "Settle." She held her hand flat toward the ground, fingers spread. "Settle." They laid down. "Good dogs!" She tossed them each a treat. "What smart and clever puppies! Stay." Schroddie grumbled and bumped her elbow with his nose. "Oh, hush." She slipped him a biscuit and started toward the back of the bus. "We both know you're the bestest boy in the whole wide world." Gray nudged her. Despite the monsters quite literally breaking through the walls, she laughed. "I'm pretty sure you don't want a dog cookie," she said, grinning up at him. "I'm also pretty sure you're not a dog." Not by a long shot. Dogs, she could handle. As for Gray, lately it felt like the more he came back to himself, the less she understood him. Or if she was being entirely honest, the less she understood herself around him. He grinned back at her, and warmth flashed from her head to her toes. Her cheeks flushed. It was a bloody apocalypse, and she had the hots for her not a zombie, which was ridiculous and less than helpful. "Come on," she squared her shoulders. "We'd better see what Rossi wants." As she passed where her friend and baby Maeve were seated in the second-to-last row of the bus, she sent Keeley the bravest smile she could muster through the window. Her friend waved at her, but Jane couldn't stop to chat or hurry onto the bus as she was sure Keeley wanted. She rounded the back of the bus and drew in a breath. The sergeant stood with the 2 mechanics and a few others that Jane had come to consider the leaders of their little band. The group parted, making room for her and Gray to take their places. Since Gray had woken her from her nap, she'd noticed a change in people's attitudes toward him. They still weren't comfortable, but they'd stopped jumping at his every move and watching him constantly, their eyes wide with terror. Sure, they were still weird about him, but in an odd way. Like they'd just met Superman's undead brother, which, she supposed, they basically had. She searched the group's collective expressions. "I'm not gonna like this, am I?" Rossi shook her head. "Probably not. We've got a problem, and I'm hoping you can solve it." "Me?" Jane's voice kicked up at the end. "Your friend Keeley told me you used to drive a Standard," Rossi said. "That true?" Jane blinked at the sergeant. "Yeah, my dad's car. I borrowed it until I got my Civic." "Good." The female mechanic, was her name Nikki? Nodded once. "Here." The older mechanic, a gray-haired man whose name Jane really had to learn, tossed her a set of keys. She caught them and stared at the set in her palm. What the hell?
You're driving, Rossi said. What do you mean I'm driving? Jane gaped at her. She glanced around the group, finding a terrifying confirmation stamped on each face. I am not a trained combat driving professional. I drive a Civic, for fuck's sake, not a bus. Why on earth would you want me behind the wheel? The sergeant shrugged. It's a standard. But... Jane gazed helplessly at the mechanics. You understand the bus. You fixed it. She held the keys out. You should do it. Can't. The older man tapped his hip. Wouldn't get more than a block before this bastard seized up. The woman spread her hands and looked pleadingly at Jane. I can fix a belt and jury-rig fuel injection, but driving through those... things? I hyperventilated at the mere thought of it. She pressed her hand to her chest and gasped for air. All those zombies? Those people? I can't. I could hyperventilate, Jane stammered. But you won't, Rossi said, pointing the cane at her. How the hell do you know? Jane hissed. Because you're still standing. You made it to Squamish from downtown with a dog and a zombie in tow. You have balls of solid steel, girl. My injuries won't let me do it, and your man here can't tell us if he knows how. Besides, I'd rather his hands stayed free to deal with any trouble. Rossi nodded at Gray, then gestured at the rest. And no one else I trust knows how to handle a stick. Sweet, merciful fuck, Jane whispered. This is a terrible plan. That's the spirit. Rossi slapped her back. Now load up. We don't have much time. Gray slipped an arm around her waist. He gave her a comforting squeeze and ushered her around the bus and up the steps. She stared at the chair with burgeoning horror. I don't think I can... He picked her up and dropped her into the chair. Thanks a lot, Gray. She shifted in the chair. The musty black leather seat seemed to suck her inward, holding her in place with the power born from decades of driving children to and from school. It felt like every butt that had sat in that seat before her had worn it to the point where it could hold her in place without any help from safety equipment. Let's not test that. With shaking hands, she reached up and clicked the old seatbelt into place. The stick shift, an ancient black lever bolted to the bus's floor, felt unwieldy in her grip. The wheel was larger than the one on her dad's SUV. How the hell was she supposed to shift that ancient mother of a gearbox with one hand and turn that monolith of a wheel with the other? God, if she survived this, she'd give bus drivers so much more credit. Her fingers flexed on the wheel. Throat tight, she stared up at Gray. What if I can't do this? He crouched down beside her and cupped her chin. Blue eyes, broken with black lines, regarded her steadily. You can do it, his eyes said. You can do anything. The sheer strength of his certainty humbled her. She rested her forehead against his, soaking in his strength. Okay, she said quietly. Okay, then. He gripped her shoulders, then eased back. You watch after Schroddie for me, she told him. He nodded and motioned to where the big dog had taken position on the front seat of the bus. The other two dogs had moved to the middle of the bus, as if giving Schrodinger the respect due in Alpha. Schroddie might be a marshmallow, but if Jane was a ship's captain, the Great Dane was her first mate. She took in the sight of the dogs, the people, everyone counting on her. She took a deep breath, held it for a moment. I can do this. All right, everyone, she said, pitching her voice to carry over the cracking of wooden siding, the cries of the ferals, and the hushed whispers of the people on the bus. We're going to be rolling out any moment. She glanced in the rear view and jerked. Holy shit. Those were hands reaching through the broken boards. The barn's sides were disappearing before her eyes. Oh, fuck. The barn was surrounded. Even the door was showing cracks. How were they going to get out before being overrun? That bar wasn't going anywhere without Gray's muscles, and she sure as shit wasn't leaving him behind. Which left only one option. She slid in the key, turned, and the engine choked to life. It sounded like an ancient metal dragon woken from a long sleep.
all throaty and rough and shaking with aged power. Hopefully it had the bite of one as well. "Get in!" She gestured hurriedly at Rossi and the mechanics to get on board. They crowded onto the bus, and she cranked the doors closed. She looked at Rossi. "They armored the back of this thing, right?" "They did. Slapped a hunk of steel over it. Why?" Jane twisted around in the seat, considered the view through the rear window. Crazy and doable. She revved the engine, and a cloud of black exhaust erupted from the back of the bus. "Better hold on!" Rossi's eyebrows lifted. "Oh?" "Yeah." She slammed the bus into reverse. The old vehicle was armored to the hilt, or as much of a hilt as existed in Joe's barn, and those things had half-eaten their way through the boards. She was betting it could take a punch. No point in forcing their way through the strongest point remaining in the barn. Instead, she'd drive them straight through the rear wall and the ferrules behind it. "Hold tight, everyone! We're getting out of here!" Fingers wrapped around the steering wheel, eyes glued to the rear view, she hit the gas and drove straight through the back wall of the barn. If she had to go through every ferrule between here and Whistler, she was getting everyone to the base. 20. Speed had lied. Going faster was way less scary than going slow, especially when you had zombies on your tail. Jane gripped the wheel of the bus and silently cursed the action movie that had formed such a pillar of her childhood. Instead of Gilmore Girls, she and her mom had watched Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock defeat a serial bomber on repeat. She'd idolized everything about the film, from Sandra's defiance in the face of danger to Keanu's steady presence at her side. Her 10-year-old self had been convinced she'd find true love in a romantic disaster, and while her adult self had decided that wasn't the best way to meet a man, she'd still secretly fantasized. Now, here she was, driving a bus full of people in a desperate escape from a horde of zombies, with a muscled badass of a man at her side, no less, and she could barely break 20 kilometers an hour. At this point, she'd give anything for 20 miles an hour. Even if it made it easier to see the twisting road ahead in the near pitch black of the night. Shit! She jumped in the driver's seat as a feral body slammed the driver's side door. The creatures had the bus surrounded and were testing every inch of their makeshift armor. Gray squeezed her shoulder. "I know," she whispered. "The armor's holding. For now." Schroddie howled from the front seat of the bus. The dog's throaty cry was half worry, half warning, his normal warble edged in a growl. She didn't dare take her eyes off the road, but she knew his fur was standing on end, and he was showing the ferrules outside his teeth. "It's okay, buddy." She did her best to keep her voice calm. "We're fine." A barrage of bodies struck the right side of the bus, and she had to wrestle the wheel to keep the bus steady. Cries of terror rippled through the bus's passengers, joining Schroddie's song. Their fear beat against her ears with each muffled shout, each gasp. Oh my God. How was she going to get them all through this? The rutted gravel path leaving the compound had slowed the already struggling bus to a crawl. Its lumbering pace was barely fast enough to force the ferrules to jog. She glanced in the side view mirror and found more teeth snapping at the sides of the bus. So many teeth. Her palms, damp with sweat, slipped against the wheel. Fuck. The feral numbers were growing. Their keening wails must be acting like a hunting cry, drawing in the others in the area. She and the other survivors were hugely outnumbered. She glanced in the rearview mirror and swallowed hard. So many scared faces, all of them counting on her. Too many. 28 people, to be precise. Her best friend and her beautiful baby and everyone else who'd survived Joe's clutches. Breath caught in her chest. I can't do this. I can't. I'm going to fail and everyone will... Gray tightened his grip on her shoulder. She reached a straight stretch of gravel and risked a look, tipping her head up to meet his gaze. He'd taken position beside the driver's seat and hadn't wavered. Bumps and feral body slams wouldn't shake him, but she caught the slight pinch at the corner of his lips. We're in trouble, she whispered. Aren't we? Gray's mouth formed a flat line. His fingers flexed against her, the tension in those digits his way of saying, "Yeah, Janie, it's not good." Schroddie growled from the front bench. "I know, Schroddie. You stay. Wait." She forced her gaze back to the road. "Good boy." She worked the gears and the gas pedal, trying to find some magic combination that would get the bus to move faster than a crawl. The vehicle sputtered and kicked under her. The headlights flickered, and the radio briefly flashed to existence with a loud burst of static. She dropped it back to first gear and breathed a sigh of relief as the amber glow of the headlamps steadied. Okay, careful. Stalling is worse. Still, their pace was complete bullshit. "This has to be the slowest car chase in the world," she yelled over the roar of the engine. In first gear, the bus's ancient system was loud enough to rival an entire pack of Hell's Angels gunning their motorcycles. If only it had half the acceleration of one of those bikes. Bodies slapped against the sides in another wave, and the entire bus shuddered. "Oh, fuck." Her voice wavered, and she held onto the steering wheel for dear life. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." A warning rumbled in Gray's chest. She sent a desperate glance over her shoulder, past Gray's steady form to where Rossi and the two mechanics sat in the front rows of the bus. "There has to be a way to make this thing go faster?" Rossi prodded the older mechanic. "Well," he lifted his hands helplessly. "There's so much weight." "The old thing's doing its best," the woman said, voice pale and a paper bag clutched before her chest. "But we didn't have time to finish working on the engine. They strapped more steel to the body than we'd planned." "Lucky we did," a deep voice shouted from the back. "Are we lucky? Or are we screwed because you got happy with the welder?" Gray's frustrated huff mirrored her thoughts. "I know," she muttered. Given the choice, Jane would have opted for speed over steel siding. The makeshift armor had turned the bus into a tank that had seen better days. At least it was doing its job and keeping the ferals out. Even if it made the bus struggle at every turn. She fixed her gaze ahead and tried to find the main road through gaps in the trees. They had to be close. If she could just reach the pavement, The bus hit a pothole and the whole vehicle lurched to the left, listing dangerously to the side, like a ship losing the fight against stormy seas. Feral hands battered the windows as they dipped toward the road. The sharp sound of cracking panes of glass filled her ears. "Crap!" The wheel fought her as she tried to keep the bus from tipping over. "Jane!" Keeley cried from her seat. "They're going to break through!" "Gray." She wrestled the wheel to the right. "Help me!" He reached over her and took hold of the wheel, lending his strength to the battle to keep the bus upright. The vehicle teetered for a horrible second, then started to level out. "Okay," she breathed the word. "I think we're—" Glass shattered, and someone screamed. Gray released the wheel. Jane's eyes snapped to the rearview mirror. Horror gripped her as she saw ferals reaching through a broken window. Arms dirty and marked with dark veins, they'd gotten hold of a man and were pulling him out of his seat. A blur flashed across her view. Then Gray was there. He grabbed an arm and she heard the crack of bone. A high-pitched wail cut through the din. The man dropped back into his seat, and Gray shoved the rest of the ferals out of the window. Gray picked the man up and moved him to the side. Her not-a-zombie then moved to physically block the broken window, putting himself between the ferals and the rest of the bus. Thank God. The bus shuddered, and Jane's attention snapped back to the road. She forced the vehicle around a clump of trees and breathed a small sigh of relief as it finally steadied. "Everyone okay?" Rossi called out, voice remarkably steady. "Anyone bitten?" No, a wavering male voice answered. "Gray got there in time." A chorus of thank yous briefly drowned out the ferals' cries. Everyone on the bus had a chance because they had Gray at their back. Jane knew it, and it mollified something in her chest to hear the rest acknowledge that truth. Still, they couldn't get off this gravel fast enough. She caught a flash of white lines through the dark shadows of trees. Could it be the road? Yes, that was actual pavement up ahead. the painted lines glowing like a beacon in the night. "Hold on, everyone!" She shoved the bus into second gear and pumped the gas. It shuddered like the old washing machine in her apartment building as it tried to find the spin cycle, but somehow she navigated the final turn of gravel, and the bus lumbered onto the pavement. As soon as all of the wheels hit the tarmac, she felt the bus settle. The speedometer crept up a few degrees, and the engine stopped groaning in complete agony. A sliver of hope grew in her chest. Okay, we can do this. A few more turns, and she'd reach the sea-to-sky highway. Once they were on that road, it would be a relatively straight shot to Whistler, where Rossi said the main on-site operating base was positioned. She glanced in the mirror, and Rossi gave her a tiny nod. Jane forced a smile. The bus picked up a tiny bit more steam, and she took pleasure in making the Farrells pick up their pace. They swung around a corner and onto the highway. She let out a shaky breath. In the dark, it felt like the trees retreated from the road, opening a wide path to the military base. At this point on the highway, where Squamish gave way to the stretch of provincial parks that led to the ski slopes of Whistler, the notoriously twisting road was remarkably level. The curves were gentle instead of hairpin, the incline slight, and the faint headlights of the bus painted a clear enough picture of the route ahead. "I'm coming, Mom and Dad. Don't give up." She worked the gas pedal, the clutch and the gear shift in tandem, doing everything she could to coax every ounce of momentum out of the old bus. Away from that sorry excuse for a road, the bus didn't have to fight for purchase. The vehicle continued to pick up speed, crossing the 30 and climbing toward the 50 mark on the dash. The Farrells dropped back, falling out of sight in the dark, but she could still hear them. No doubt about it, they were following the bus, just like her long trek up Taylor Way to the bunker. The Farrells wouldn't abandon the hunt, not now. So what if they couldn't match the increased pace? It didn't mean they were out of the fight. She couldn't give in to the urge to slow down and rest her head on the steering wheel. No matter how much her hands shook and her knees felt weak, she had to keep the bus going as fast as she could. Gray returned to her side and touched her arm. "I didn't think we'd make it," she whispered. "I didn't." He crouched beside her and squeezed her thigh. "But we did." She peeled her right hand off the wheel and covered his hands with hers. Fear and relief and hope and something brighter than all of the rest, something warm and new, tangled in her chest. "Thank you." She leaned her shoulder against his for a moment, taking strength in his presence. He rested his chin on the top of her head. Despite the engine grinding and the wails of the Farrells shivering through the night, there was an odd sort of peace to the moment. The bus seemed to settle into a rhythm and continued to chug away at a steady pace, hopefully putting more distance between them and the Farrells. The next 2 hours felt like the eye of a storm, a pocket of calm with chaos looming just over the horizon. "Fuck me." Rossi had a shoulder propped beside the bus doors. She handed Jane a bottle of water and a pack of cookies. "Amazing how much longer this drive takes when you're going half the damn speed limit." Jane snorted. "Tell me about it." She took a gulp of water and passed the bottle to Gray. He lifted it towards his lips, paused, and handed it back to her with a raised eyebrow. She frowned at him. "What?" A tiny shake of his head was the only answer she got, followed by him trying to screw the cap back onto the bottle. He pushed the bottle into her lap as if it were a live snake, or something he actually feared. Her brows drew closer together. What was his problem? It was only water, and even he needed to stay hydrated, and they had limited supplies. It made sense to share what they had until they reached the base. Oh. The look he aimed at her said it all. He was worried about contamination. He was protecting her from himself, because of course he was. Trust Gray to worry about saliva having the same effect as a bite. "I don't think it works that way," she said quietly. "But okay." She unscrewed the cap and finished exactly half the bottle. She handed it back to him. "There. The rest is yours." He grumbled at her, as if he'd wanted her to have it all, but finished the water. Can you make sure Schroddie and the dogs have something too? She asked him. He nodded and slipped away to make it happen. Her ass protested the seat, and she did her best to shuffle into a better position without letting up on the gas. She wished she could hand the wheel over and take a break, snuggle her dog and hug her bestie and enjoy the slice of quiet, but that wasn't in the cards. At least she knew they were being cared for, that Gray was watching out for them while she focused on the drive. A knot in her chest loosened as the sky began to brighten. Everything felt more manageable in the light of day. Even at their pace, she should make the base within an hour. Morning's coming. She sent Rossi a smile. And you should rest that leg. In a minute. The sergeant was studying the road. No major blockages ahead. That's a relief. Yep. Jane squinted at the brightening road. The steady incline seemed to steepen. She'd known that would happen. They were going up a mountain after all. And the bus rumbled in protest as the angle increased. The speed dropped below 40 km. Abandoning her half-eaten cookie, she shifted into third gear and checked the fuel gauge. Quarter of a tank left. That should do it. Even if they had to slow to 30 kilometers an hour and the final leg of the trip took longer, they should be fine. The base is just past Garibaldi, right? She asked Rossi for what had to be the 100th time. We don't have to make it all the way to Whistler? Nope. Rossi gave a half smile. Just the train wreck photo stop. Figures, Jane muttered. I know. It's a little on the nose. The sergeant limped over to stand beside Jane's seat. Look, we haven't dug into the details because we don't have another option. I'm hoping this works as much as you, but we've got to be ready. She spoke quietly, urgently. If the base is still there, it'll be between Daisy Lake and Alpha Lake, where the road runs between a narrow gap between mountains. If? The word nearly strangled Jane on the way out. Forward base got hit. We can't assume the main base escaped. The bus gave a violent kick. Rossi stumbled into her seat, and the engine started howling like a wounded animal. Ducking beneath Rossi, who was half sprawled across the back of the chair, Jane grappled with the wheel. The bus kicked beneath her, bucking like she'd hit a row of potholes big enough to swallow a smart car, only she hadn't. The road was completely clear. Shit! Schroddie and the other two dogs howled along with the engine. Shh, she ordered the dogs. The speed continued to drop, and the needle neared the 30 mark. Not good, not good. She fired a panicked glance at the mechanics. Tell me there's something you can do? Their heads shook. Not unless we can stop and look at the engine, the woman said. Then, maybe? Okay. Jane chewed her lip for a moment. Exactly how far away were those ferals? She hadn't seen them since leaving Squamish, hadn't heard them for nearly an hour. Maybe they had abandoned the hunt after all? Maybe we should stop and let you do that? Maybe. Rossi's voice was grim. Let's get around the next corner and find a spot to... Gray appeared and slashed a hand between them, a vehement no way. Jane looked at him. They can't be that close, can they? His mouth compressed, and he gave a tiny nod. Her heart dropped to her toes. Shit, Rossi muttered. Just shit. What do we... Jane gulped in air and glanced between Gray and the sergeant. What do we do? Just keep going? Can't hurt, Rossi muttered. Then loud enough for the entire bus to hear, she said, The rest of you guys, get your supplies back in your bags and keep your weapons ready. For the next 20 minutes, Jane tried to coax the engine forward, yet their speed continued to plummet. The skies lightened, teasing her with a clear view of the final length of road and everything that lay behind. As they reached the start of Daisy Lake and the incline to Garibaldi, she checked the rear view and found ferals in view. They were gaining, fast. Gray, Rossi, she hissed. We have company. Gray slid a hand down her back. Do your best, Jane, Rossi said. I'm going to ready my gun. Yeah, sure, we're fine. We're close. We'll be fine. Jane refused to imagine a world that would let her get so close to her parents, only to find them gone. She had to believe her parents were safe and waiting for her. Hold on, Mom and Dad. I'm coming.
The base will be there. Assuming it is, Rossi said, we won't have much of a window. Gray nodded, mouth tight. The bus had slowed to a painful 15K by the time they passed the far end of Daisy Lake. The sun began to creep over the mountain tops, giving her a perfect view on the ferals closing on them. They crawled around a corner. She blinked with shock. Oh my God, it's the base! The distant blur resolved into steel fencing and cement barriers. She bounced to the driver's seat and pointed ahead, a huge grin stretching across her face. Everyone, look! We did it! The base is ahead! Tired cheers met her announcement. Janie! Keely yelled from her seat mid-bus. The ferals! They're gaining! I know. Jane fixed her gaze on the base ahead, on what she realized was a row of barricades lying between their bus and the safety of those steel walls. It's okay. We're almost there. Jane? Rossi drew out her name. I've got this. The engine bucked and sputtered beneath her. It was going to give out any moment. With the ferals on their heels, they either had to stop and make a run for it, or make a run for it with the bus. And they had injured and too many children to run. This armor will have to be good for one last thing. She leaned into Gray and met his gaze. Are we doing this? He nodded. Of course, he knew that's what she was thinking. He'd probably known she'd do this before she did. All right, she pitched her voice to Carrie to the back. Rossi, hang on to Schroddie. Everyone else, I need you to do what they do on a plane in turbulence. Hold on, head between your legs. 2 of you mind the other dogs. And maybe pray. She aimed the dying bus straight at the first barricade and laid on the horn. If there were any soldiers guarding that front line, they'd better get out of the way. Because this bus was coming in hot. 21. Metal fencing screamed. Cement cracked. The bus lurched and groaned as it crashed through the first ring of the barricades surrounding the base. Despite their slow pace, the impact threw Jane forward. She got an eyeful of the steering wheel speeding toward her face, then a greater force pulled her back, somehow protecting her head even as her body slammed into the seat. Oof. She found herself looking at Gray as the bus shuddered to a halt. He'd locked an arm across her torso, the steely stretch of muscle crossing her body from her waist to her shoulder and holding her in place more effectively than any seatbelt. Her lips corked upward. My hero. He gave a single nod. But instead of easing away, as he normally did, he continued to hold her. An odd kind of question burned in his vein-shattered eyes. Her breath caught. Warmth flooded her cheeks. She sucked in a breath. Gray, before we get into the base, Jane! Gray! Rossi's voice crackled with alarm. Gotta move! And just like that, he moved, taking her out of the seat as he went. She blinked and found herself standing beside the driver's seat, facing the back window, with a perfect view of the ferals rushing toward them. The pack was still far enough away that she couldn't make out individual features, but that distance was rapidly disappearing. Shit. She glanced at Rossi. We have to go. Yeah. The sergeant's mouth constricted with obvious worry. I thought we'd have a head start on the ferals, that we'd have time to approach the base slowly and explain. Explain? Jane's head tipped to the side, brows pulling together. Explain what? Him. Rossi jerked the thumb at Gray. But Jane's stomach dropped, but she forced her chin up. They'd come too far, and they had nowhere else to go. They had to get people off the bus and into that base, and she'd be damned if anyone got left behind. Well, he's with us, and he's expected. The guards will have to get with the program. It's not like it's subtle. We have a group of people escaping a horde of zombies. Gray gripped their shoulders, pointed at the window. Oh, shit. She swallowed hard. Rossi, we have to go. Now. Right. The sergeant seemed to give herself a shake. Everyone off the bus. Take only what you can carry. Those of you with weapons, have them at the ready. Move, people. Schroddie, stay.
With a quick command to her dog, Jane hurried down the aisle and leashed the 2 German shepherds. She hadn't had enough time to control them verbally, and she couldn't bear the thought of them running at the ferals. She handed the leads to a young couple who hadn't taken arms from Joe's collection in the barn. "Here, are you able to hold them?" They nodded, each taking a leash. "We'll keep them safe." "Thank you." She returned to the front and signaled Schroddie to walk with her. With the Great Dane at her side, she joined Gray and Rossi outside the bus. They stood by the entrance as everyone rushed out. "Kids to the front," Rossi ordered. "Steady toward the wall. Go." Gray tried to nudge Jane ahead of him. "Don't even think about it." She elbowed him and fell into step beside him at the back of the group. Schroddie pressed into her other side, keeping close, and she rested her hand on his neck for comfort. "We're in this together," she said to both man and dog. "Besides, we're almost there." So close, and yet so damned far. Spotlights bristled to life along the base wall, swinging to frame their group, and her throat flexed. With the feral cries beating against their backs, the sight of the base ahead should have been a comfort, a relief to have the military almost within arm's reach, their lights on them. But she couldn't deny the growing pit in her stomach. There was something about the bright lights with no open doors or communication that set her on edge. Her father knew she was coming. Why wasn't there a welcoming committee? "Rossi?" She poked the sergeant, who was limping along in front of her with support from a large man in a flannel jacket, and kept her voice quiet. "Shouldn't they be coming to get us? Or at least opening the base doors?" The sergeant glanced over her shoulder. "Just be glad it's still standing." "Oh, I am, but—" Speakers cracked to life with a screech of static, and the lights seemed to intensify, somehow mimicking the bright of the rising sun. A voice boomed over the speakers. "Stop!" "What the hell?" Jane's jaw dropped. "You have got to be kidding me." "Janie!" Keely spun around from her place at the front of the group. Baby clutched to her chest and stared at Jane in abject horror. "They can't keep us here. Those things are coming." "It's going to be fine." Jane tried to keep her words calm and reassuring. "They won't shoot us." "I hope." She shot Rossi a wide-eyed glance. "Everyone keep moving," the sergeant said. "Slow and steady." "It'll be fine." Jane tried to send Keely a reassuring smile. "They'll figure out we're expected, that we have children. Keep going. Stay at the front with the rest of the mothers and children." With an anxious nod, her best friend kept going. The feral cries were louder now, more distinct. The feral wails layered together, forming a wave of sound that sliced over her skin like a worn-out razor, scraping and abrading her confidence, shooting fear through her veins. Schroddie bristled, and she grabbed onto the big dog's collar, unable to risk losing him. He pushed into her and growled with warning. "Easy, buddy," she whispered. "With me." The group of survivors seemed to bunch together, constricting their footprint like a family of rabbits before a fox. She glanced behind them and couldn't stifle a yelp of terror. Gray wrapped an arm around her waist, half carrying her. He motioned toward the ferals, then the base, and spun his free hand in a rapid circle. The message was clear. "Hurry up." "Rossi," she hissed. "We have to go faster." The sergeant nodded. "Everyone, time to—" "Stop!" the loudspeaker crackled. "Infection must be assessed prior to base entry." Shit. She wanted to yell back at the base, tell them she was expected, but there was no way they'd hear her from so far away, let alone over the ferals' screams. Despite the warning, she and the others broke into a jog. Gray was a solid wall of tense muscle at her left, Schroddie a bristling ball of dog concern at her right. Neither of them needed words to tell her time was rapidly running out. "Rossi," she gasped. "Tell me there's some signal to let them know we're friendlies?" "Sorry, Jane." Rossi visibly gulped. "Nothing." "The soldiers won't shoot us, right?" Probably not. Civilian lives were a priority in a crisis. She had to believe that remained true. Fear of infection was one thing, but this was an emergency. Besides, her father was there. She couldn't wait for him to be alerted. The guards could shout all they wanted. She wasn't stopping and letting the ferals catch them. Fuck it. "Everyone, run!" Jane shouted. The entire group broke into a desperate run, moving as fast as they could with Rossi's injuries and the children. They charged past an inner ring of barricades, formed from shards of concrete and abandoned vehicles, all laced together with patches of barbed wire. Maybe a city block lay between them and the doors. Too much open space. "Head for the doors!" she cried. "Everyone with weapons, fall back! If we don't make it, we'll have to turn around and—" A clang rang out. Ahead, the massive set of steel doors slid open, just far enough to let a team of soldiers emerge single file. Breath rushed out of her. Oh, thank goodness. Gray's fingers flexed at her waist. The squad rushed toward her group in an arrow formation, weapons ready, and all kitted out in armor like an avenging band of Canadian geese. Battle geese. The thought had her battling a hysterical round of giggles. "Thank God," Jane cried as the groups converged. "We have injured and children with us." The squad lifted their guns, pointed at them. "Stay where you are." Shocked, Jane stumbled to a halt with everyone else and gaped at the soldiers. "Are you kidding me?" She pointed behind them. "We have ferals coming for us. You need to help." A tall soldier in a corporal's uniform approached. His gun was held at the ready, half raised in her direction. His shoulders were tight, and his mouth in a line straight enough to rival a G.I. Joe illustration. Nothing about his body language said, "I'm here to help you." "Step away from the infection, ma'am." His clipped words struck like bullets. "Now." "What?" She blinked at him. "Now, ma'am." Gray's arm slid away. He squeezed her shoulder, then gave her a solid push toward the officer. Tearing her gaze away from the soldier, she gaped at him. "What are you—" He pointed at himself, then at the soldiers. Ranging in a ring around their group of survivors, she finally realized that they weren't pointing their guns at everyone. They were pointing them at Gray. As the meaning of it all sunk in, her stomach dropped to her toes. The infection. Oh, God. The infected was Gray. "No!" Jane took hold of his sleeve and refused to leave his side. "Come the hell on," Rossi snapped. "You can corral us and assess us behind the gate." "No can do." The corporal sounded almost sorry. "Too much risk." He signaled his squad and they fanned out, adjusting their stances as if preparing to attack. "Wait!" Jane drew the corporal's attention. "We're expected." "Ma'am," his voice was as flat as his mouth. "Step away from the infected." Things must have gone from bad to worse. Her father was nowhere in sight, and these soldiers seemed to have no idea she and Gray were coming. Did that mean her parents hadn't made it? Clutching Gray's arm, she forced herself to stand tall. "I'm Jane Finch." She raised her voice, tried to infuse it with the authority needed when dealing with a poorly socialized German pointer. "I'm the daughter of Admiral Finch. He's expecting us. The base doctors have been told to expect us. Please, radio him. Please." "We have no orders from any admiral, ma'am." Was that pity in his voice? Grief threatened to send her to her knees. "Oh, no. No, please. My dad has to be here." "Ma'am, this is your final warning." The soldier adjusted his grip on his rifle and sighted down the barrel. "Step away from the infected." She froze. They weren't going to let Gray in. She and Gray had come all this way, faced all that danger, and these soldiers were going to shoot Gray right here, without even bothering to look him in the eye and see there was a person still inside, that he was coming back, that he was hers just as much as the dog at her side. And more. He was a whole person, battered and bruised and maybe a little broken, but that's what made him so strong. So beautiful. And no way in hell was she leaving him to die alone outside these doors. If the soldiers didn't know her, then she didn't have family waiting for her inside. But she did have Gray. "Rossi," she spoke quietly, "you need to take everyone else ahead." The sergeant whipped around, horror shaping her features. "Jane, you have to come with us." With a fierce shake of his head, Gray pushed Jane toward Rossi. "No," she answered both of them. "I'm not leaving. But we have to get everyone else to safety. We have to—" A round of shots cracked the air. Wild cries, full of rage and hunger, answered the barrage. She spun around and swallowed a scream. Running on all fours like hyenas after an antelope, the ferals were eating up the remaining space between them. This close, she could see the whites of their eyes and the whites of their teeth. Her blood chilled further as she caught sight of a familiar figure in the center of the pack. She knew that shape. That man. The last time she'd seen him, he'd been reveling in his stolen power beside Joe. Now his mouth gaped wide and hungry, and she'd swear his face screamed vengeance. She turned back to the soldiers and jabbed a finger at the corporal. "Gray and I came to help. We are expected. Your lead scientist, who's researching whatever this zombie shit is, thinks he's our best shot at a cure. So here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna keep your guns on us, and you're getting all of us behind those doors. Or so help us," Rossi added. "We're all gonna stand here and shoot those things until we run out of bullets."
"You'd better believe it," Keeley growled. "We're not leaving them."
Tears burned the backs of Jane's eyes as every single survivor nodded. One by one, backs straight and faces etched in determination, they all surrounded Jane and Gray. Those carrying weapons faced the ferals and fired a round of shots at the approaching pack. The corporal's mouth worked. "Fine. Team, cover fire." The soldiers slipped between them and the ferals, guns raised. Cries of fury and hunger warred with another barrage of gunfire. More ferals fell as the group began a painfully slow retreat to the base doors. The pack seemed to pause at the edge of the inner barricade, gnashing their teeth and wailing their rage over a lost meal, but strangely unwilling to throw away their lives. Holy shit, they have self-preservation. These ferals want to live. More than a meal. Gray tugged her along, and she let him guide her, unable to stop staring at their behavior. That kind of choice indicated higher functioning, reasoning, even if it was the basic reasoning of a wild dog. From his spot at her side, Schroddie barked furiously. More gunfire joined in from the wall above, and the ferals retreated further. And then the wall was at their back, along with those steel-clad doors, the narrow opening between them glowing like a beacon. "Everyone inside, single file, children first," the corporal barked. "Move, move, move!" It felt like an age, but it couldn't have been more than a matter of moments before Jane and Gray and Schroddie were ushered inside. She squinted against the sudden glare of the interior, with its white siding, plastic casing, and towering metal fencing. Beyond the fencing, soldiers and white-coated figures that had to be doctors or researchers lined the inside. A wire corral, or maybe an observation chamber. Either way, it made her skin crawl. Keeping her grip on the dog's collar, she took Gray's hand and laced their fingers. A group of white coats joined the soldiers surrounding them. One held out some kind of device that looked like a classic Star Trek scanner. He held it up to the nearest person, and it gave a discreet beep. "Please stay calm, place any weapons on the ground before you, and approach when asked. You will be tested and then placed in quarantine." One by one, the survivors were called forward. Rossi seemed to know those checking her, while the rest were gradually relaxing their guard. Weapons were left on the ground after minimal protest, and Jane could see shoulders losing tension as the promise of real safety sunk in. She was happy for them, even if she couldn't share the relief. Her parents hadn't made it, and no one seemed prepared for Gray. She bunched together with Gray, Keeley, and Maeve, with Chris standing awkwardly a few feet away. The medic aimed that scanner at Gray and hummed over the screen. She had no idea what exactly the thing did, but it sure as shit didn't seem necessary. If this dude couldn't tell Gray had been infected, then he seriously needed to turn in his medic badge. The medic looked up from the screen. "Has he touched you?" Jane blinked at him. "Yeah. Lots. She lifted their joined hands. Every soldier in range seemed to simultaneously adjust their weapon. As promised, they'd kept weapons aimed at her and Gray the whole retreat, though the study had felt less intent after they'd entered the doors and he remained steady at her side. No more. The tenor of the room had shifted to alarm, edging on panic. Hands flexed on weapons, primers clicked into readiness. Shoulders braced, Gray stepped in front of her. Not to be outdone, Schroddie positioned himself beside Gray. She leaned past both of them and glared at the medic. Gray hasn't bitten me. He hasn't bitten anyone. He's expected. You should be treating him like a damned hero, not a rabid skunk. I insist on speaking with the commanding officer. We are here with crucial intel and— That would be me. What appeared to be the shift commander stepped forward. And I don't have any orders. Schroddie pressed into her side and warbled softly. She licked her lips and kept her voice calm. Well, those orders existed. I was supposed to meet my father at the forward base. And you brought one of the monsters from that base here? The commander's hand dropped to his weapon. No, Jane forced a smile. I picked Gray up downtown. From downtown? You were at Ground Zero? The commander's eyebrows rose over his protective mask. Technically, I went through Ground Zero. He stared at her for a long moment. She forced her fingers to uncurl, to think and not just react to the soldier's attitude to Gray. These soldiers haven't been with him in a bunker. They've lost friends, maybe family. There was a doctor working with my father. She racked her brain for the name. That doctor had seemed to think Gray wasn't contagious, even if she had no idea why. Maybe it would help now. Dr. Joe Lowe? Co. Narrow-faced guy. Worst bedside manner. Made house look cuddly. Ah. He turned away and pressed a finger to his ear. Get me Co and Finch. Wait, Jane froze. Did you say Finch? He held a hand up, clearly focused on whatever was coming through his earpiece. Please, Jane begged. Is my father here? Janie, I heard it. Keeley touched her arm. They're telling me I have to go, but I heard him say Finch. It's going to be okay. I just know it. She gave Jane a quick hug. I'll see you in the next area, okay? Yeah. Jane managed to squeeze her friend's hand as she walked away. See you soon. Her attention returned to the commander. Did my parents survive? He turned back to her. Are they? Her voice crackled, and she swallowed hard. Are my parents here? They are, and I believe Oh, God. Oh, thank God. Relief sucked the strength from her knees. Hand clamped over her mouth. She half collapsed in the middle of the base's holding zone. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Gray crouched down beside her, and she leaned into him. Schroddie licked one side of her face in a single swipe. Ma'am? Rubbing her eyes clear, she looked up at the commander. Yes? You're clear, ma'am. Please proceed to the next room. He pointed to where Keeley had just gone. Your parents are on the way. You'll be able to speak to them there. Thank you, she whispered, getting to her feet. We'll get going and— Just you, ma'am. The infected has to go to a secured location. She froze. Slowly, she reached out and took Gray's hand. Where he goes, I go. Ma'am, the commander let out an audible sigh. We've brought him into the base and are reaching Dr. Coe. You've had all the concessions you're going to get. Go. Be with your family. She stepped into Gray's side. He tapped her shoulder, pointed at the far room. No way, she said in a low, fierce whisper. She desperately wanted to see her parents, but she wouldn't let Gray be shoved in some cage, not by himself. He'd risked everything to rescue her from Joe's. She wouldn't do any less for him. We're in this together. With a slight shake of his head, he nudged her toward the room. I told you, she said quietly. Together. He pulled her close and lowered his forehead to hers. Her gaze tangled with his, finding determination and fierce protection and a soul-deep level of care she'd thought impossible for any human to achieve. Her heart gave a single, monumental thump in her chest. A heady warmth swept over her body, from her head to her toes, and her eyes widened as the truth finally shoved its way through her brain. Oh my God, I'm in love with him. Gray, she whispered, what you were trying to tell me at the house, I hope it's what I think and I feel. Ma'am, the commander's voice had her stiffening. I need you to step away from the infected and go to the assessment room. She glanced at him, decided she didn't like the set of his jaw. Past him, the medic and soldiers were ringing them, clearly worried about the woman who'd been in close contact with an infected. The medic was waving that ridiculous scanner, and the soldiers looked like they were preparing to fight something from a video game. Hell with it. They wanted close contact? She'd give them close contact. She briefly eyed the commander. I spent nearly a week with Gray in a bunker. He saved me and all those people from a real monster. He's fine. I'm damn well not letting you lock him in a cage. She turned to Gray and fisted her hands in the collar of his shirt. At least, not alone. Stretching up on her tiptoes, she kissed him.
22. Epilogue. Gray. Holy shit. Holy shit. He was kissing Jane. Or she was kissing him. Whatever the technicalities, her lips were on his and... wow. The taste of her suffused his senses, some mystic combination of fresh air and sugar cane. His brain sputtered, but his hands knew exactly what to do. With a grunt of approval, he cupped her waist and pulled her close. Slanting her lips against his, she curved into him. Rightness hummed through his senses. Mine. Her body belonged exactly there, tucked against his side. Those perfect lips belonged on his. Except his eyes widened. He eased back, took hold of her shoulders and gaped at her in growing horror. Jane, what the hell were you thinking? She'd kissed him on the mouth. Did that work the same as a bite? He ran his thumb along her bottom lip, hating the way his hand trembled. If she was infected, he'd never forgive himself. He'd also be damned if anyone so much as laid a finger on her. Screw the scientists. He'd know before any of them, and he'd do everything necessary to keep Jane safe. Cupping her chin, he pressed a kiss to her nose. No scent of ferrule, no hint of streaks. But how long would it take? Stop looking so worried, she whispered, lips curving in a way that nearly fried his brain. I'm fine. You don't know that. I am. She laid her hands on his chest. And now you won't be alone. What? He wouldn't be alone? She'd endangered her life so he wouldn't be put in isolation? This woman might be everything he lived for, but she was also well on her way to being the death of him. He could have spent a night in a cage for fuck's sake, even if the thought made him itch all over. Doesn't matter. I'm not worth the risk. And there she was, being all adorable and pleased with herself. You know, she said softly, we might as well give them a show. A sigh of pure frustration rumbled his chest. Jane. Her jaw dropped. He blinked. Had he just said her name? Holy shit, Gray, she gasped. You spoke! Jack Hale. Commander Jack Hale. The voice seemed to fill the space, at once new and yet impossibly familiar. I'll be damned, it is you. Trust you to become a super zombie and rescue a bus full of nice people. Tearing his gaze away from Jane, Gray tucked her against his side and studied the black man in regalia grinning at him. Sir, please. The commander tried to get in between them. He's not cleared. He's cleared enough for me. The man casually brushed away the commander's concern. The cavalier gesture somehow cracked the wall in Gray's head, the one that sat between him and his life before. He knew this man. They'd fought together, and his brows drew together. Whitlock. He coughed, throat protesting yet another word after being silent for so long. Bro. The man, his brother in arms, actually chuckled. When you said you were retiring and taking private contracts, I thought you were going to get all soft and pudgy, not undead. Gray shrugged. It is what it is. Holy shit, Jane whispered. The black and white beast wiggled around the commander and went to sniff Whitlock with a happy wag. Hey, buddy, aren't you a handsome fella? Whitlock gave the dog a rub, then his eyes met Gray's. Well, shit. More of the wall cracked, and Gray remembered that a jovial nature covered a razor-sharp professional. He pulled Jane a little closer. Whatever came next, he wasn't going to like. Opting to save his words for when it really mattered, he flipped his fingers in a circle. Get it over with. The false revelry slid from Whitlock's face, and Gray's gut tightened. No doubt about it. In his before life, he'd faced hails of bullets with this man. Explosions. Maybe even family dinners. There was some reason they'd been together in town, some job. And at some point, he'd remember the details. Right now, they didn't matter. Right. Whitlock cleared his throat. Look, this liaison shit is heavy, and I'm running out of time. So here's the situation. Dr. Death is on his way with his white-coated doom patrol. Says you have to sit in some holding cell before he sticks a bunch of needles in you. Play nice with him. I don't have any pull there. Though I guess you have help with that. And... Whitlock rubbed the back of his neck and sent Jane an apologetic glance. Gray adjusted his hold on her waist and lifted his brows. The other man sent another glance at Jane. Think I could catch your ear privately for a moment? Why? Her fingers wrapped around Gray's belt. Gray shook his head and forced his throat to accommodate two whole words. Jane stays. Whitlock sent a glance over his shoulder and visibly winced. Then I'm sorry to tell both of you that your wife is here, Jack. And it looks like she's going to beat the good doctor to the punch.